24 college football season. Chris, this is another opportunity for Ball State football to go out there and make some waves and continue the fight toward bowl eligibility. That run has to start today because Ball State's 3-6, 2-3 in the conference. Got to go 3-0 to try and get to bowl eligibility. Starts today.
Right, and you know, you talk about winning 3 in a row to get to a bowl game, but let's not get past tonight. We talk about winning 3 in a row. Well, you can't win 3 in a row unless you win the first one. So the most important one is tonight because it's the next one. I say that all the time. Here we are in Buffalo, New York. You know, they got a pretty good team, and we're gonna have our hands full. We're a good team too. We just sometimes we haven't shown that on the field and haven't seen the results, haven't seen the fruits of the labor yet, so to speak. So tonight's the night. You know, it starts right here. Maction Tuesday night in Western New York, a couple miles from the Canada border, and it's going to be pretty exciting. I'm super jacked to be here.
It's a picture-perfect Tuesday night action game because you've got 45 degrees. The sun's already way gone.
Oh, yeah, the thing left a long time ago.
It's gone a long time ago, and it's perfect conditions.
Total from the whole game that kind of determine the outcome, and that's why we're here tonight. You know, for them to kind of right what went wrong last week at the end of the game, an opportunity to this is a team they're going to match up really well with. It's a good defense, but we have a really talented and explosive offense. They have a really good offense, and our defense is clicking right now, absolutely clicking. So.
You mentioned it. That defense is averaging, giving up 23 points per game over the last few outings, and that comes after the first 4 games giving up 40 or more. So you can see where the progress has come from Ball State's defense. And, Chris, when you have a defense that's playing like that, and an offense that's just getting better and better as the season goes on and getting healthier, too. I think that's one of the big keys as well from an offense.
The Wolves in some of those early games, and as they've gotten him back into the rotation with target after target, and as they've gotten him back into the rotation with target after target, boy, he has really shown what kind of player he can be.
He absolutely has. 170 yards last game, 2 catches of 50-plus yards, including that 55-yard touchdown reception, his first in a Ball State uniform. That's Justin Bowick. This is the Greg Hubler countdown to kickoff. Make sure to check out PromiseKept.com. That is PromiseKept.com for everything Greg Hubler related. We really appreciate what Greg Hubler does for Ball State athletics. All right, let's dive into Buffalo. They're 5-4, 3-2 in the Mid-American Conference. Chris, they're a win away from going to a bowl eligibility spot already in Pete Lembo's first year at the helm. Of course, he was the Ball State coach from 2011 to 2015, his first crack back at Buffalo against Ball State. This has been a very good team so far. They upset NIU, and NIU had beat Notre Dame the week before.
And that shows in the product they've had on the field this year and some wins. And that shows in the product they've had on the field this year and some wins. They played a couple tough games that they didn't compete as well as I know Coach Lembo had hoped they would. So it looks like they're on the right track, and let's hope that ends this evening.
Yeah, it's the Buffalo Bulls. Head coach Pete Lembo, former Ball State head coach in his first season here, 28th head coach in Buffalo history. And as Chris mentioned, had a few stops as a special teams coordinator before going to Buffalo as the head coach there. So the Bulls are 5-4, 3-2 in the Mid-American Conference. Chris, when you look at on the tape against Buffalo from an offensive standpoint, what do you see?
It all starts with the quarterback. He's really good. CJ Ogbonna, he is wonderfully talented. He's a big, strong, athletic kid. Runs the ball, passes it just as effectively. He's a threat, a dual threat. He can make plays all over the field in a multitude of ways. He's going to be a guy they're going to have to worry about tonight.
Yeah, he's been fantastic. He's also the third leading rusher on the team with 4 touchdowns, tied for a team high in that category as well, so a true dual threat. We'll hear head coach Mike New talk about him at the quarterback position and what he brings and how Ball State can try and defend that because they've seen quarterbacks like CJ this year, but a different element and a different dynamic with him on the field for the Buffalo Bulls. This is the Greg Hubler countdown to kickoff. We'll let Chris go here for a few minutes, and we're going to bring in the voice of the Bulls, Paul Peck, come in and join us here on the Greg Hubler countdown to kickoff. It's really a special day for Paul, and really appreciate Paul joining us here on the Greg Hubler countdown to kickoff. Paul, congratulations. Today is broadcast number 300 for you for Buffalo football, so congratulations.
Yeah, thank you, Mick. I appreciate it very much, and I appreciate you guys having me on. Completely unexpected. Last time I did this as a what the heck, how many games have I done in my life? It was like I figured it was getting close, but I kind of lost track of it. And then the guys on my broadcast crew surprised, and John Fuller, who's the head of athletic communications here at UB, surprised me with a cake. congratulations, Paul, 300 games cake. So pretty cool, unexpected. I'm still trying to process all of this. It just means I'm old and I've been around a long time, Mick.
And you're really good at what you do.
Thank you.
Don't leave that part out of it too, Paul.
I guess either that or somebody just said, we got other things to worry about other than the play-by-play guy. So we'll just let him be.
Love the self-deprecation. Paul, what kind of cake is it? First and foremost,
it was an excellent blue frosted vanilla cake with custom writing on it and UB blue. I mean, mess around here.
Yeah, you better watch out.
No raspberries, no strawberries, nothing red. Not for tonight, man. You don't walk in this place with strawberries on a cake.
That's perfect. That is perfect, Paul. So looking at this Buffalo team, it feels like they've been it's been hit high, and then they've had some that have been tough, like against UConn. What has the journey been like in your estimate this year for Buffalo football?
Big picture, Mick, exceeded expectations, right? New coach, changes, lost some key players. You're bringing in a quarterback that you didn't know anything about because last year all he was a runner. So I think, personally, if you'd asked me this question in August, I said, man, if Pete can figure out a way to get these guys to 6-6 and you get into a bowl game, that would be an amazing first season for him. But now as we sit here, they've got an outside chance to maybe even win, finish 1-2 and go to Detroit.
Right.
The smaller picture is it's typical MAC team. They look great. Toledo and Northern, 2 really huge wins. Earlier in the season, you're thinking, man, that tiebreaker is going to be great to have down the stretch. Well, not so much because Toledo and Northern aren't quite as good as they were. And you go into Ohio for this team and get your butt kicked, which is what usually happens to this team. And then there's been some good wins, too, along the way. So it's been inconsistent. The defense was great early in the year, struggled a little bit. The offense has picked it up over the last couple of weeks. So, in typical MAC fashion, you sit here, you go, I have no idea what's going to happen tonight.
I love it. Typical MAC fashion indeed. Paul, this is a team that has 2 of the best linebackers in the country. How do you describe what those 2 do on a day-to-day basis, game-to-game basis?
One of my catchphrases is Dolak, Murdoch, Havoc. Havoc, whatever, how you want to say that. They're just great. They're great players. Sean was among the nation's leaders in tackles 2 years ago. He got hurt last year and missed most of the season. Red Murdoch kind of replaced him a little bit and started to show that he could be a really good young player. And then Sean comes back this year, and now the 2 of them are – and what's going on a little bit was Sean – teams were testing Sean early in the year, and he was racking up 18, 19 tackles a game, and ask Northern Illinois how they probably shouldn't have tested him. So now teams are staying away from him, and then now where do you go? Now you got to go to Red Murdoch's side. So, and it's the little things. Red Murdoch is 3rd in the country in forced fumbles. He's got 4 this year. That's a big number for any player. So not only is he always in the right place and makes a lot of tackles, but now he's at that point in his career where he can not only make a tackle but force a big play.
It's an incredible defense. Those 2 are 1 and 3 in the country in tackles this year. Dolak has 120 and Murdoch with 107. Those are big numbers, especially through 9 games of the year.
Yeah,
those jump off the charts. Well, Paul, before we let you go, is there anything else you think Ball State fans should keep an eye out today for Buffalo?
Yeah, and obviously Pete Lembo, the Lem Bowl, as we've dubbed this, has been kind of an interesting side story, even though for what you said there, they're really, other than he coached here, there's not a lot of connections to it. But, again, the offense has been a lot better. C.J. Agbana really looks like a real quarterback now. They've gotten a running game going, relatively consistency without Aljae Henderson. To me, how do you handle Tanner Koziel and how do you handle Simons in the passing game? Because the Bulls have struggled in stopping the pass this year. So if they struggle in stopping your incredible weapons, is going to be a long night. If Dolak and Murdoch and those guys can make a few stops and not let it be as easy as it sometimes can be for a good MAC quarterback, that could be, to me, that's the difference in the game. Who plays a little more better defense? You could probably say that about a lot of MAC games, but I think tonight, with 2 pretty good offenses, who plays a little more defense?
Voice of the Bulls, Paul Peck, joining us here on the Greg Hubler Countdown to Kickoff before Ball State and Buffalo hit the gridiron on a Tuesday night action. Paul, again, congratulations on game number 300, and thanks for joining us here.
My pleasure. Thank you.
That's Paul Peck joining us before Ball State and Buffalo. We'll step aside, come back, and have special teams coordinator Corey Conley join the show and break down his special teams unit throughout the course of the season. That's next on the Cardinals Gamebridge Radio Network for Learfield. Welcome back inside the Greg Hubler Countdown to Kickoff. Ball State's on the road against the Buffalo Bulls coming up for more Tuesday night action, and we're joined by special teams coordinator Corey Conley. Corey, really appreciate your time here today.
Anytime, Nick. Glad to be on.
Corey, I think that one thing that everybody's noticed this year has been the stout special teams play from this Cardinals team. Just kind of want to get your 30,000-foot view of what you've seen so far from this group.
Yeah, all the credit goes to the players. We started back in January, February. Our first spring practice was the last week of February, and they've done a great job from the buy-in from there. And then obviously adding guys throughout the course of after spring ball in the summer, and obviously through fall camp and each week throughout the season. All the credit goes to those guys. The buy-in's been there. The attention to detail in the meeting room and on the field has been second to none. So really proud of those guys for how they performed so far this year. And obviously we have a handful more opportunities guaranteed to us to continue what we've been doing on those units.
Corey, looking at Jackson Corville specifically for a moment, he battled some injuries throughout the course of this year, but he came back slowly but surely and then hits a game-winning kick against Northern Illinois. How have you seen him just stay the course this year battling some of those things?
Yeah, he's really a professional, as close as you can get, at this level. And I always like to say this phrase, and I really do, feel this way about him. And you don't hear, kickers ever be described this way, but he's a dog. And from a mental standpoint, he's as sharp as they come. He is as even keeled as they come. It's like laser vision. And it doesn't matter, how high or how low things are going. He's the same guy every single time. And I can say that because I see him do it in practice. I see him do it in a walkthrough. And then he just goes out there and does the same exact thing during the game. So it's really a special talent that he has. That again, he's a dog, and a lot of guys aren't built the way that he is. So super proud of him being able to bounce back from what he was dealing with there earlier in the season and fighting through it and pushing through it and not shutting things down and not getting in his head about it. He just kept grinding and ended up coming out on the other side of it. So really excited about where he's at. And, I got to give my guy a shout out here while we're talking about him. Carson Homer gets just as much credit, as Jackson does, just for obviously stepping up. But he's there grinding too, in practice. And those guys are pushing each other. And I really think that's also what has made this special teams group overall so special this year is we got guys that are practicing hard and they're competing with each other. And at the end of the day, they all just want what's best for the team. So super proud of Jackson and Carson there too.
Yeah, Corey, I'm glad you brought that up because when Jackson was out for a few, Carson Homer came in and didn't miss a beat. Like that has to feel really good for you to be able to rely on two kickers if something happens like that.
Yeah, it's really special, and it's pretty unique to this group right here, and it's not always going to be the same every year where you have two guys where you have the utmost confidence in both of those guys. And credit to Carson, again, just kind of how his career has unfolded here at Ball State. I'm sure it's not exactly how he wanted it and envisioned it happening, but he has just stayed the course. And we always talk about having a one-shot mentality on special teams. There's no second or third down. We only get one opportunity to go out there and execute. You took full advantage of that, as you saw earlier in the season, and has continued to done so with the kickoff job this year as well.
Corey Conley, special teams coordinator, joining us here on the Greg Hubler Countdown to Kickoff. Ball State and Buffalo here for some more Tuesday night action up in Buffalo, New York. Corey, when you talk about bringing in new players and having opportunities to kind of flip a roster with a punter is a weapon with this Ball State team, especially the last couple of years. You had Lucas Burrow, he transfers out, and then Brian Cooey comes in. How have you seen Brian just fit like a glove with this team?
Yeah, it was really started in the recruiting process. Going back to when we were recruiting Brian, there was a handful of guys that we reached out to and kind of vetted throughout the process. And as the process went along, I could just tell talking to Brian that football was important to him. And obviously he was a seasoned player and playing at a couple different spots and being a 6-year guy, had a lot of confidence in being able to bring a guy like that to be able to come in and obviously feel pretty strongly about our special teams culture here and how we have performed year in and year out. So I thought it was just a really good fit, and I was fortunate that he was available in the portal when we needed a guy. And he came in this summer and has really took the job running. And it didn't take very long to kind of assimilate himself into our culture and how we do things here. And obviously he's brought some things to the table too as well, and has taught us some things as well that we've been able to build off of. And so, fortunate to not have really missed a beat on that unit, and overall, which is good having great specialists here at Ball State. It's kind of been a tradition of ours.
Hey, Tucker Dunn has been excellent too in his career at Ball State. How have you seen him kind of take his game to the next level as a long snapper?
Yeah, Tucker Dunn, in my opinion, from just the operation standpoint, he's one of the best that I've ever been around. And we've had some really good ones here, really going over, the last, decade that I've been here. He's right up there with all those guys. And what I like the most about Tucker is he's continuing to work at things that he knows he needs to get better at. You really should see him, post-practice. He's out here, running sprints, working on his conditioning. He gets reps with the defense during the tackling circuits that we do. He gets reps post-practice, working, tackling drills on a dummy or a tackling sled, whatever it may be. So really cool to see a guy like that who's had a pretty accomplished career, has played at a high level for multiple years, but is still working on his craft and finding ways to get better, knowing that, you can never stop getting better at anything. So that's been really, really nice to see. And he's been really awesome for the specialist group as a whole. Even though he wasn't here, for his whole 6-year career, he was obviously one of the older guys in the room. So he's done it at a high level at 2 different places now, and has been a really good leader in that room to be able to kind of show those young guys that not only that long snapper position, but kickers and punters, how we operate and how we do things here at Ball State and how you have to do things in order to be as good as you possibly can be on Saturdays.
Corey, what I loved about that is you said that he sits there and works on the tackling circuits. He is always one of the first guys down to go make a tackle on special teams whenever that punt is sent off. I think that speaks volumes to the work ethic that Tucker has. How have you seen that kind of leadership on special teams when the ball is kicked up to go defend things kind of ooze from him and land with everybody on that team?
Yeah, absolutely. It all starts with a great operation, and he knows that. We have to have a great snap, and then the way the play is going to sort out is more times than not, you are going to be the first one down the field. and definitely have seen him. I think that was one of the biggest things he needed to improve on from last year, was getting down the field and being able to make a play. He's been on a handful of tackles this season that I can think of off the top of my head that I don't know if that was necessarily the case, last year. So really, really excited and really glad to see him take that step, and he's just continuing to get better. But he obviously is a fundamental piece to that unit's success.
Corey Conley, special teams coordinator, joining us here on the Greg Hubler Countdown to Kickoff. Ball State Buffalo, not too far away from more Tuesday night action. Corey, from looking at the kickoff return game with Malcolm Gilley, he's been one of the best in the country in terms of kick yards per return. How have you seen Malcolm just settle into that position?
Yeah, he's grown a lot. I joke with him sometimes, and looking back at some stuff from last year, he had no idea what he was doing. And with that being said, he was still pretty good. So I felt, really confident about him, after the season, and thinking about the opportunity, to get to spend a lot of time here working on this thing. I can still remember thinking back in the spring, I was like, man, I think we really do have a really good shot at having a really good KOR unit. And it starts with having a guy back there and who can score touchdowns like we've seen. So it starts with him, but obviously those 10 other guys got to do a great job too. I think Nick Munson, oftentimes I'll talk about that the off returner is more important than the returner in the aspect to where he's got to be the guy that gets the thing going. You have to have a great off returner back there that can get the play started and get going. If he's got to, make a block off the backside because we missed somebody here, or when we do a good job of blocking the backside and we're able to get this thing going, he can't slow down in the hole. You see more kickoff returns get muddied up because the off returner is just kind of stopping in the hole right there. We talk about and tell that guy, you have to run the return as if you have the ball. So oftentimes when you see Malcolm hit those, you see number 0 getting smoked by somebody who would have made the tackle, but he's got to be there for it. So that's been really good. And just, we spent a lot of time teaching that play. I think maybe to the common eye that, it just kind of looks like you catch it and you run with it. But with all the nuances of, the touchback rules, fair catch rules, sideline, how you handle that stuff, short kicks, balls that are kicked in the middle of the field between a returner and the off returner, those mechanics there, you see it every Saturday. Sometimes there's a game-changing play on that team just because the kickoff return team can't handle or operate the ball in an efficient manner. So a lot of time spent on every unit, but there's a lot of time spent on that unit. I told those guys, a couple of weeks ago, I was to be proud of what we've been doing on this unit specifically, and we got a lot to still get better at. But what we have done so far this year on the unit, it's not normal. It's not normal.
Yeah.
So I appreciate that. But to have, statistically, I know every week it kind of goes up and down by a couple yards or two, but statistically to have the FBS leader in kickoff return average, it's not normal, right? There's 130 plus of them. So we just got to continue to get better. Now, we got to get better. We weren't good enough last week against Miami. So those guys, they got us. So we're not perfect. So we got a great opportunities, 3 more guaranteed here to continue to find ways to affect and change the game in a positive manner on that unit.
Corey, you mentioned 3 more guaranteed. One of those coming up here against Buffalo. Coach Lembo, known as a special teams person and now the head coach for Buffalo. What do you notice about this Buffalo special teams unit this year?
Yeah, I got all the respect in the world for Coach Lembo. Obviously I wouldn't be had the opportunity to be here at Ball State if it wasn't for him. And obviously his background as a special teams coordinator and coach, and learned obviously a ton during that one season I had here with him. But obviously when you watch the tape, you see is their incredibly well-coached unit. And you can see that they're really picking up on what he's trying to do. In a lot of ways, there are similarities, obviously with him being here. But when you watch the tape, it's just a very well-coached unit across the board. They have really good specialists. They have good returners. Their special teams players do a great job too, supporting those guys on those units too as well. So it's been a very good week of preparation, and we have an awesome challenge for us here against these guys because they're very good on special teams as well.
Corey Conley, special teams coordinator, joining us here on the Greg Hubler Countdown to Kickoff. Corey, really appreciate your time here ahead of Ball State and Buffalo. Good luck. We appreciate you.
Awesome. Thanks, Vic.
That's Corey Conley joining us here on the Greg Hubler Countdown to Kickoff. Special teams coordinator giving a great breakdown of what his crew has looked like so far this season. And we have Director of Athletics Jeff Mitchell joining us before Buffalo and Ball State football, another Tuesday night Mid-American Conference midweek action game. Jeff, appreciate your time, and thanks for joining us here in the warmth.
Mick, thank you so much. Yeah, it's certainly warmer in the booth than it is outside right now. This is, I think, the definition, maybe not as crazy a MACtion event as there's been, but it's certainly cold enough to be considered MACtion.
We're going to feel it. Well, we aren't, but the players are going to feel it drop under 40 degrees right around kickoff. So I think mid-November in Buffalo, this is probably best case scenario. Yeah. Honestly.
Well, that's good. This is my first trip to Buffalo. Excited to be here, and yeah, it's chilly, but there's no snow and no precipitation, and so an otherwise perfect night for football.
Absolutely, perfect night for football, and a great night for women's volleyball as well, hosting Miami Redhawks. They also have a couple more home matches this year. Jeff, I feel like that team has just turned it into another gear. They've won 8 straight matches, and their last 3 are at home. It's an opportunity to make a push for a top 2 spot in the conference by the end of the year.
Yeah, really excited about that team under the direction of Coach Kelly Miller-Phillips and her staff. And, you know, she has said all along that she was really excited about this team this year, and had some rough patches early in the season, some injuries that she's been managing, and now all of a sudden they've found their rhythm, and they're peaking at the right time of the year. That is a hallmark, and I think we've talked about this, of her teams over the years historically, and so this team is no exception to that rule, playing their best volleyball when it matters the most. They've clinched a berth in the MAC championships, and as you mentioned, the last 3 games at home, making a push to improve their seed as they look ahead to the tournament.
It's a busy weekend at home for Ball State Athletics. On Friday by itself, volleyball hosts Western Michigan, and then Saturday it's a women's volleyball, men's basketball doubleheader. Women's basketball is at home tomorrow against Memphis as well. There's a ton happening. Make sure to check out ballstatesports.com. Get your tickets because there's a lot of good stuff happening in Worthen. And the men's team returns for a second home game of the season against Indiana State. Awesome opportunity. First 1,000 fans get T-shirts, and a huge ALS awareness night game or afternoon game with a 2 o'clock tip-off as well, Jeff. So there's a lot happening this week around Ball State Athletics at home.
There really is, and it's a great week for it. You know, just as we continue to go into this crossover season with football and basketball and volleyball coming to an end. So we've got great games.
Pieces leaving from an administration standpoint, you trying to secure the perfect situation from your standpoint. How have you seen that put together from your standpoint and making sure you have all the right pieces? Because I know things have been revolving for you always.
Well, you want it to be perfect, and you realize very quickly that it's not going to be. And that's part of it. I've known for a long time, just being in this industry, that people come and go, and you try to put together a collection of individuals that are passionate about what they do. And I like to put people in spots where they really are excited to come to work every day and help each other get better. And so through a couple of iterations of our senior executive staff, we've had that. But we've had a couple individuals that have gone on to opportunities that they thought was in the best interest of them and their families, and I applaud that. And, you know, we're recalibrating what we do, and we've moved some pieces around. And right now, though, I think we're kind of like Coach Kelly Miller-Phillips and her team. We're kind of hitting a sweet spot.
Right.
But we are going to post a job soon that's going to be a senior associate athletic director for administration that is going to round out our staff. I'm really excited to see who might join our team. It is a search that we'll go nationwide for and see what's out there. This is a great place to work. We are doing a lot of exciting things, and you know, and I get more and more enthusiastic about what our future looks like, even in this changing landscape of intercollegiate athletics. because we've got a campus that supports athletics and wants to be competitive, and we're going to continue to be creative in how we work and to best support our 400-plus student athletes and the coaches that work so diligently to prepare them for competition. So the future is bright for us. It's a changing world, but the future is bright, and I'm so privileged to be at a place that values the development of the human being, and certainly that includes athletics competitiveness in addition to academic success. So it's fun.
Director of Athletics Jeff Mitchell joining us here on the Greg Hubler Countdown to Kickoff. It is Ball State in Buffalo. More Tuesday night action for you coming up here from New York. And the Cards win. You win 50% off regular price city size pizza, city toppings at Papa John's. Offer valid until end of business on the day of a win in Marion, Muncie, and Anderson locations only. Jeff, you mentioned the changing landscape. I know we've talked about that quite a bit throughout the course of the season, both on the podcast and both here on the pregame show. But it seems like every week there's something that pops up that kind of changes what your world looks like. How are those changes affecting you in this moment right now?
Well, what it causes us to do is to pause and think and be strategic about what we want to accomplish going into next fiscal year. So we're at a point in the current fiscal year where we start planning for next fiscal year, and we're barely in the second quarter.
I was about to say, wait a second.
Of this current fiscal year. So, but you have to behave that way. That's just kind of the way that the businesses operate, and so we're already looking at what we might do going into next year. And there's just a lot of business moving parts that are happening right now. We're certainly focused on advanced revenue generation. So we have put one of our colleagues, Emma Kumar, in the role of Senior Associate Athletic Director for Revenue Generation. Emma used to work in the Ball State Foundation and is now full-time on the athletics front. And so the task for her is go to essentially generate as much revenue as you can outside of our typical streams, and to improve those streams that are producing the lion's share of our revenue. So from ticketing to and marketing to working more collaboratively with our multimedia rights partner to generating new business. And so all those things are happening on that end. And then we've got to really take stock of what we have from a budget standpoint, from the revenue that does come in to us, not only through existing streams, but from the university as well.
Right.
And look at how we're spending our money and how we are allocating it, and how we are making the proper investments so that we can get the most out of our respective teams from a success standpoint, from a development standpoint, from a recruiting standpoint, and looking at scholarships and all of this, because we're just going to be different tomorrow than we are today, and we recognize that. I just refuse to be deterred by it. I want us to understand. I mean, I'm a big fan of clarity. I want that clarity to come, and it will eventually. But right now, we're kind of exploring, and so we just have to allow ourselves to be curious, to explore, to run numbers, to see what might stick, to ask questions. Matter of fact, we are building a championship performance center, and Buffalo has just built one. And so Dr. Lindsey Blom and I took a tour with our colleagues from Buffalo to take a look and see, what they've done, how that has impacted their program, and what we're going to do, and how it's going to impact our program. And so I'm energized by that, because I think what we've got planned is amazing.
Right.
And what we saw was great,
yeah.
but what we've got planned is amazing. And so it's encouraging to me that we're not only on the right track, but we're actually going to do things that are going to really propel us forward.
Director of Athletics Jeff Mitchell joining us on the Greg Hubler Countdown to Kickoff. Ball State in Buffalo for some more Tuesday midweek MACtion. It's actually Ball State's second and only remaining Tuesday night MACtion game of the year. They have a Saturday game and then a Friday game to finish off the season on the road in Ohio the day after Thanksgiving. Jeff, there's a lot that we could unpack from that statement that you just mentioned. I kind of want to go down the path of the positivity and staying within that growth mindset, because I think a lot of times, especially today with there being so much unknown, I think you have a vision of making sure that no matter what does happen, you have the pieces in place to be ready for those dominoes to fall. How have you embraced that portion of it to make sure that you're ahead of the game a little bit when those changes do eventually drop?
Well, great question, Mick. And having a growth mindset is a core value of mine. Now, that doesn't mean that we're always ahead of the game.
Right.
I appreciate you saying that, because there are many days where it's like, whew, this is a lot to digest. But I think that what we do in our department, with certainly at the executive staff level, is we're always communicating. So we're always sharing ideas. We're always comparing notes, because we all have different areas of expertise or areas of influence, areas of obligation, and we need to ensure that there's that collaborative talk. So we have a stand-up meeting. We kind of use still a term from the corporate America.
Okay.
But we have a stand-up executive team meeting every Monday at 10 a.m. where we often sit down, but it's a quick meeting. It's a quick meeting, 10 to 15 minutes, and then we have a longer senior staff meeting on Wednesday, where we've scheduled an hour. It often runs into 90 minutes, but we're talking about substantive, programmatic elements of our program and how we're going to improve it. And we're still very much in a building phase.
Right.
As you know, I'm a year and a half in here, but because the landscape is shifting so rapidly, we're taking the startup mentality of how can we do more, right? And how can we maximize what we have? And so asking questions about what if we, how can we, why don't we, is really important, and that's the definition of having a growth mindset. So it's important to me. We encourage each other to do the things that we can within our respective leadership roles to ensure that we are holding ourselves accountable to have that growth mindset. And it bleeds into the work you're doing, Mick. And I don't say this just because we're on the air right now, but what you're doing with our collaborative efforts with SportsLink and just your broadcast mentality to tell our story in such a vibrant way is so important to what we're trying to do right now as well. So I commend you for that.
Thank you.
It is we need to give a shout out to Kevin Messenger while we're on the radio right now, and his staff, and it really extends to all you guys. It is the sport information directors, sports media directors.
An ever-changing title.
It's the week,
Yeah.
right? It's
Yeah.
we celebrate you guys this
Yes.
week, and I'm especially grateful for the work that our media relations staff does, the work that you do, Mick, and all of our talented individuals, either as a GA or as students, and then that transcends over to the work that we do in SportsLink and the collaborative network that we have there to tell the Ball State story. And it's done so well, and people know it, and we continue to raise the bar, and I thank you for that.
Appreciate you, Jeff. Those are very kind words, and thank you for everything you're doing to lead us in the right direction as well, because I know it's a crazy time out there, especially for leaders of departments, so we thank you for everything you're doing right now, Jeff. We'll let you go here at UB Stadium. Enjoy the festivities here for Tuesday Night Max. I really appreciate you hopping on again on the Greg Hubler Countdown to Kickoff.
I'm going to go find my gloves and my coat.
I've got some extras in the back if you
All
need some
good.
gloves and some hats.
Thank you, Mick. Go Cards.
That's Jeff Mitchell, Director of Athletics, joining us here on the Greg Hubler Countdown to Kickoff. We'll have much more, including a conversation with head coach Mike New to break down this matchup here against the Buffalo Bulls. This is the Cardinals Gamebridge Radio Network from Learfield. We're back inside the Greg Hubler countdown to kickoff. Ball State in Buffalo on the road here in Buffalo, New York. Head coach Mike New joins us. Coach, really appreciate your time as always.
I appreciate you having me.
So, Coach, just looking at last game against Miami, I kind of wanted to dive into just the basics of the emergence of Justin Bowick. You and I have talked about it throughout the course of the last few weeks, but from this game specifically, it seemed like Justin had the speed, the size, the athleticism, and the strength to do what he wanted. How did you see him seemingly find a comfort zone in that last game?
Yeah, I think, obviously you go through the week of practice and, some of the personnel, some of the personnel groups that we had for certain plays throughout the course of the game. And then obviously some of the things that obviously you have in the game plan because of Justin's skill set. That's exactly what happened, and obviously Coach Elliott did a great job calling it, but I think it's what we've seen starting back when Justin first got here on campus way back in the spring. Every one of us were excited back then because quickly it emerged during spring practice with his size. And on top of that, he had deceptive speed, and he was a pretty elite route runner for a guy with that kind of size, transitioning in and out of cuts for a guy that big. It was impressive. Obviously it was a setback when we got to camp, and the week before the season started, he had the injury that kept him out the first 6 games. And, obviously everybody was excited, anticipating him getting on the field against Vanderbilt. He had a couple big catches in that game. And obviously, that Miami game, for lack of a better word, was his coming out party. And I think that being his 3rd game, and you see him starting to settle in a little bit. His conditioning obviously was something you worry about when he's come back because he hadn't played. But it was a great job by him making some big time plays because we always felt like he's a guy that could add an explosive element to the offense. And that certainly showed up, and we got to keep that going here the remainder of the season.
Mike, there's a stable of possible runners on the team with Braden Sloan, Von Pemberton, Kyle Kelly. How has it been balancing that for the offensive staff the first 9 games of the year, just making sure you can get all those talented guys on the field?
Yeah, and obviously each one of those guys, too, at some point in time between Braden's been dealing with it now. He's been dealing with an ankle. He's tough, but it's had him limited some during the week of practice. Vaughn went through a little bit of an injury. He got dinged up on the road at Central Michigan. And then TJ, obviously we saw TJ with the hamstring pull that very first game of the season against Missouri State. And so, obviously, and you mentioned Kyle in terms of some of the design QB runs and what we want to do with him. But that'll continue. Obviously, we're kind of a running back by committee type of deal. It's not just one guy that's going to get 30 carries, kind of a running back by committee. And appreciate the unselfishness by all those guys because obviously every one of them, there's only one ball and they all want it. But I also appreciate them being unselfish and knowing that, man, it is a team game and certain guys are better, at certain schemes. And so one guy I'm excited to be back because he's been stacking really good weeks on the practice field. Braden's still obviously going to be out there. Vaughn's still going to be out there. I'm excited to see TJ back. This is the best he's looked in the practice field last 2 or 3 weeks. And so I'm excited for a possible increased role by him, against Buffalo here.
Hey, Coach Mike New joining us on the Greg Hubler countdown to kickoff in a pre-recorded conversation as the Cardinals and Bulls set to meet up here on another Tuesday night action game with Buffalo, the home site here. Coach, looking at this Bulls team from an offensive standpoint, they have a few different running backs. Their quarterback's also mobile. What do you see from their offense when you look at the tape?
Yeah, obviously, what you just mentioned right there from a running back standpoint, L.J. Henderson is an explosive guy. He's had some long touchdown runs, obviously, last week in the game against Akron. But C.J. Agbana is also one of those guys as a dual-threat quarterback. He's dangerous with his legs. Obviously, we got to do a good job of tackling him. We got to eliminate the explosive plays in the run game. But C.J.'s really improved tremendously, in my opinion, the last 2, 3, 4 weeks as a passer, where early on in the year there was more run heavy, more QB run heavy, but he's really improved, from as a passer, over the last 2, 3 weeks. So it's going to be a good team. Obviously, they're coming off a big win. They had a little bit of a mini bye since they played last against Akron. So I'm sure they've been able to get a couple guys, back or healed up a little bit. And then obviously they're coming back home after being on the road for the last couple of weeks against Ohio, against Akron. So it's going to, obviously, be an offensive football team that we got to be good in the run. We got to be good in the pass.
What do you notice about their wide receiver core? Victor Snow and J.J. Jenkins seemingly have led that group.
Yeah, I think one thing I've noticed right out of the gate is those guys have done a good job when the quarterback has trusted them, throwing up a 50-50 ball or giving them a chance to go make a play. Those guys are doing a good job of making plays. And so they're going to take shots. They're going to try to set up some shots, whether it's play action or off, RPOs. And so we got to have good eye discipline on the back end, and we got to do a good job of limiting the big plays and the explosive plays in the pass game, just like we did in the second half against Miami. Miami had a talented group of wideouts that really had an explosive offense in terms of a passing game standpoint. We did a really good job in the second half. We got to build off that and really deliver tonight when we get in those situations where they're going to take some shots down the field.
And Mike, you kind of took my next question right out of my mouth with the discipline and the watching for the play action from opposing quarterbacks. How have you seen the team develop throughout the year in that case? I know you said that the second half of that Miami game you really liked what you saw, but how about throughout the course of the year in that department?
Well, I think some of it comes down to the young cornerbacks. Obviously, Ty Baldwin's back. He played some really good football a week ago.
Yeah.
But the two young corners, and Eric and Will, those guys are just continuing to get more snaps, and they're continuing to get better as they get more experience. And so obviously some of the eye discipline stuff that showed up in the first half last week that led to explosive plays, they corrected that, made some good in-game adjustments. Our staff did a good job of making some in-game adjustments, and they proved that, man, when I've got good eye discipline, when I do my job, man, I can go out and I can cover anybody. So that's the key, is making sure that our guys do that, because we know no different than a week ago, these guys are going to take some shots down the field. We got to go make plays and come down with one of those.
Hey, Coach Mike New joining us here on the Greg Hubler Countdown to Kickoff in our pre-recorded conversation before Ball State takes on Buffalo for more Tuesday night action. Coach, looking at Buffalo's defense, what stands out about that group?
Well, those two linebackers, we played against two great linebackers last week, and Matt Salopek and Ty Wise. But this week, you're talking about Sean Dolak and Red Murdoch. Those two guys are number 1 and number 3 in the country in terms of tackles. I don't know if I've seen that before. And so those two guys are playing at a high level. They're very good defenders against the run. They're every down players. They're good in space. They tackle well in space, and they're competitors, and they're physical. So really, you look at that, those two guys have done a good job. Buffalo has forced a bunch of turnovers. They're +6 in the Mid-American Conference games that they played this year, which is awesome to be able to say, hey, man, we're +6. We're taking the ball away and giving our offense some extra possessions. And so, obviously we still got to be able to establish the run. We still got to have a good balance that way. But those two linebackers are as good as it gets in this conference. And then Marcus Fuqua, the safety, Marcus is in his 6th year. We played against him way back in the MAC championship game in 2020.
Yeah.
He's played a lot of football for them, 52 games, 56 games during his career. So obviously, he's a guy too that, has been a staple for them defensively over the years.
Mike, you mentioned those two linebackers for Buffalo. I'm kind of curious, with you guys facing two similar linebackers for Miami, what does it challenge in offense when you have two linebackers that are more than just tackling machines? They can actually impact the game side to side.
Well, obviously you still got to find, okay, what are our best runs against these guys? What are we seeing from them defensively? What's the front? What's the coverage? What are some of our best runs? Last week we struggled to get anything really going in the run game. Some of that was because of the weather, and obviously, but that's an important piece of it. In order for us to play winning football, we got to have good balance. We got to be able to establish a run. And so these two guys are not going to make it easy. Again, just as soon as you think you got one that bounces outside, and one of those guys shows up to make the tackle. And so we got to do a good job getting the hat on those guys on the second level, finish the block, and do a good job of giving our runners a chance to make some plays and make some cuts.
Hey, Coach Mike New joining us on the Greg Hubler Countdown to Kickoff. Ball State takes on Buffalo Tuesday night action. Coach, last one for you. Coach Lembo, the new head coach for Buffalo, he is known for his special teams from his last couple of coaching stops. What have you seen from Buffalo's special teams unit that you're keeping an eye on?
Yeah, they're good. Obviously, they're obviously as much pride as he takes on the special teams piece of it. You're going to have to be ready to go. They're going to come after punts. They're going to run down in coverage. They're going to be very sound, very disciplined in everything that they do. And so, obviously that's what he hangs his hat on in terms of, his career in terms of being a special teams coordinator before, being a head coach, and he's done a really good job with that. And you can see when you turn on the tape on Buffalo special teams, like, all right, this will be one of the toughest challenges that we've had this year in terms of our special teams units going out and execute, and they'll be challenged no matter what phase it is throughout the entire course of the game.
Well, Coach, really appreciate your time as always, and good luck today.
Okay, appreciate you having me.
That's head coach Mike New joining us for the Greg Keebler countdown to kickoff. We'll have much more. We'll bring Chris back and continue to break down the Bulls and Cardinals next on the Gamebridge Radio Network from Learfield. Welcome back inside the Greg Keebler countdown to kickoff. Ball State taking on Buffalo here from Buffalo, New York. Let's go ahead and take a look at today's IU Health Sports Orthopedic and Sports Medicine injury timeout for Ball State and Buffalo. Chris, it is a very thin list for the Cardinals in terms of additions to the injury report. Yasser Al-Awadi, Trey Firestone, Kyra Montgomery, and Isaiah Thacker are the four that are officially listed as out, in addition to the Ty Robinsons of the world that are out for the season.
Yeah.
But that is a short list for Ball State to have to navigate through today, which is always a good sign.
And that's odd for this time of year. You're going to have some attrition with the injuries, and they've had some injuries here and there, but they've skirted that a little bit so far this year. Knock on wood. So let's hope tonight remains the same on that.
Let's go ahead and pause 10 seconds for stations to identify themselves. This is the Ball State Cardinals Gamebridge Radio Network from Learfield. That was the look at the IU Health Orthopedics and Sports Medicine injury timeout. Ball State and Buffalo about 7 minutes away from kickoff. It is a 7:07 start today because of CBS Sports Network broadcasting the game on television. They've been pushed a little bit back because of network programming, so 7:07 Eastern time start. So we'll continue chatting about Ball State and Buffalo. Chris, we talked about a little bit with Paul Peck about Dolak and Murdoch, the two linebackers. I want to get your take on those two because those two of the top 3 tacklers in the entire country. You had said to me coming here, you said they're not just stat patters. Like, these guys are legit 100 tackle guys.
Yeah, so in the past, you see some of those numbers and you're like, man, that almost seems outrageous. They're legit, guys. If you're watching at home and listening on the radio or just listening, these guys are going to make tackles, and that's all they do. It's unbelievable. The numbers of the amount of tackles, the gross volume that they've had this year, I want to say it's 220 or 210.
Their total right now sits at 227 combined tackles.
That is astounding to me. And so they are, we talked about like last week we had another one with Salopek, right? With Miami.
Yeah.
We've got a double-headed monster this week with these two cats. They can they're wherever the ball goes, those guys are right there making plays. And so I know what Paul talked about, with Dolak being challenged earlier in the year, and he responded really well. I doubt that Ball State's going to challenge either one of those. Now, they're going to get their tackles, right? You can't avoid them getting to the football. That's just not going to happen. So what you want to do is make sure that you're not greedy, you're very patient, you're very efficient in your play calling so that when you can get extra yards, try to turn 3 into 4, try to turn 6 into 9, things like that. And how do you do that? You fall forward, keep your feet moving, all that stuff, and take care of the football. Take care of the football, which Ball State's done pretty well this year.
You call them cats. They're bulls, by the way.
Whatever.
Chris Radke,
good coaching turn.
Mick Tidrow, Matt Tuttle's back in our network studios. We'll take one final break, come back, and get you ready for kickoff. It's Ball State and Buffalo. Pete Lembo facing his old team in Ball State.
The Limbo.
The Limbo, as Paul Peck said. That's all coming up here on the Cardinals Gamebridge Radio Network from Learfield when we come back. Bowl eligibility, hopes, and dreams hang in the balance of tonight's Mid-American Conference midweek Maction battle. Ball State makes the trek to Buffalo, New York for just the 6th time in program history to face the Bulls, and a win today keeps the Cardinals alive for bowl contention. A loss is their 7th that all but assures the team will not be bowling, and the Bulls are 1 win away from snatching bowl eligibility themselves, and they do so with a former Ball State head coach, Pete Lembo, leading the charge in his first season. It's Ball State and Buffalo moments away from opening kickoff here from UB Stadium. Let's send it down to the field for the coin toss here from Buffalo, New York.
My name is Matkowski. I'll be the referee for this game. Cross the booth, Fire. Ball State, look at visitors. Heads and tails. Heads. Heads.
What is your call? Heads is. It is a heads. Ball State, toss, they defer.
So as you heard, Ball State won the toss, elected to defer, so it is Buffalo ball to start off this midweek action affair between Ball State and Buffalo. We're so happy you're joining us on the Tuesday night Mid-American Conference ride. He's Chris Raddick and I'm Mick Tidrow. Matt Tuttle's back in our network studios for the final midweek action game for the Cardinals this year.
Nice to see Ethan Crow and Brandon Berger out there as captains. I'm not sure we've seen them walk out yet this year. They deserve it.
Absolutely. Those two are staples on the team. Of course, the pick six last week for Brandon Berger against the punter of Miami. And Ethan Crow has been an all-conference center. And what a great return for him. And head coach Mike New could not sing the praises of that enough to get him back again in one final season. Ball State wearing the all-white uniforms today on the road from UB Stadium. Buffalo's got the blue helmets, the black tops, black pants with the blue numerals on the front and back. So Ball State kicking it away with Carson Holmer from right to left. We sit about the 20-yard line right, midway through the stands here on a crisp Tuesday night from Buffalo.
And I just counted. We're good. We got 11
You
and 11
counted your special teams every
week.
single week. Wouldn't be the same if you didn't. Carson Holmer grabs the football, tests it out, hits it on the turf a couple of times to the 35 left hash mark, runs in front of the ball, jumps up and down, hypes up this Cardinal special teams unit. Ball State needs a win today to keep bowl eligibility alive. If Buffalo wins today, they are bowl eligible for the first time in a couple of seasons. Here goes Carson Holmer. He's all set, ready to go. The officials give him the thumbs up. Holmer looks to his left, looks to his right, slowly waltzes up to the football, kicks it, and it pinwheels up from right to left. And it's a fair catch for Buffalo special teams unit and Lamar Sperling.
Not a lot of wind up there, Mick.
There is not today. It's not Muncie. It's Buffalo, and so a little bit less wind. Well, usually there's a lot of wind up here in Buffalo, but
it's always wind in Muncie.
Yeah, there's always wind in Muncie. Buffalo trots out on the field for the offense with C.J. Ugbana, the senior quarterback, 6'2", 220 out of Atlanta, Georgia, has really picked up the pace in the last couple of games. In his last three, has 259 passing yards per game, only averaged 125 in his first 6 games. So the defense has their hands full with Ugbana in shotgun from the left hash mark, and shotgun takes the snap, throws it left, quickly caught, and it is a first play of positive yardage down to the 32-yard line.
Simple catch and throw opening play by Buffalo there. Hitch on the hitch.
So J.J. Jenkins usually wears number 2. He's wearing number 41 today in honor of a fallen teammate from 2016. The Bulls have an honorary player wearing 41 each week, and it's Jenkins this week. First carry today for the Bulls goes straight up the middle, and it's a first down pickup for Buffalo, courtesy of Al-J. Henderson, the junior from Irvington, New Jersey.
He's their workhorse.
Ugbana's back in shotgun for the left hash mark, takes the snap, hands it off to Henderson, right off the left guard, and sifts through to the 40-yard line, picks up a few, and this one officially gives him 4, second down and 6.
I would not have guessed he got that many yards.
They turned those legs and kept moving.
Yeah.
So Henderson stays in. Split out wide right is Tajay Johnson, the graduate student wide receiver. And out left is Jenkins, who races out, splits out far side left. One running back in the backfield, it's Henderson. Ugbana on second down at 6 from the left hash mark. Takes the snap. Berger hits him as he releases, but Jenkins catches on a slant route down to the Ball State 48-yard line, left hash mark for a Bulls first down. And Ball State almost got home, but just a tad late for Berger.
Yeah, nothing fancy outside. They're just throwing hitch and slant.
No huddle. Ugbana takes the snap. First and 10 at the Ball State 48. Handoff to Henderson. He is slammed down. Back at the 47, so just a 1-yard pickup. Stemler and Hughes with Tolsma there to make the tackle.
Yeah, very stout at the point of attack. A whole mess of Cardinals there to get him.
The CBS TV crew has one of those risers.
Yeah.
Like when you have airplanes and you have the, what are those called? Those cars that pull the plane out?
Mm-hmm.
It's almost like one of those, and it's right in front of you, Chris. Don't get tempted to go out there.
I'm going to get a ride on that.
Second down and 9 as Ugbana throws it left side. Caught by Henderson out of the backfield, races down the sideline left, and picks up a Bulls first down at the Cardinals' 33-yard line. It's officially a pickup of 14 yards and 2 minutes into the game. No score. Buffalo's first offensive possession. They are rolling down the field in plus territory.
Yeah, and they're going with a little bit of tempo here, especially after first down. It seems to be their MO.
Agbana's in shotgun, left hash mark, first down and 10 for the Bulls senior quarterback. Three-step drop, whips it to the right side. Jenkins catches it inside the 30, down to the Ball State 28, pickup of 5. Plowed down by the true freshman Yates after the stop. Second down and 5 for Buffalo.
Ball State is playing like a real simple cover 3 and cover 4 look where they're off the ball.
It's second down and 4. Agbana takes the snap. Handoff Henderson, slammed to the turf and hit by Keontae Newson. It's a 3-yard pickup. Third down and 1 for Buffalo at Ball State's 24.
When they go quick, Ball State's going to have to react and play accordingly because they're going quick after big plays.
You can see the breath by all the players down in the field. Inside 40 degrees here on a Tuesday night from Buffalo, New York. Most of the Buffalo players sleeveless attire today. Third down and 1 for the Bulls at the Ball State 24. They need a yard. Agbana's in the pistol. Henderson's behind him. Agbana takes the snap. Handoff. Henderson runs through the left tackle and wrapped up by the feet by Jordan Coleman, but it's a 2-yard pickup and a first down to the Ball State 22.
Good job by the safety reading his key and filling that alley lane right there. Did a really nice job. Good tackle. Something we hadn't seen until the last few weeks, and they're really starting to tackle a lot better.
First down at 10 for Buffalo, almost in the red zone at Ball State's 22-yard line. 11:26 and winding first quarter. No score here from UB Stadium.
Time for one of those bend but don't break defensive stands from the Cardinals.
Yeah, you'll take a field goal try after the way the Buffaloes moved down the field so far. Agbana's in shotgun from the left hash mark. Motion man is the tight end, Jake Orlando. Snap taken, handoff. It's to Henderson again, suffocated near the line of scrimmage. And Keontae Newsom and Joey Stemler pick him up at the 21.
Stemler had that all the way, had him in his sights from the get-go. A great job by Joey there.
It's a gain of 1, second down and 9 for Buffalo. Inside 11 minutes to go, first quarter, as Buffalo continues to march down the field.
He's a really patient runner. Or Henderson, rather, Aljay Henderson. He's a really patient runner.
He stands to the right of Agbana. In between the hash marks, second down and 9. Agbana takes the snap, another give to Henderson. He slips through the left hash mark and finds his way to the Ball State 17-yard line. It's a pickup of 4, and now third down and 5 upcoming for the Bulls. And Pete Lembo and company have a decision to make, pass or run against Ball State here on 3rd and 5 at the 21.
Well, yeah, and
check that, 17.
He is so slippery because he's caught. Ball State's doing a great job at the point of attack. He's just finding a way to slip through there and get the extra yards. Something we talked about Ball State doing. He's doing that right now.
Henderson's nearing 600 yards this season in his junior campaign. And he's to the right of Agbana. From the left hash mark, third down and 5 at Ball State 17-yard line. Agbana takes a snap, forced rushers driving after him, and Agbana races up the middle. Keontae Newson pops him down at the Ball State 13-yard line, along with Hughes, and it's 4th down and 1. So Coach Lembo, against his former Ball State team, has to make a decision, and it doesn't seem like it's much of a decision at all. He's going for it on 4th and 1 at the Cardinals 13.
With what they've shown so far in the run game, this is an easy decision. I know it's super early. If you're going to go for it, this is a good spot. Berger almost had Agbana there. He darn near got there.
So 4th down and 1 for Buffalo at Ball State's 13-yard line. The play clock is running down to 4-3, and now Coach Lembo is burning a timeout.
This is surprising to me. I kind of thought they would go for it. I think they were just unsure, especially with their personnel.
So is that a possible, hey, we don't know if we're going to run or pass, or we don't know what run play we're going to call?
Well, in coaching, you always know what look you're going to get with what formation and personnel grouping you're going to get, you give. So my guess is they're going to try to put Ball State in a position where they know what front they're going to get and what coverage they're going to get, and they can make a decision. They have a list of plays they can run against those that they feel that they're going to be comfortable calling in a 4th and short situation. My guess is dollars to donuts, they're going to run the football here. They haven't failed yet, especially on our yard.
Dollars to donuts.
Yeah, it's an old phrase.
Must be really old.
Yeah, if I'm saying it, you know it is.
Buffalo has 4th down and 1 at Ball State's 13-yard line. Scoreless game, 9-13 first quarter. Agbana's the pistol for the left hash mark. Ball State has 4 down linemen. Takes a snap. Handoff to Henderson. Bursts through the seam, and he has a first down to Ball State's 9-yard line. A pickup of 4. First down and goal for the Bulls on their opening drive. That has now gone 6 minutes into Ball State's 9-yard line.
So they lined him up about 4 yards behind the quarterback there, which meant they were going to give it to him and let him get a running head start to a backside inside zone.
First and goal for the 9 for Buffalo at Ball State's territory. Motion man is Johnson from left to right. Agbana hands it off. Here goes Henderson straight up the middle. Picks up 2 to the Ball State 7. Second down and goal.
They keep running that same formation where they're bringing the jet motion across and stopping him, putting him in an extra wing position. So what it does, it creates an extra gap for Ball State to defend. It's very, very difficult to defend. So Coach Knowles is going to have to make some adjustments up front in order to defend that extra gap.
Buffalo was 115th in the country at time of possession at 27.5. Right now they are chewing off almost half of the first quarter. Second down and goal at Ball State's 7-yard line. Agbana takes the snap. It's an end around to Victor Snow, and he rolls from left to right. Pushed out of bounds into Buffalo's sideline. Picks up a healthy gain. He's down to the 3-yard line of Ball State. Pickup of 4. It's now third and goal from that 3-yard line.
That should have been a touchdown. Miles Norwood took a knife to a gunfight there and did a great job on the tight end blocking in space.
So here goes Buffalo. Possible 4-down territory, trying to score a touchdown on the opening drive. Here's Agbana in shotgun from the right hash mark. Third down and goal from the 3. Agbana takes the snap, hands off, fake handoff, and runs up the middle for a touchdown.
Yeah, I would have called that from right here. They were going to run the quarterback there.
Agbana's 5th touchdown of the season is the most on Buffalo's roster, and the Bulls march down and score a touchdown to take a 6-0 lead. 7:47 to go first quarter, and what a masterful drive.
And Mick, they hadn't lined up the running back like that all night. So when he's that close to the quarterback and in front of the quarterback's going to run the football. That's a tell. That's what we call a tell. Just like in poker, football also has tells.
And on for the extra point is Upton Bellenfant, the redshirt sophomore from Tennessee. He's a perfect 18 of 18 on extra points, making 19 of 19 as he splits the uprights. And Buffalo takes a 7-0 lead here in the first quarter with 7 minutes and 47 seconds to go. That was a drive that went 16 plays, 75 yards, and took 7 minutes and 13 seconds off the clock. That was a drive.
And they know that. Buffalo knows that. They want to keep the ball in their hands. That keeps it out of the hands of Koziel and Samanza, Braden Sloan, and T.J. Horton, and Justin Bowen. So they're trying to do the same thing we try to do with other teams as well.
I mean, Henderson only had 3 yards per carry. 9 carries, 27 yards on the drive. Usually you'll take 3 yards a pop, but it was the Agbana 4 for 4 for 38 yards that kind of separated that drive.
And when they set the tone with throwing hitch and slant and the swing pass to Henderson as well, because he did have a 14-yard reception. So.
Right. Here's Bellenfant to kick it for Buffalo left to right as they lead at 7-0, 7:47 to go in the first quarter from UB Stadium in Buffalo, New York. Bellenfant, the right-footed kicker, sends it end over end. Malcolm Gilley waits for it at the 5-yard line, catches it with his heels at the 3, turns on the Jets, looks for a blocker, nobody's there, and he barely gets back past the 15-yard line, and he's at Ball State's 19. It is a limited return for the 6th best return man in the country per yards, and Ball State has to start back at its own 19.
Their blocking scheme broke down on the left side here at the hash, and Buffalo got a guy through basically untouched.
First offensive possession for Ball State, down to Buffalo 7-0, 7:42 to go first quarter. He's Chris Radican, I'm Mick Tidrow. Matt Tuttle's producing back in our network studios. Samanza stands in shotgun for Ball State, left hash mark, 2 wide receivers right on 1st and 10 for the 19, fakes the handoff, throws it to Koziel right up the left seam and nabs it at the 34-yard line of Ball State and then steps to the 35 before being hit by Brown. It is a pickup of 16 yards on Ball State's first play from scrimmage.
It's just the old 4 verts concept. You're going to run the All-American tight end right up the middle. Tough to cover.
That is the 69th reception for Tanner Koziel this year. First all-time in most catches by a tight end in a single season. Broke the record last week. He gives Ball State first down and 10 at its own 35-yard line, trailing by a touchdown. Samanza's under center for the left hash mark. Looks left, looks right. 4 down Bulls lineman, fakes the handoff right, spins left. Samanza's hit as he throws. It's incomplete, intended for Gilley on the crossing route at the 50 left hash. And it's second down and 10 at Ball State's 35.
That was totally covered by Buffalo. One of the reasons was the fake wasn't great by Caden. So he didn't sell the run a la Peyton Manning style back in the day on the stretch. He's got to sell that fake just a little bit more with more of a wide takeoff out of his catch. After he catches the snap, he's got to sell that just a little bit more.
Second and 10 for Ball State, back at its own 35-yard line. 2 running backs on either side of Samanza. Takes the snap at the left hash mark, hands it off to the right. It's Pemberton who grabs it and churns the legs and pounds down to the 43-yard line. It is a gain of 8, 3rd down and 2. The tackle by Sean Dolak, the nation's leading tackler.
He's so hard to bring down. He runs so hard. That would be terrible to have to tackle him on a night like this.
Yeah, he gained
He was
40 pounds in the offseason of muscle.
Nick, he was hit at 3 yards, and he got about another 6 or 7.
Ball State has 3rd down and 2 from its own 43-yard line. Simonza's in shotgun from the left hash mark. 2 wide receivers right. Simonza takes the snap. It's Pemberton again, straight up the gut. Dolak tries to hit him, but Vaughn Pemberton picks up the 1st down to the Ball State 46-yard line on a gain of 4. It's a Reed's Plumbing 1st down.
Again, same thing. He got hit and spun just a little bit, half spin, and fell forward for another probably 3 feet. So great job by Vaughn. He runs hard, man.
Vaughn Pemberton, last game, 14 rushes, 69 yards, and just continues to improve in his junior season. Pemberton stays in the game. Simonza's under center. 1st down and 10 for the Cardinals at their own 46-yard line. Simonza looks right, puts Cam Pickett in motion right to left. Hands it off to Pickett on the jet sweep, turns the edge, peels forward past the 50, and into plus territory down to the Bulls' 49-yard line. It is a gain of 4. Check that. They're going to move the ball to the 48-yard line. They say it's a gain of 6. 2nd down and 4.
Here's the crazy thing. He missed the hole inside. He had leverage inside. Tanner was blocking his guy outside. If he would have cut up inside, he probably would have got another 10 or 12 yards.
13 rushes for 120 yards for Cam Pickett this year as a wide receiver.
You know how hard that is to stop a full-speed guy getting the football, running horizontally. It's really hard to stop.
Braden Sloan checks in at running back. The Cardinals have 2nd down and 3 at the Bulls' 48-yard line. 5 minutes to go first quarter. Cards down 7. Simonza takes the snap, fakes the handoff, throws Pickett right numbers, has to get past one man, stiff arms him, and then it's a roll toward the sidelines. 3 flags fly.
Yeah, it's a face
and it's
mask.
down to the Bulls' territory at the 38-yard line. So a gain of 10 as it stands right now. We'll see what the flags bring for Ball State.
As he went to make the tackle, he got the face mask.
Personal foul. Face mask on the defense. 15-yard penalty from the end of the run. Automatic 1st down.
Yeah, there were 3 tacklers that are waiting for Cam Pickett, but Ball State moves up.
Here's the thing that impressed me about Cam Pickett is he is so strong. Even when they get their hands on him and they think they've got him dead to rights, he still keeps moving. His legs are moving. He's a strong kid.
Ball State 1st down and 10 at the Bulls' 23-yard line. Inside 5 minutes to go, down by 7. Empty backfield, 2 wide receivers right. Simonza from the right hash mark. Looks left, takes the snap. 3-step drop, 4 down linemen rushing him. Simonza has time, rolls out of the pocket left, heaves it toward the end zone. Curling into the touchdown is Justin Bowick, who catches at the chest for 6. Ball State cuts the lead of Buffalo to 1, and Ball State with a touchdown from Simonza to Bowick, pending the extra point, can tie this thing up.
So Caden moving the pocket, running outside the pocket, allowed Justin go from the backside and run all the way across the deep part of the field, wide open. Buffalo almost gave up on that play guarding. They did not think he was going to throw the ball to him. He was open at the goalpost, and Caden threw it to him almost in the corner. It was great.
Second touchdown in as many weeks for Justin Bowick. And now Jackson Corville's on for the extra point for Ball State to try and tie it up at 7 with 4.5 to go in the first quarter. Here's Corville to our left. True sophomore kicker awaits, and this one's up and straight on through.
Yep.
Ball State responds after the 16-play Buffalo drive in which the Bulls took off 7 minutes and 13 seconds. The Cardinals go down the field in 7 plays and score a touchdown. They win 81 yards, and it's capped off by the Bowick touchdown reception from Simonza for 23 yards. Cardinals 7, Bulls 7.
Bowick's going to be a problem for defenses.
Yeah, man, this is a completely different offense with Justin Bowick in the game, and Buffalo's finding out just like Miami did last week.
Yep.
So 7-7 first quarter with 4 minutes and 34 seconds to go in the frame, and it is a media timeout here from UB Stadium. First quarter today brought to you in part by GameBridge. Winning demands consistency. Find a better way to grow your money at GameBridge.io. That's GameBridge.io. Cardinals and Bulls knotted up at 7 after 1 drive apiece on the Cards GameBridge Radio Network from Learfield. Fans, be sure to check out Ashley Home Furnishings, located at 3400 North Morrison Road in Muncie for all of your furniture needs. That is Ashley Home Furnishings for all of your furniture needs. Chris Raddick and Mick Tidra with you. Matt Tuttle's back in our network studios. Ball State and Buffalo all knotted up at 7 apiece. 4 minutes and 34 seconds to go in the first quarter. What a drive and a response from Ball State there, Chris. After a 16-play drive from the Bulls that resulted in a touchdown on 3rd and goal, the Cardinals just march right down the field and score.
By the way, that's a good defense. They just did that too.
It's a really good defense.
Effective run game, effective pass game. Very nice. Good job by Coach Elliott there calling that. And I love that when an opening drive works, because they've ran it all week in that order.
Right.
To try to get in sync and try to get some rhythm, because that's very important. Start off the game like that, huge for the Cardinals.
It's a Buffalo team that is a win away from becoming bowl eligible, as Carson Homer sends it from right to left, and Buffalo's going to return this one with Sperling, and he's in between the hash marks, past the 30-yard line, and then chopped down at the 32 of Buffalo. This one's Riley Tolsma and George Udo in on making the tackle. So first down and 10 for Buffalo at its own 32-yard line. See if Ball State's defense can limit what Buffalo does this drive. Both teams picked up 5 first downs on their respective drives, which is kind of crazy to think about, Chris, when you talk about the difference in time of possession on those first drives. Ball State had the ball for 4 less minutes on their first drive than Buffalo had.
Yeah,
and they still had 5 first downs each.
Well, that last play was 30, almost 28 yards. So,
right.
They got bigger plays than Buffalo did.
Ogbonna has first down and 10 for Buffalo at his own 32-yard line. Quick throw out to the tight end, Orlando. He's smashed down at the numbers right at the line of scrimmage. Stemler's there second. Jordan Coleman popped him first.
Yeah, Coleman did a great job because he was getting mauled by that receiver. Shed the block and got to the ball carrier quickly.
So Buffalo stuck in second down and 10 at its 32-yard line. 4 minutes to go first quarter. We're tied at 7 here from UB Stadium in Buffalo, New York. Thanks for spending your Tuesday night action with us. Ogbonna back in shotgun for the right hash mark. 2nd and 10 at the 32. Henderson stands stationary to his left. Ball State shows 4 down linemen. Newsom and Stemler, the linebackers, await. They both move left as Ogbonna hands it off to Henderson, who goes right. Ball State's defense suffocates him down near the line of scrimmage. It was both Stemler, Newsom, and then Riley Tolsma came in as well. Those 2 linebackers saw that play immediately and shifted left.
The read keys were there. They went to the ball. Keontae did a great job of creating the edge, forcing Henderson to go back inside.
No gain. 3rd down and 10. Ogbonna for the right hash. Throws the ball right side numbers. It's incomplete. Miles Norman on the coverage as Johnson can't get there. And Ball State's defense forces a 3 and out against Buffalo after they went 16 plays last drive.
Yeah.
This one goes 3. It's an American Pest Pros defensive stand. Check out AmericanPestPros.com and ask for the Ball State discount. That is about as good of a response as you can have defensively after your offense went down and tied this ball game up.
Yep.
To punt it away is Ethan Duane, the junior out of, guess where?
Buffalo.
Australia.
Whoa.
Duane punts this one. High end over end kick. Waiting for it is Nick Munson, who calls the fair catch at Ball State's 27-yard line.
Munson's one of 2 East Noble Knights on this team.
Absolutely,
Need a timeout.
And he made the right decision there. You always talk about, hey, just call the fair catch and catch it. Don't do anything crazy.
You're
sometimes.
all alone. Just pretend nobody else is around you. You know how many times I've done that in my life? 0. Still 0.
I was going to say, I don't know how many times you returned punts.
Never.
How many times did Coach let you in practice?
It's absolutely 0. Absolutely 0. Next time will be the first time.
Next time will be the first time. You know what? We'll get backyard football game, and I'll let you return a punt.
That would be terrible. that would be the worst thing anybody ever saw.
Ball State's second offensive possession will be at its own 27-yard line. 1st and 10 with 3:11 to go. First quarter, 7-7 ball game. Ball State has a chance for its first lead when we come back. Pride Mark Student Athlete of the Week is brought to you in part by Pride Mark Construction. Excellence in the highest standard of quality, the focus of Pride Mark. Supporters of Ball State and the Muncie community. Our Pride Mark Student Athlete of the Week, Justin Bowick, had a career day, 170 yards, 2 catches of 50-plus. With 1 touchdown against Miami. Guess what? Following that up great today. Has a touchdown reception after 1 drive. Justin Bowick, congratulations. You are the Pride Mark Student Athlete of the Week. First quarter continues next on the Gamebridge Radio Network from Learfield. Hey, when the game takes you on the road, we're there. Check into the Courtyard Muncie at Rising Convention Center. You'll find everything you need to transform your visit into a relay of 6 yards. 2nd down and 4 from Kelly to Horton on the pitch.
Yeah, TJ was kind of dead in the water there at about 2 or 3 yards, and he just kind of kept his feet moving, cut back inside, and managed to get almost 6. So good job by TJ. They said they were going to feature him just a little bit more today.
Horton checks out, and there's 5 wide receivers for Samanza, who's back in the game at quarterback. 2nd down and 4 for Ball State at the 33-yard line. Samanza from the right hash mark takes the snap, flings one to Horton. He's actually on the field, split out wide right, catches it, breaks 2 tackles, surges forward, fighting for extra yardage.
He's still not down.
And he was knocked.
Box Keen on the inside zone, and Caden did the right thing by pulling it. Box Keen on the inside zone, and Caden did the right thing by pulling it. Finally, we see that. We finally see that. We've been talking about it all year. Pull the ball, Caden.
And he does exactly that to get it down 1st and 10 at Buffalo's 15-yard line. 1.5 minutes to go in the first quarter. 7-7 ball game, and the Cardinals looking for their first lead. Samanza's in shotgun for the right hash mark. Looks left. Puts a man in motion. It's Kyle Kelly right to left. Now goes behind Samanza. It's a fake handoff to Kelly. Samanza moves the pocket left. Looks into the end zone. Has time. Throws it short. It's incomplete. Intended for Horton at the 10 numbers left.
He wanted Abney.
And it's 2nd down and 10 for Ball State at the 15-yard line of Buffalo.
He wanted Abney so bad in the end zone, but Christian was covered.
So Ball State 2nd down and 10 at the Buffalo 15-yard line. 1:19 to play first quarter, 7-7 ball game.
If you're watching on TV, what you saw there was Caden really sell the run there. He sold the run, which made the defense completely flow the wrong way.
Samanza's back under center, 2nd and 10 for the Bulls' 15-yard line. Sends Koziel in motion left to right. It's a handoff to Koziel on the jet sweep. Koziel bounces off 2 tacklers, hits the 10-yard line, numbers right, and is down to the 9. Ball State picks up 6 yards. It's 3rd down and 4 at the Bulls' 9-yard line. We're seeing a little bit of everything. A Caden Samanza 53-yard rush to now a Tanner Koziel 6-yard jet sweep.
It's funny, when Tanner runs the ball, he's tackled, but he falls forward. He's so tall, he still gets 3 more yards. It's great.
Can Ball State capitalize? 3rd down and 3. Officially at the 9-yard line of Buffalo. 45 seconds and ticking here in the first quarter. Ball State looking for its first lead of the night on the road here from UB Stadium. Samanza's in the shotgun for the right hash mark. He's looking at Pickett, sends Pickett in motion from right to left, and now there's a whistle. Coach New has to use a timeout, and he's not happy about it.
He shouldn't be. Need to get the play. You got to have your play tiled up
Ball
there,
State.
ready to go.
That's their first laugh. This full media timeout.
So that is a full media timeout with 31 seconds to go here in the first quarter. 7-7. Ball State and Buffalo all knotted up. The Cardinals inching closer to a touchdown or a field goal attempt here on the second offensive drive.
Depending on what they get here, Mick, they may go.
Yeah, 3rd down and 3. Get a couple yards here. Might be 4-down territory.
Let's get it all right here. How's that sound?
That sounds really good to me. Thank you to Terry Schwer at Sam Pierce Chevrolet at Sam Pierce Chevy in Danville for your support of Ball State Athletics. Visit sampiercechevy.com. That is sampiercechevy.com. More Cardinals and Bulls action when we return on the Cardinals Game Bridge Radio Network from Learfield. Hey, check out Jeff Jackson at Awards Plus, who makes all of the plaques for our Pride Mark Construction Student Athlete of the Week and our Chirpy Student Athlete Awards. See Jeff for all of your awards needs. Visit theawardsplus.com. That is theawardsplus.com. Ball State 7, Buffalo 7. 31 seconds to go in the first quarter. Chris Raddick and McTidrow. Matt Tuttle's in our network producing studios today. And Ball State has 3rd down and 3 at the Buffalo 9-yard line with 31 seconds to go here in the first quarter. Cardinals looking to score on back-to-back drives. CBS Sports Network showing Jared Elliott to our left here, sitting on TV. He got the GoPro camera.
Scheming and dreaming. You hate to say this is a statement down, but this is one of those, they need to make a statement right here, right now. You can really start to send a message to this other team that we're here to play.
Ball State 3rd down and 3 at the Buffalo 9-yard line. 7-7 score. Samanza takes a shotgun snap. Looks left, throws it to Koziel, who catches it, is turning the legs to the outside numbers left, and picks up a Ball State first down, brought to you by Reed's Plumbing, to the Buffalo 5-yard line. They needed 3, picked up 4.
And I've said it, I've said it all year, said it last night in the lobby when I was talking to some parents, talking to Tanner's mom. He's impossible. You put a DB on him, they can't cover him. They're just too small, and he's going to catch it.
See if Ball State tries to get one more play in here before the end of the first quarter, and the clock hits zeros. That does it for the first quarter, but Ball State is actually going to have the ball at the 2-yard line. One ref had him at the 5.
That's the end of the
Another
first
ref
quarter.
had him at the 2-yard line.
Immediate timeout.
Yeah.
So that's a big difference.
Huge.
So the near side ref gives him the extra 3 yards, and Ball State has 1st and goal from the 2-yard line. When we come back, start of the second quarter, it'll be 7-7 Ball State football here from UB Stadium. The chance to take a lead on the road. Kotal fans, time to level up your living. University Village has you covered with spacious 2, 3, and 4 bedroom furnished or unfurnished floor plans available for fall 2025. Just 1 mile from Ball State. Whether you're bringing your crew or looking for a roommate, come to our UV and see why it's Muncie's top, best valued off-campus housing. Text CHIRP to 51378. That's 51378 for your spot for fall 2025 today. Chirp, chirp, and go Cards from UV. Come back with the second quarter next. Ball State 2 yards away from pay dirt, 7-7 after 1 quarter on the Gamebridge Radio Network from Learfield. Thank you, Kyle Kelly, for welcoming us back from break. It's 7-7 here from UB Stadium as we begin the second quarter. Ball State has 1st and goal for the 2-yard line of Buffalo, and it has been a great first half for Ball State's offense. Hey, 4-Day Ray is now open in Yorktown, Indiana. It's a family-friendly restaurant that's sure to provide you an exceptional experience for dining, or you can carry it out too. Check out our menu at 4dayray.com. That's 4dayray.com. 4-Day Ray Brewing, brewed for a community. He's Chris Raddick, and I'm Mick Tidrow. Matt Tuttle is producing here tonight. Chris, Ball State has 1st and goal from the 2-yard line as we're waiting for the TV timeout to finish up. What do you think Ball State runs here?
Well, I mean, I'm biased, right? So you run the ball, and you run. It's literally 4.5, 5 feet to the pay dirt. So run the ball. If you don't get it in, you run the ball again. If you don't get it, you run the ball again. So I'm obviously a little bit biased. Last thing you want to do, and I said this to you on the way here, you throw the ball, two or 3 things can happen. 2 of them generally are bad, right? Incomplete or a pick. So just run the ball. They're going to have a loaded box. One of the answers is I would love to see Caden trot in on a zone read.
Right.
The other thing, I would love to see Tanner get the ball on the run again. And then the answer is always, in my opinion, it's Vaughn Pemberton right here. He's a load, and he's hard to bring down. It's not that far to go.
Ball State first down and goal at the Buffalo 2-yard line. Now working left to right as we start the second quarter. 7-7 ball game. Sabanza's under center, sends Pickett in motion right to left. It's a fake handoff to Pemberton. Throw to Koskiel, the end zone. Reaches all the way up. Snatches it out of thin air for a Ball State touchdown. The 7th of the year for Tanner Koskiel. And Ball State has a lead here in Buffalo.
Great call. And I know I said run the ball. That's just as effective. And what you're doing is you ran the jet motion across with the play action of Vaughn Pemberton, and then you throw it to your 6'7" tight end who's being guarded by a 5'10" DB. That's a win every time.
And Ball State has the lead, 13-7, pending the extra point from Jackson Corville here from Buffalo.
Great call.
As
Coach
Corville,
man.
Corville nods down to Brian Cooey, who holds it down for him at the 10-yard line, and Jackson Corville does the rest. 14-7, Cardinals in front, 5 seconds into the second quarter.
Buffalo with an attitude on that PAT. I ain't mad about it, but they're just mad right now.
Timeout.
So looking at that drive for Ball State, that was a 7-play, 73-yard drive. And for Ball State, that took off a total of 3 minutes and 16 seconds. So their first drive is a 3:08 scoring drive. This one 3:16. Both of them were 7 plays. Both result in touchdowns. Both result in Caden Samanza slinging a touchdown.
Great job. Coach Elliott really had them dialed in there. And bottom line is, kids executed. Up front they executed. Caden, that fake on that outside zone where he hit Tanner was wide open because Caden sold the run. When you sell the run against a run-heavy defense, it's going to open things up on the back end, and you're going to have mismatches with your receivers, especially what I'm talking about is Justin Bowick and Tanner Koza.
Thank you to Spencer DeVoe at DeVoe Chevrolet in Alexandria for support of Ball State Athletics. Visit DeVoeChevy.com. That's DeVoeChevy.com. We'll continue the second quarter when we come back. Ball State 14, Buffalo 7 on the Cardinals Gamebridge Radio Network from Learfield. Hey fans, be sure to check out West Fork Whiskey, newly partnered with Ball State Athletics. Visit them in person in Westfield, Indiana, or online at westforkwhiskey.com. That's westforkwhiskey.com. Ball State 14, Buffalo 7, 14:55 to go here in the first half. Ball State just scored on a touchdown pass from Samanza to Koziel. It's the 7th time those two have linked up this season. And now the Cardinals kick it away at their own 35-yard line from left to right. They've scored the last 2 touchdowns after Buffalo went 16 plays on the opening possession and scored a touchdown. It's been all Ball State's offense ever since. So here's Carson Homer about to boot it away from left to right. Homer steps up and delivers the right-footed swing. And Buffalo returns at the 8-yard line with Sperling. Jolts forward in between the hash marks, finds a lane, spins out of trouble, gets out of another tackler, and then falls forward past the 35, down to the 37, 38 of Buffalo. So that is an excellent return.
They've got to do a better job of closing down closing down on the ball carrier and getting hands on him more quickly. And I guarantee Coach Connolly's going to have a discussion about that. That will not make him happy at all.
So it's Buffalo football, first down and 10 at its own 38-yard line. 15 seconds into the second quarter, Ball State 14, Buffalo 7. Agbana breaks the huddle, has 3 wide receivers right, 1 left, and the running back's Henderson to his right. Agbana takes the snap, throws it quickly. It's Snow who catches, dances outside the numbers right to the 40, surges forward out of bounds to the 43-yard line of Buffalo. So they give him 5, second and 5.
Great block by Orlando on the outside. Gosh.
Yeah, Orlando only has 6 catches this year as a tight end, but boy, he can block.
He's like an extra O lineman out there.
Second and 5, shotgun snap, handoff to Henderson, bounces off a few tacklers and dives down to the 50. It's a first down as Tolsma hits Henderson from behind. 7-yard pickup, and Buffalo 2 plays, a first down. They're playing a little angry after going 3 and out last drive.
On his, I'll let the play go by.
Agbana takes the shotgun snap in between the hash marks. 3-step drop, looks left. He's hit as he throws. It's deep down the seam. It's caught by Victor Snow as he falls down the left seam inside the 10-yard line. Down to Ball State's 9. It's first and goal after a 41-yard pitch and catch to Victor Snow, who's the team's leader in receptions, yards, and touchdowns.
The play action got the DBs to bite, and he just got a step on the Ball State defense.
Buffalo's going no huddle. First and goal for the 9. It's a handoff to Henderson, breaks 1 tackler, sidesteps another, shimmies past a third, and now Tolsma from behind pulling him down at the 5. But there is a flag out after a 4-yard pickup, and this one is right at the line of scrimmage.
I got a feeling, but I'm going to wait.
Go ahead.
I think they were moving. I think Buffalo was moving.
Holding.
Nope.
Offense number 78. 10-yard penalty for foul. Repeat, first down.
I didn't see the hold, but they weren't set. They weren't all the way set.
That's Tyler Doughty, the right guard, senior from Gasport, New York, 3rd-team All-MAC last year.
It's got to be a good call if it's holding.
I thought linemen didn't hold.
Only the other teams do.
Oh, okay. 13:35 first quarter, Ball State 14, Buffalo 7. Bulls have the football, working it right to left, but now they're pushed back to the 19-yard line. First and goal from there.
Gives them a little bit more room. Empty set here.
5 wide receivers. Motion man is Cuff. Agbana pitches it to Cuff. He's hit once at the 21, but he breaks out of that tackle from George. Udo slips forward, and inside the 5-yard line, numbers right. He was down back behind the line of scrimmage.
Should have been a TFL.
And instead, it's a 15-yard rush down to the 4-yard line, second and goal.
George had a beat on him and just did not get leverage on him and wasn't able to get there.
So this makes it super manageable now for Buffalo. Second down and goal from the Ball State 4. It's a handoff to Birch. He's going backwards, and George Udo hits him first, but then Dede Snyder slings him down beyond the 10. And there is a massive tackle for loss for Dede Snyder.
Brandon Berger came in and absolutely smoked him.
Pete Lembo is just...
Well, I know what they're mad about.
In dismay right now with what happened. So let's see where they mark him back for forward progress, Chris, because he was pushed back at the 12-yard line.
Previous play is under review for targeting.
Yeah, I know that's what Pete's
for targeting.
about.
Yeah,
Because
so they put this ball at the 9-yard line. So third and goal for the 9, but they're going to look at targeting. And,
So-
you think it's Berger that came in at the end.
He absolutely tattooed him right at the end, and Mick, you and I are a long way away from where that play happened, so I can't speak. The TV's right in front of us, and we're going to get to take a look at it here in a second.
Well, TV showed Snyder bringing him down.
Right.
And then after the play, Berger hits him, and then TV goes for a hero
it's
cam
right here.
shot.
It's
They
on
go
TV.
Dede Snyder, and then they went to Berger.
This may not, you hate to speculate, but this
is time to speculate, I think, Chris,
it-
because when you're talking about targeting, I think this is such a – it's subjective but also objective.
I'm no what's the guy's name on CBS? The guy that does the but anyway, that his head was down.
After review, there is no targeting on the play.
Okay.
It'll be third down.
So Brandon
Got enough
had
of
his
the
head
shoulder.
down. Brett, he did lead with his shoulder, but his head was down, which indicates that's why they're going to look at it. So Ball State may have gotten away with one, and what that would have done was that would have disqualified Berger for the rest of the game.
Right, and would have been first and goal.
Yeah.
So instead, it's third and goal for the Ball State 9-yard line with 12:27 to play in the first half. Ball State 14, Buffalo 7. And so we'll see what Agbana draws up here with Coach Lembo and offensive coordinator Dave Patoned in his first season. as the OC for Buffalo. Shotgun formation for Agbana. Right hash mark, 3rd and goal for the 9. Takes a 3-step drop, throws it left corner of the end zone. It's intended for Snow, but incomplete as Coleman and Udo on the coverage. Ball wasn't even close to a diving Snow, and Ball State holds Buffalo to a field goal try, leading by 7.
Great job. Good coverage. He broke that route off just a little bit too late, and Agbana threw it too far. So great job by the Cards. Back to that targeting. I understand what the concern is with the targeting. So if I can be a little bit editorial here.
Go ahead.
But they're concerned about player safety, but sometimes those happen in a hustle play. There's not a lot of control over it.
26-yard field goal attempt from Upton Belafan for Buffalo for the right hash mark. This one is way, way high up there and easily sneaks home for 3 points.
He almost hit the Jumbotron.
It did almost hit the Jumbotron. The Jumbotron, Chris, is like 30 yards behind the goalpost, behind the track.
Maybe close to 50.
Yeah.
It is way, way out there.
So he's got a leg, and Belafant is 13 of 14 now on the season on field goals. So Ball State's lead trimmed to 4, 14-10 with 12:06 to go in the first half. And you're right. I think that there's always a reason to look at those targeting potential calls.
Yeah. You want to get it right.
And any opposing coach that their player gets hit in that situation is probably asking for
Correct.
it. For A, player safety, and B, for the penalty.
So many of those happen in just a scrum hustle situation. There's not a lot of control. So many of those, there's no malice intended in a lot of those. It's not like he's trying to he's just trying to get the guy down, because those guys don't go down very easy. So
they don't.
And I understand why they look at it. I think there's at some point the rules people are going to have to take a look at it, and the disqualification. For me personally, I'd rather just see a personal foul call and let the kid keep playing. You throw a kid out of a game, especially like early, and all he's trying to do is make a tackle.
Right.
That's my editorial for the night. I will get off my soapbox.
Hey, thank you to Jason Shively at Victory Honda of Muncie for support of Ball State Athletics. Visit victorymuncie.com. That's victorymuncie.com. We'll continue the first half when we come back. Cards up 14-10, 12:06 second quarter on the Gamebridge Radio Network from Learfield. We're back at UB Stadium in Buffalo, New York. The Cardinals have a 14-10 lead over the Buffalo Bulls after the Bulls just hit a 26-yard field goal. Upton Belafant, who made the field goal, is about to kick it from right to left for the Bulls. Ball State's waiting deep with Malcolm Gilley to our left, and now the Ball State special teams group is rearranging as Malcolm Gilley from way back was signaling what to do. Belafant kicks it away, end over end. Gilley calls for it at the 5-yard line, runs up the right hash mark, receives a block, lowers the shoulder, and here comes the wave of Bulls defenders to knock him down just past the 20 to the Ball State 22-yard line.
He kicks it so high, Mick. It's hard for the return team to block for that long.
Right. He puts that ball in the air.
That's a moonshot. Rainmaker, they call it.
They? Who's they?
Everybody.
Everybody. Okay.
Everybody.
Ball State 14, Buffalo 10 with 11:59 to go second quarter. Chris Radican, Mick Tidra with you. Thank you to Matt Tuttle producing here tonight on Tuesday Night Maction. Ball State has 1st and 10 from its own 22-yard line. Braden Sloan checks in at running back. Samanza jumps under center. Breath visible in the cold here. Takes the snap, throws the slant route. Boa catches at the 30 and spins forward to Ball State's 34-yard line. It's a gain of 12 and a Reed's Plumbing first down.
He's so long. It's hard. Once he gets inside leverage, it's a wrap. He's going to get the ball, and he's going to make the first down.
Boa had a 23-yard touchdown reception on the opening drive for Ball State. That's back-to-back weeks he has a touchdown catch. in only his 4th week back from injury. 1st and 10 for Ball State at its own 34-yard line. They're taking a long time sifting through the play call in the huddle. And now Samanza breaks the huddle, jumps under center with Pemberton behind him. 2 wide receivers left, 2 tight ends in. Samanza takes the snap, fakes the handoff. 3-step drop, here comes pressure, throws it short, caught by the tight end, Tice Farrell. Right at the line of scrimmage, numbers left, no gainer. 2nd down and 10. That is Farrell's 2nd reception as a Cardinal.
When you see Caden on that fake, he dips his head with the ball down. It brings everybody forward. But unfortunately, Buffalo got a little bit of pressure. He had to rush it out to the hot route. But
he got hit as he threw it.
Yeah, good fake by Caden. Really good fake by Caden. He fixed that.
Cade now steps into the shotgun. 2nd down and 10 from the Ball State 34. He's at the left hash mark. Running back to his right is Pemberton. 2 wide receivers in. Samanza takes the snap. Hand off to Pemberton. Shows patience, and then an ankle tackle brings him down to the 35. It's a pickup of 1. 3rd down and 9 for Ball State with 10.5 minutes to play. First half, Cardinals leading 14-10 over the Bulls.
And Buffalo did a really nice job at the point of attack, kind of getting across the blocks, shedding the blocks at the point of attack, and getting the ball carried. Vaughn just had nowhere to go on that one. Vaughn, in my opinion, Vaughn's not a horizontal runner. Vaughn's more of a downhill runner. And sometimes when you try to make guys do things that they're not good at, it doesn't work out well.
3rd down and 9 for Ball State at its own 35. 2 running backs in, 3 wide receivers. Samanza takes the snap. Here comes the 5-man rush. Samanza stays in and throws it deep down the left sideline. Boa catches it. It's a foot race to the 20 to the 15, and he's brought down by Charles McCarthins. Justin Bowick with another masterful catch and races into the red zone to the 12-yard line of Buffalo.
That changes the whole dynamic of the Ball State offense, having him on the field.
It's another 52-yard pitch and catch from Samanza to Bowick. And now Ball State has 1st and 10 at the Bulls' 12-yard line, leading 14-10. 9.5 minutes to go in the first half. Justin Bowick has 3 catches for 87 yards today and a touchdown after he had 11 catches for 170 last week.
Kyle Kelly in.
And now Samanza takes the snap.
Nope,
pitches it to Malcolm Gilley from the left hash mark. Gilley turns on the Jets, hits the corner, runs down the sideline, dances in, reaches for the end zone. Touchdown, Malcolm Gilley. Off the end around, Ball State scores on a 3rd straight drive, and the Cardinals lead it 20-10.
2 things. I think they're going to look at that. Number 2, holy cow, Chris Hood was mauling his guy out by the sideline. You're talking about a 6'10", 320-pound guy chasing a faster, more athletic defender and just mauling him. Very impressive. I wouldn't be surprised if they look at that. And here they go. Yep.
The ruling on the previous play is a touchdown, and it's under review.
So Gilley toe tapping the sideline. Did he lose the football first, and did it go into the end zone?
It has to be in the other arm.
And what an effort from Buffalo's defense. You can't.
Yeah, the other arm.
And what an effort from Buffalo's defense. You can't shortchange that.
I go back to the Chris Hood. Holy cow, the progression of Chris Hood throughout this season has been amazing.
That was Murdoch who knocked that free. That would have been
shocking.
his 5th fumble forced of the season.
Shocking.
He's one of the best in the country, top 3 in forcing fumbles.
So the question is right here, we're
game.
watching it in a little bit better view. So he's short, and is the ball across, and where does it go out? I think it could, in my opinion, I know I'm biased, I think it goes out at the 1. You
think it goes out of bounds before it crosses the plane?
Correct, yeah. And in my opinion, I think it crosses.
It looked like it might have went over the pylon.
It went under the pylon.
You think it went under the pylon?
But here's the deal. I'm the Ball State color football analyst. What do I know? So
you know a lot. You played the game. You coached the game. And it's all about the replay angles.
Yeah.
There's no doubt the ball was loose before he crossed the plane. It's who has the football and where's it at.
And here's the underlying theme. Is there enough to overturn the call? The call on the field was a touchdown. Is there enough evidence on the film to overturn the call that was on the field? My opinion, there probably is.
From that, yes,
yeah,
but
absolutely.
who has the football is the
Correct.
question.
And that's probably, and my guess is he's watching that. He's trying to figure out where that ball went out of bounds. And if it went under the pylon, he's good. If it went over, it's Ball State's football.
This is
Buffalo football, sorry.
This is a massive call here in the first half with 9:05 to play. Ball State leads at 20-10 as it stands right now because of Gilley scoring off an end around. Bowick had a 53-yard reception on this drive on 3rd and 9.
Ball State's offense is coming out like they know what's up.
Yeah,
And
but
they're
is
retreating now.
After review, The runner fumbled the ball short of the goal line at the half-yard line.
That's what I said.
The ball went out of bounds there, so it'll be second down.
So Ball State really catches a break because that could have fumbled into the end zone to be a touchback.
Correct, and it goes back to the same thing I was discussing just a second ago. If he has that ball in the outside hand, when he gets hit, the ball's not popped out. Okay, that's the bottom line. So it's a fundamental thing that you've got to have your kids doing out there. I know they're taught that, they're coached that. So here we go.
Drew Hughes checks in at fullback. He has 1 touchdown reception as a defensive lineman this year. Ball State's packing the line. First and goal for the 1 yard line. Cardinals up 4. Turnaround, handoff on
Touchdown.
Pemberton, churns the legs, and he hits the goal line, but there's no signal. It's not a touchdown.
I thought he got in.
He's inches short. It's second down and goal for Ball State. So the Cardinals inside 9 minutes lead at 14-10 here in Buffalo, but knocking on the door of another score. Touchdown was taken back. Ruled a fumble at the half-yard line. And after a no-gainer from Pemberton, Ball State has second and goal.
2 words for you, Mick.
Drew Hughes.
Tush push.
Neither one of us could count. We both said 2 words. Ball State goes Hughes back in the fullback position. Sabanza's under center. Second down and goal. It's a handoff to Pemberton. This time he scoots home. Ball State with a touchdown to take a 2-possession lead. 20-10 here in Buffalo. Von Pemberton with his second touchdown of the season.
Kudos to Drew Hughes there for leading the way. That what he did there, he just takes off. He's got one job, just create a lane. And Vaughn's been coached, get right behind number 47 and just run into the end zone.
So after all the hoopla, was it a touchdown? Was it a fumble from Malcolm Gilly? Ball State able to convert anyway for a 20-10 lead. 8:14 to go here in the first half. And how about this Ball State offense?
All gas, no brakes. Don't let off.
This has been just methodical. 3 drives, now 3 touchdowns. And here's Jackson Corville to try and make it an 11-point game in which the sure-footed kicker does absolutely that. 21-10, 8:14 to play first half. Let's go ahead and take a look at the drive chart as Ball State with another scoring drive. Chris, that was another 7-play drive, 77 yards, 3:45 taken off the clock. It's lucky number 7s today. All 3 touchdown drives have been exactly 7 plays and have been between 3 minutes and 8 seconds and 3:45 off the clock.
And they've been a nice mixture of big plays and dink and dunk plays. You know what I mean? Getting 3 or 4 yards when you can, and then Coach Elliott spotting some deficiency in the defense and taking advantage of it and hitting the big play.
Let's go ahead and pause 10 seconds for station ID. This is the Ball State Cardinals Gamebridge Radio Network from Learfield. It's a media timeout. Ball State leads at 21-10 here on the road at Buffalo. 8 minutes and 14 seconds to go. We'll come back with more first half action after a word from our sponsors on the Cardinals Gamebridge Radio Network from Learfield. Hey, Coda fans, make sure to check out A1 Graphics. That's A-1graphics.com, a valued printing partner of Ball State Athletics, A-1graphics.com. 21-10, Ball State in front of Buffalo, 8 minutes and 14 seconds to go in the first half. Ball State 3 drives, 3 touchdowns, and the Cardinals have been efficient as can be.
Yeah.
Now Buffalo's about to get the football back, down 11.
But so here's my question. So there is 0 wind up there. The flags are
There's
not
none,
even not a flag out there.
Which I can't believe when we're talking about midweek action.
I
There's
know,
no wind.
but
Buffalo.
none of the kicks have gone in the end zone. So, and I know the Buffalo kid kicks it a million miles in the air.
I don't know, elevation maybe?
That's his style. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Niagara Falls just
Yeah, maybe
playing
that's
tricks
it.
on people.
Has something to do. Well, we're close to Canada, so.
True. Also, so our trivia tonight is how many gallons per minute go over Niagara Falls during peak season? We'll have that answer near the end of the second quarter.
The winner gets a prize of absolutely nothing.
Carson Homer kicks it from left to right for Ball State. This one spins around, and the freshman Ronell Davis returns this one. And in between the hash marks, he's planted down at the Buffalo 24-yard line. There's Gilmore making a play, transfer from Syracuse on special teams.
So dialed in on him. He came flying in from the side. Yeah, people are frantically typing on their Google machines right now.
Right, so it's how many gallons per minute in peak season goes over the Niagara Falls every minute. How many gallons of water? It is an astounding number when we saw it earlier today.
Can I take a guess?
No.
Oh, that's not
First
fair.
and 10 for Buffalo at its own 24-yard line. I already told you the answer.
Yeah, but you know I
Bonnet
forgot.
takes the snap, hands it off to Anderson straight up the middle, wiggles free, and he's popped down by Drew Hughes at the Buffalo 28-yard line. So pick up a 4, second down and 6. You did not forget.
What was the question? I don't even remember what the question was.
Squirrel.
Buffalo's O-line is absolutely mauling the D-line right now, so Ball State's got to fix that.
After this drive, we'll give that answer to that trivia question. Second and 6 for Buffalo at its own 28-yard line. Inside 8 minutes, Ball State's up 11. It's Agbana handing it off to Henderson. Hits the right hash mark, squeezes through 2 defenders, and the ball's out. Ball State says it has it. Brandon Berger, Miles Norwood all pointing at the 35 to Ball State. Here come the referees, who has the football down at the bottom of the pile, and it's Ball State football.
How about that?
Keontae Newsom with a celebration, and it's a storm of Ball State defenders ending up with the football, and Ty Baldwin's the one that was underneath it.
So his second effort actually caused him to fumble, is what I'm guessing, because the way the pile was from up here, you just couldn't see it come out. And he's working. He does not have it secure when he hits the hole. And
George Udo forced that football free.
Oh, he started the lawnmower, Mick.
He
just started the lawnmower. He pulled it right out.
Throwing that arm up as many times as possible. Well, that was a short drive for Buffalo. And the answer to the trivia question is 40 million gallons of water every minute goes over the Niagara Falls.
I feel like that's a lot.
It's not a lie.
I feel like that's a lot.
A lot,
that's
yeah.
Quite a bit.
It's quite a bit. 40 million gallons.
And you and I saw that this morning. It is a lot of water.
Ball State first down at 10 at the Buffalo 34 after the forced fumble. Kyle Kelly takes the snap, hands it off to Von Pemberton, who turns the legs outside the numbers left and is inside the 30-yard line of Buffalo as the Cardinals lead 21-10. 7:15 and the clock rolls on as Ball State stands at the 30-yard line on a pickup of 4 from Pemberton.
At some point, I feel like Ball State's going to break open with Kyle at quarterback a little bit when they give him that package. I feel like they're going to break open a little bit, and I think it's coming. They just haven't done it enough this year to make it effective, but they're getting there.
Simons is back in at quarterback from the pistol formation. Second down at 6 at the Buffalo 30. Takes a snap, looks left, rolls out right. Here comes the rush, and Simons is obliterated in the backfield. 2 defenders there, and the first man on the scene looks to be Kobe Stewart. That is his 7.5 sack on the season. The Alabaster, Alabama product gets home. So this pushes Ball State back 10 yards to the 40-yard line of Buffalo. 3rd and 16 with 6.5 minutes to play in the first half.
Yeah, they ran a little twist on the top side, on the Ball State side, and he just got inside of Chris Hood, and they didn't get a good switch up front.
And Stewart's the team's leading sacker and pushes Ball State close to the brink of field goal range. And like you mentioned a few minutes ago, that ball's not flying very far in the air. Simons is in shotgun in between the hash marks. 3rd and 16. Sets up the screen. It's a catch by Pickett, and he's going backwards. He crossed from left to right, and there's the defense led by Red Burdock for the tackle, and it pushes Ball State back to the 41-yard line on a loss of 1. So it's 4th and 17. Do you keep Caden Simons in there to pooch kick it, or are you just going for it because the offense is staying on the field?
I would punt it here. And me, personally, I would just punt it, try to pin them a little bit. You've shown that you can stop them. You've shown that you can get a takeaway. You're up 21-10. and they are just going to keep him in. He made Pooch kick it.
Yeah, he's standing in shotgun for the right hash mark. 4th down and 17 at the 41. Now backs up to the 50, takes the snap. This is 4th punt of the year for Caden Samanza. This one spirals around, hits the 5-yard line, continues to roll, and Ball State can't get there. Gilly tried to dive and smack it out of the end zone, but it rolled all the way to the blue Buffalo end zone for a touchback.
Yeah, so I like the call. I do. Either way, you're not giving the ball at the 46.
Sideline warning.
To
Buffalo. There's no yardage associated with the warning. Be 1st and 10, Buffalo.
Not supposed
Media
to do that.
timeout.
So it's 1st and 10, Buffalo at its own 20-yard line. Ball State 21, Buffalo 10 with 5 minutes and 22 seconds first half.
Here's my only problem with that, with the little Pooch kick. You've got guys in there that don't do it, right? That don't cover it. Put your specialists in that are well skilled at getting that ball and stopping it at the 1-yard line or the 2-yard line. Not that it's a bad call. I'm not saying that at all. But if you're going to kick it, just use your team that is used to kicking it and covering. So
see, I'll play the other side of the coin because Caden's done it pretty well this year.
He has done a really good job. I'm not mad about the call. I'm just saying,
right.
Right.
You just mean to get your best special team hands,
the guys that are taught
on that
and
to go hit it,
how to go cover that kick.
Fair.
And have your punter kick it real high and let them catch it and make that returner catch it at the 4-yard line or something like that.
Hey, when the holidays get real, start at Kohl's and Kohl's.com, where Chris does his shopping.
Oh, yeah.
And you can find Black Friday deals. Kohl's, where families come first. I know where Chris will be holiday shopping this year. It's Kohl's.
December 24th every year. 5 o'clock.
Don't tell me that. I hope your wife, Krista's not listening.
She is. She knows.
She knows?
27 years. She's been married to me. She knows how it works.
Do Delaney and Anna know that from when they were kids? Did they know that you shopped that late?
No.
Do you think they're listening?
No, they're not.
Okay, so Krista hopefully doesn't report this back to home base.
They know how I am.
Okay. 21-10, Ball State leads. Buffalo 5:22 first half. We'll continue here as Chris looks for Christmas presents on Kohl's.com and the Gamebridge Radio Network from Learfield. That's funny that the Kohl's read just happened to be after Chris was looking at Kohl's.com for his Christmas presents. 21-10, Ball State leads Buffalo, 5:22 to go first half. It's Buffalo football, 1st down and 10 at the Buffalo 20-yard line. The Bulls come back after fumbling last drive. Agbana takes the snap, hands it off to Henderson, who squeaks through a hole, bounces out to the numbers right, and Ball State's Udo whacks him down past the 35 to the Buffalo 37.
When he watches film tomorrow, he won't
27.
be happy about that. If he would have planted his right foot and cut up the field, he would have got the first down.
To the 27, rather. So it's a pickup of 7, 2nd down and 3 for Buffalo. Shotgun for the right hash mark. Abana takes a snap, throws it to Snow. Numbers left, gets outside toward the sideline, dances around and dives out into his own sideline. It's a pickup to the Buffalo 36-yard line. Gain of 9, and Buffalo moves the sticks.
Boy, Evan King did a great job on that perimeter block there. Tight end for Buffalo. Did an absolutely great job.
Yeah, King, Orlando, and Schnackenberg only have combined 8 catches as tight ends. They are blockers to their core.
It says he's 6'1", 250. There is no way. He is bigger than that.
I know. 1st and 10 for Buffalo, thrown 36. Quickly thrown to the left side, snatched by Jenkins. At the Buffalo 40, numbers left for a 4-yard pickup. 2nd down and 6 for Buffalo. Clock at 4:20 as Ball State leads by 11 as we approach the end of the first half.
This is the opening drive that Buffalo ran. They're running the same exact plays.
And why not? Because they went 16 plays for a touchdown. Here's Ogbonna from the Hash marks left in shotgun. Victor Snow goes bouncing around from right to left in motion. Agbana throws it deep. Left seam. Jenkins catches it. He's off to the races. Norwood brings him down at the hips. Inside the 15, down to the Ball State 11-yard line. It is a pickup of 51 yards as it stands, but there is a flag down at the 40, but both teams are moving back into Ball State's red zone, so this might be on Ball State.
Well, the play fake, the dip of the shoulders.
Holding.
For the
Defense, number 26. Penalties decline. First down.
So it's on Norwood, who was in coverage, and Jenkins got by him anyway.
And the dip of the shoulders by Agbana caused the DBs to hesitate on their pass coverage. Got him wide open behind him.
Yeah, Jenkins just got right by him, and Agbana threw a beauty. So 1st and 10 at Ball State's 11 for Buffalo, trying to make this a one-possession game. Inside 4 minutes to go first half. Agbana's in the pistol from the left hash mark. Takes the snap, fakes the handoff to Henderson. Is tied in. Orlando's tripped. It's incomplete. It would have been a touchdown, but it looked like, Chris, a Ball State defender just threw out a foot.
Yeah,
and tripped Orlando.
We call that the old leg whip. So he was going to catch it in the middle of the field for a touchdown.
He was easily going to score.
Yeah, so you trip him and knock him down. It's not still first down.
Pass interference. Defense, number 10. It's the spot of the foul. Automatic first down.
So anything can happen at this point.
It's on George Udo. So, let's look at this replay. Orlando went straight up the middle, and, well, actually, Udo it was more of like a hip check with his hand and then kind of put the foot up there, but it was less of a trip than I thought.
Still better than a touchdown.
Right. 1st and goal from the 6 for Buffalo. 3:44 to go first half. Handoff Henderson. Continues to break tackles, and he's in for a Buffalo touchdown. That's a big man's run.
Yeah.
And Henderson has his 5th on the season to tie Agbana for the most on the team. It's 21-16 pending the extra point. Buffalo's within 1 score. 3:40 first half.
Bulls did a really nice job of going with the light personnel there, opened up the box a little bit and just let their workhorse do work.
So on for the extra point for the Buffalo Bulls is Upton Belenfant. He's not missed an extra point this year. He is a perfect 20 for 20. Right-footed kicker in between the hash marks at the 2-yard line. Dwayne puts the ball down, and Belenfant hits it right on through. 21-17. Ball State's lead is 4 with 3 minutes and 40 seconds to play. And the Cardinals get the football back with a chance to score right before halftime. They also get the ball to start the second half, so really can extend this game.
Get a 2-for-1.
And this lead big time.
And penalties cost them on that. Penalties and a couple broken down plays. A great block on that opener by Evan King just to get the receiver out on the perimeter. There's no denying that. And then the big play after that. I honestly like what Buffalo did in their response. They're kind of they were getting run over just a little bit, and they came out, they settled their guys down, and they said, here we go, let's put a good drive together. They did exactly that.
So Belenfant about to kick it from right to left for Buffalo, wearing those all-black uniforms with the blue numerals in the front and back. Those are clean uniforms.
Oh, very nice.
I'll admit it.
They're tight.
But I think Ball States are better. The all-whites with the Dancing Charlie helmet.
The all-whites are dope. Those are so cool.
Back to return is Malcolm Gilley. Heels at his own end zone to our left. A crisp Tuesday night action affair. And here goes Belenfant kicking it from right to left. This ball is high, but it is end over end. Gilley can return it at his 8-yard line. Numbers right. Takes it at the chest, rolls toward the numbers right, past the 30, spins out of a tackler, still moving the legs. Malcolm Gilley, the 6th best returner in college football, moves Ball State out to the 35-yard line. 1st and 10 from there.
Great job by Malcolm there. Kept his feet going. If you're not down, you're not down. You keep going, right? So he did a great job.
27 yards per return for Gilley, and he actually gets Ball State out to the 37. They gave him 2 extra yards.
Let's get another 3-minute and something drive here.
That's where Ball State's sweet spot has been. Ball State has 1st down and 10 at its own 37-yard line, leading Buffalo 21-10, 3 minutes and 32 seconds. Ball State scored on in each of its first 3 drives of the night. Didn't score last drive. Here's Simons in the shotgun for the right hash mark. Takes the snap. Hand off to T.J. Horton. Slips past one tackler and then bounces toward the right hash mark and picks up 1 yard to the 38.
Yeah, I'm not sure what happened up front there, but Ball State's O-line looked kind of like a sieve. Colin Johnson's not going to have a very fun time watching that play.
Justin Boa checks back in for Ball State, a wide receiver. He has 3 catches for 87 yards and 1 score.
I talked to Coach Morris, their D-line coach, before the game. He likes his D-line.
Second down and 9 for Ball State at its own 38-yard line. Clock hits 3 minutes to go. Samanza in shotgun, fakes the handoff, throws a running pass to Tanner Koziel, who catches it, is upended at midfield, but picks up a Ball State first down on a 12-yard pitch and catch. Move the pocket and hit a running Koziel.
And when he's running full speed, he takes 2 steps, he goes like 6 yards. His strides are so long. That's a skill that's hard to teach.
That is his 72nd catch of the season. No Ball State tight end outside of Tanner Koziel has 70 catches in a single season. First down and 10 at midfield. Clock hits 2.5 to go for Ball State, up by 4 in the first half. Takes the snap for the hash marks left in the shotgun. Samanza gives it to Horton, who runs off the left tackle and then falls down at the 47 of Buffalo. Pickup of 3, second down and 7.
And I talked to the Ball State coaches yesterday. They are really, really excited about trying to feature T.J. Horton in the run game, and you can see that tonight. They're starting to get him the ball, and running backs, Mick, need to get a rhythm. They need to get a little bit of rhythm and a little bit of swag. As they more carries, some of them, the better they get, and I think that's what they're trying to do with TJ.
He has those Chris Radican sweet feet when he takes that first step.
Well, you know me. I'm not very swift of foot.
Second down and 7 for Ball State. It's the 2-minute timeout. Cardinals are driving with a 21-17 lead here from Buffalo, New York. On a Tuesday night MACtion affair, as the Cardinals look to keep bowl eligibility on the table. If the Bulls win, they are bowl eligible with 6 wins. 2-minute break. Cardinals lead it by 4 on the Cards Gamebridge Radio Network from Learfield. Back in Buffalo, New York, Ball State 21, Buffalo 17. It's the 2-minute timeout here from UB Stadium. Ball State has second down and 7 at the 47 of Buffalo. Chris, there's plenty of time.
Yeah.
And Ball State has 2 timeouts with a quarterback that's been known this year to get the team down the field within 2 minutes.
One thing you're talking about with your team right now, you're looking at the clock, looking at the timeout situation. There's plenty of time. There's no need for a big play here. It's second and about 7. It's a long 7. The one thing you just don't want to do, you don't want to get greedy. Take what you can get. Take what the defense is going to give you here. Move the chains methodically down the field. Touch the big plays will come, but be patient and try to be effective when you're running plays. You're not trying to hit a home run.
Right.
You're trying to move the ball down the field.
Don't change the offense because the offense has been super effective.
Correct.
2 minutes to go in the first half. Ball State 21, Buffalo 17. The Cardinals have second down and 7 at the Buffalo 47. Cade Samanza enters the huddle for Ball State as the redshirt freshman quarterback is 11 of 13 today with a $132, 84% completion percentage and 2 touchdown passes. He's under center for the left hash mark. 2 wide receivers on either side. Motion man is Pickett from right to left. Samanza hands it off to Pickett, who turns the Jets, hits the numbers left at the 40, stumbles forward past the 30, and in toward the Buffalo 26-yard line. And Ball State picks up a first down, brought to you by Reed's Plumbing.
So I did not watch the play there. I watched the interior to see what was going on, what Buffalo's doing. They were so scared of the backside run on that. They didn't have an answer for Pickett.
Ball State goes no huddle, first and 10 from the 26 of Buffalo. It's a handoff to Sloan. He hits the hash marks left and dives down to the Buffalo 22-yard line. He's hit by Sean Dolick, the nation's leading tackler. And it's second down and 7 for Ball State at the Buffalo 22 with 1:30 to go in the first half, leading 21-17, well within field goal range, and 2 timeouts in the back pocket.
So we got an injury. Looks like Teo's going out.
Yeah, so Ball State has to shuffle the offensive line.
Tayo.
He's the right tackle, and Luke Dalton set to check in, who's a backup right guard. So Ball State may maneuver that offensive line here.
Well, they're not going to, yeah. So one of the things, so you look at the clock, it was 119 right now, and he was walking off the field with 1:31 to go. You got to tell your kids, hey, in this situation, just go down right now, and you're going to save yourself 12 seconds. In this instance, about 12 seconds if he would have just gone down on the field. He was trying to get off the field. There's a reason they have those injury timeouts.
So it's 1:19 left in the first half. 21-17, Cardinals in front. Second down and 7 at the Buffalo 22-yard line. He's Chris Radican. I'm Mick Tidrow. Matt Tuttle's back producing here tonight. It is a crisp Tuesday evening here from Buffalo, New York. You can see the breath of all the players with the temperatures around 40 degrees at kickoff. It has dropped a few since then. Did you like playing in these games?
Well, it doesn't bother you when you play in these games. It's when you're sitting on the sideline when you're cold. So you'd rather be out. You'd rather be playing, right? So because you really don't even notice. And this is actually perfect for playing.
There's a ball. Klein, the 10-second runoff.
So we're trying to get an explanation there. The ref might cutting in and out. So Ball State burned a timeout.
Yeah, so it's under 2 minutes. It's a 10-minute runoff with an injured player. So
Ball State has second down and 7 at the Buffalo 22-yard line, and now the referees are calling time.
Set the game clock to 1:19. 1:19, please.
Yeah,
Thank you.
The clock started to run before the snap.
They
The
ran
clock will start on the
10
snap.
seconds off instead of they just went ahead and went with the 10 seconds.
Right. So they fixed that, put it back to 1:19. Samanza in shotgun formation from the left hash on 2nd and 7 at the Buffalo 22. Takes the snap, 3-step drop, looks right, heaves it toward the end zone. Bowick's the intended target. Bowick catches it. He reached up, snags it home, and brings it in for a touchdown. Justin Bowick with an exclamation mark here today in Buffalo.
That's what we've been talking about. It's a guy that can take the top off of a defense that they have to account for on a deep ball. They haven't had that until Justin rejoined the team from injury.
He just went right over top the defender, Charles McCrutherans, and it was dropped into a bucket by Caden Samanza in his third touchdown pass today.
Correction on that injury. That was Meter that got hurt. Terrence still in.
27-17, Ball State out in front, pending the extra point by Jackson Corville.
That was a bucket throw, Mick. He just dropped it in the bucket.
So Corville can make this an 11-point game, but what a throw from Samanza. What a catch from Justin Bowick. And the Cardinals back in front by 2 possessions. This place has gone silent here from UB Stadium. The snap from Dunn, the hold from Cooey, and the swing of the right leg from Corville places it right on through. 28-17, Cardinals lead it with 1:12 to go in the first half. Ball State has scored on 4 of its first 5 possessions here in the first half.
Pretty impressive. Ball State is a feisty team. They really are, offensively especially, and defensively. They've had other than the big plays, they've done a really nice job against the Bulls' offense. So it's funny because I watched Dolak there. He hurdled the offensive line and then he stopped. I think he would have gotten to the kick, but he just stopped. So here we go. We get a kick, and we get a chance to we get the ball back, right? So in the second half. So
can Ball State's defense hold them here?
Yeah, great opportunity. You don't look at it, it's not, oh no, we got to stop them. Oh no, we get to stop them. That's what you're telling them right now. You get a chance to go play defense.
So ever since Buffalo beat number 23 NIU, they gave up 47 points to UConn, 15 to Toledo, 48 to Western Michigan, 47 to Ohio, 30 to Akron last week. This defense is susceptible, and Ball State's taking advantage of it right now, leading 28-17 with 1:12 to go in the first half. And Carson Homer set to kick it from left to right here, deep into the Buffalo night. And he sends a line drive kick that wobbles around, hits the 10-yard line. It's caught by the return man, and the freshman Xavier Leonard. He pops off another run, but Ball State trying to jump on top of the fumble. It hits the 37-yard line, and this one squirms out of bounds. And Carson Homer, the kicker, was on top of it, but the ball fell out of his hands, and he could not get on top of it in enough time. And so they say it's Buffalo football, and that one just was all over the place.
The ball was fumbled at the 33-yard line and out of bounds.
So nobody had clear possession after the fumble. Homer had the best look at it, but since he didn't actually complete possession, it goes to Buffalo.
What a lost opportunity there. Holy cow.
Yeah, that one could have put this one to bed early.
Gotta cover that up.
So 28-17, Ball State leads. Buffalo has the football with one timeout. With 1:03 to go before half, Ogbonna takes the snap, three-step drop, left seam, throws it quickly to Henderson, but it's past him. Newsom in coverage, and it's incomplete. Second down and 10.
That almost looked like it got tipped the way it came out. But good. They had pressure. He stands in there. He's really poised in the pocket because he had the pocket was collapsing around him. He just stood there. He's a real good player.
Ogbonna started his career at Hutchinson Community College, was an national champion in 2020, transferred to Southeast Missouri State, played one season there, and then last year made his way to Buffalo. He takes the second down to 10 snap. Here's Ball State's pressure. He stays in it, throws it quickly to Snow, catches it outside the numbers left, and Snow picks up a first down to the 45 of Buffalo.
He had guys right in his face and just made that throw. That's very impressive.
6'2", right-handed senior quarterback. Down to the Buffalo 45. Clock stopped at 54 seconds. 28-17. Ball State's in front. Can Buffalo make it a one-possession game again right before halftime? Or can Ball State's defense hold? Ogbonna takes the snap. 6 rushers after Ogbonna, and he airmails Victor Snow, the intended target, down the left seam at the 35. Incomplete. Second and 10.
His receiver was open. I think he just got a little antsy and overthrew him. His footwork may have been off, so he sailed it a little bit. I don't know. But, yeah, he had him open.
So second and 10 for Buffalo at its own 45-yard line. We'll have the Ball State Financial halftime show coming up at the conclusion of the first half. Get your look at the out-of-town scoreboard and the first half stats. Ogbonna takes a second and 10 snap at the 45, throws it. It's intended for the receiver, Snow, and it bounces off his hands, incomplete. It's third and 10, and Ball State nearly had a pick because Keontae Newsom was waiting right behind him.
And good coverage by Yates. It was a little iffy, but he did have a hand on the backside, but it was good coverage. He had him. He was right in his hip pocket.
Third down and 10 for Buffalo at the 45. There's still 44 seconds left.
And I wouldn't be surprised if they call a timeout and try to get a good play.
Both teams have 2 timeouts. And it doesn't look like Pete Lembo is going to use that timeout yet. Ogbonna from the left hash mark puts Snow in motion left to right on third and 10. Knee-high snap, 6 defenders coming after him. He stands in the pocket again, wobbles a throw outside the numbers left. It's incomplete. McLean, the true freshman, in on coverage. Jenkins, the intended target, and Buffalo has to punt with 40 seconds left from its own 45-yard line. And depending on where Ball State can return this ball to, Chris, they may have some time to go down the field with 2 timeouts.
Well, we've seen them go down in 13 or 15 seconds against Northern, so they could do it
That's
again.
That's a fair point. So on to punt is Ethan Dwayne for the second time today. Right-footed punter from Australia stands heels at his own 31-yard line. Left hash mark. Munson back at his own 10 for Ball State to our left. And this punt is a wobbler. Hits the 30, but takes a Buffalo bounce outside the sideline at Ball State far end. And this one cashed in at the 20-yard line. So it ends up being an okay punt with the bounce. And with 32 seconds, Ball State has first and 10 from its own 20, leading 28-17.
Back, I'm not mad about it, but I'm intrigued by that. They could have used a timeout. They're not taking them with them. Try to dial in the right play. Get your quarterback, settled down a little bit after an overthrow. Get everybody on the same page and dial up the perfect play. So I'm not mad about what happened, but that is intriguing.
And now we'll see what Ball State decides to do. Meter's still out of the game at right guard. Luke Dalton, the transfer from Cincinnati's in. So Sabanza's in shotgun, first and 10 from his own 20-yard line. 30 seconds to go in the first half. It's a fake handoff to Sloan. He takes the snap, throws it down the left sideline. It's Koziel who catches it and then is blasted by Murdoch. The linebacker Murdoch, third in the country in tackles. Makes Tanner Koziel think about that one a little bit.
Yeah, he took a shot.
That ball is spotted at the 27 of Ball State. So a gain of 7, second down and 3. It only took 4 seconds off the clock. And so the Cardinals with 26 seconds here in the first half can keep their 2 timeouts.
Middle of the field's wide open, Mick.
3 wide receivers right. 1 left, running back in is Sloan to Samanza's left. Samanza takes the snap, quickly throws it, hits Koziel at the right seam, hits the 35-yard line, and spun down there. It's a Ball State first down by Reed's Plumbing. 8-yard pickup. Clock stops at 20 seconds. First down and 10. Samanza from shotgun on the right hash marks, not going to spike it. Takes the snap. 4 wide receivers. Throws it to Koziel. Nope, it's picked. It's intercepted, and Buffalo's going right to left, and guess who? It's Sean Dolick. Pick 6. Buffalo. Nope, they mark him down at the Ball State 2-yard line. So Sean Dolick, the nation's leading tackler, just picked off the 3rd interception of the season.
Dolick did a great job. He dropped in his curl zone, and Caden underthrew the receiver. Threw it right to him.
From the 2.5-yard line. 2.5-yard line.
Well, this makes things a little different now. 28-17. Buffalo has the football at the Ball State. They say now 3-yard line.
So they're going to
with
get
9 seconds and 1 timeout for Buffalo.
They're going to get 1 run and another run. That's it, because they have a timeout left, correct?
They have 1 timeout left. No, sorry, Buffalo has 2 timeouts
so
left. Ball State has.
But the clock is against them, so they're going to get 2 plays probably.
Wow, what a backbreaker here at the end of the first half. Ball State still with an 11-point lead and still gets the football to start the second half. But
Caden just underthrew it.
Yeah, Dolick was right there.
And like almost like he knew the play, where the play was going.
Yeah, he's that good. He probably did. He probably could read it from the beginning.
Yeah.
So 1st and goal from the 3 for Buffalo. 9 seconds to go. 11-point Ball State lead. Agbana's by himself. Motions a man Snow from left to right. It's a fake pitch, and Agbana runs up the middle. He stopped at the 2-yard line, so just a gain of 1 yard line. It's 4 seconds left to go in the first half. Timeout's called, but we'll see what's going on because Ball State did end up with the football.
If
Timeout. Buffalo. That was the second of the half. It's be a 30-second timeout.
They call Agbana down before.
Set the game clock to 30 seconds.
So they're going to get 1 play, basically.
He just said the game clock to 30 seconds. Okay, yeah,
No.
It's a big difference.
Yeah.
So they add 1 second left, 5 seconds left, 4 seconds ran off the clock there. I got a feeling that Pete Lembo's gonna try and have 1 more play, maybe a throw.
Well,
or do you still run it on 2nd and goal for the 2?
You're going to run out of clock. The half's going to end. This is going to be the last play.
Yeah.
It's hard to get a play in under 4 seconds unless it's a super quick throw that's incomplete, right? That's the only way, and you're probably still not even going to get it off then. So, they added it's 5 seconds.
So 5 seconds left. They gave him 1 extra second. After the Buffalo timeout, Agbana's in shotgun, 2nd down and goal from Ball State's 2-yard line. Ball State's up 11. Agbana takes the snap. He drops back. He's throwing it toward the left corner of the end zone. Snow's wide open for a touchdown, and Buffalo converts right before the half. Time expires, and Snow corrals his team-leading 4th receiving touchdown of the season. It's 28-23. Buffalo pending the extra point, and that one hurts.
It's not a mortal sin. I mean, it happens. But that really hurt. They're gonna have to rally after that. And one of the things, we'll talk about this at halftime show. We'll talk about it.
Yeah, we'll have plenty of time on the Ball State
back.
Financial halftime show. Extra point up and straight on through for the right-footed kicker in Upton Belenfant, who has not missed an extra point yet this year. And now Buffalo cuts the deficit to 4, 28-24 after 1 half of football. It's Tuesday night action. It's a lot of offense. Both of these teams hungry for wins in different ways. Pete Lembo and Buffalo are trying to become bowl eligible in his first season. Coach Lembo also trying to beat Ball State in his first game against his former team. Coach New and Ball State are fighting for bowl eligibility and livelihood. At 3-6, they've got to win 3 straight. That starts today. And it's 28-24. Ball State leads Buffalo after 1 half. We'll have the Ball State Financial halftime show coming up next on the Cards Gamebridge Radio Network from Learfield. You heard him. Ball State Financial is the only place to get your Dancing Charlie Cardinal debit card. I have one. I love it. Ball State Financial has them. You can get your name and Dancing Charlie debit card at Ball State Financial when you open up an account. Also get some free Ball State gear. This is the Ball State Financial Halftime Show. Cardinals 28, Buffalo Bulls 24. It was a touchdown right at the buzzer for Buffalo at the end of that first half that made this a 4-point game. Here on the Ball State Financial Halftime Show, visit fcfcu.com/chirp. That's fcfcu.com/chirp. Let's go ahead and take a look at today's halftime stats presented by MITS, Muncie Indiana Transit System. No car, no problem. MITS is reliable, safe, and free for students and veterans. Download the MITS Bus app and ride with MITS today. We'll go ahead and have Chris rattle off these first half statistics here from Buffalo, New York.
Yeah, so for the Cardinals, one of the leading rushers is Caden Samanza on that big pull on the inside zone. So he has two rushes for 53 yards, averaging 21.5. Cam Pickett has two rushes for 28 yards. Vaughn Pemberton 7 for 20, and Malcolm Gilly has 1 for 11. Passing wise, Caden's 14 for 17 with a pick. That pick at the end of the half for 169 yards. He's got 3 TDs. He's got the longest 53. He's been sacked 1 time. Of course, and to no one's surprise, Tanner Koziel's the leading receiver. 7 targets for six catches for 52 yards with 1 touchdown. Justin Bowick, 4 catches for 109 yards. Obviously, that's just huge. That 52-yarder was really big. And then Cam Pickett has 2 for 9. And Tice has 1 for 0. Also, Caden had a punt for 41 yards. It was close to being caught at the 1 or 2 yard line, but he didn't get it. And Malcolm Gilly has 3 returns for 63 yards. As far as Buffalo goes, Al-J. Henderson's their leading rusher. He's got 15 for 57 and a touchdown. As long as 7 yards. Messiah Birch has 2 for 15. Agbana has 3 for 7, the quarterback, and Victor Snow has 1 for 3. Passing-wise, C.J. Agbana is 12 for 18 for 161 yards and a touchdown. The long is 49. He hasn't been sacked. He's been pressured a lot, but he hasn't been sacked yet. And the receiving, J.J. Jenkins is 5 catches for 77 yards, 0 touchdowns. Victor Snow's got 5 catches for 70 yards. Al-J. Henderson has 1 for 14, and Jake Orlando has 1 for 0. So punting-wise, Ethan Dwayne for Buffalo's got 2 for 36, which is 38 average. The long was 41. I'm not sure if I mentioned, but Caden does have that 1 punt for 41 yards. So, again, time of possession, Ball State has 15 minutes and 19 seconds. Buffalo's at 14:41. First down-wise, Ball State has 14 first downs. Buffalo has 11. And Ball State's rushed for 16 times for 118 yards. And Buffalo's only has 21 carries for 77 yards. So, Ball State's doing a decent job trying to stop the run. Passing-wise, it's 33 check that. Total offense, 33 plays for Ball State for 287 yards. But Buffalo has 39 plays for 238 yards. Passing-wise, like it's almost even, 169 for Ball State and 161 for Buffalo. Ball State did get the fumble, and then was going to go in the plus part of the turnover margin going into the half, and then all of a sudden the pick at the end of the half that Caden threw. So that kind of hurt him a little bit. It's going to hurt his numbers a little bit, and obviously it shows on the scoreboard as well. So, and then third down conversions, Ball State is 4 of 5, while Buffalo is 2 of 6. Buffalo did convert 1 of 1 on fourth down conversions. So, and Ball State's 2 for 2 in the red zone, and Buffalo's 4 for 4. So there's your halftime stats. I'll hand it back to Mick.
Thanks, Chris. First half stats brought to you in part by MITS, Muncie Indiana Transit System. No car, no problem. MITS is reliable and free and safe for students and veterans. We'll continue the Ball State Financial Halftime Show when we come back. Cardinals 28, Bulls 24 on the Gamebridge Radio Network from Learfield. Welcome back inside the Ball State Financial Halftime Show. 28-24. Ball State leads Buffalo through one half of football. Let's go ahead and take a quick thank you to Charlie Cream Ale Combos because they are the best. Fans can get a hot dog, bag of chips, and a Guardian beer. And we recommend Charlie Cream Ale for only $10. Sales end at the conclusion of the third quarter of Ball State football home games, so make sure to check out the Charlie Cream Ale Combo. Ball State up by 4 points here in Buffalo. Let's take a look at the out-of-town scoreboard here, Chris. A few games in action happening today. Bowling Green leads Western Michigan 17-7. That one's at halftime. Central Michigan down big to Toledo 27-7. That's also at halftime. And starting around 7 o'clock on Wednesday night, it's Kent State at Miami. Miami wins that. They're bowl eligible.
Yep.
Akron's at Northern Illinois on Wednesday night as well. If Northern wins that, they are bowl eligible. If Eastern and Ohio, they meet at 7 o'clock tomorrow as well. If Eastern wins that, they're bowl eligible. So a couple things we'll talk about first. That Western Michigan score against Bowling Green's pivotal because that's a race for the number one spot in the MAC right now with 2 games to go. Both those teams are 4-1. Also 4-1 this year is Miami and Ohio. So there's 4 teams, Chris, that are 4-1 in the Mid-American Conference right now. This conference is loaded with 4-1 teams with 4. Western Michigan, Bowling Green, Ohio, Miami, Buffalo, and Toledo are 3-2. Ball State, Eastern Michigan, Northern Illinois are 2-3. Central Michigan and Akron are 1-4, and then Kent State's 0-5. So what this means is with 2 games to go, regardless of what happens, there's going to be a tight race in the next 2 weeks of the season. But how about that? 4 teams that are 4-1 vying for a MAC championship.
Yeah, and Western Michigan took their first L of the conference last
Wednesday
night.
Yeah,
Wednesday night, and then right now they're down. So if they don't come back, they're going to take that second L.
And how about this? There are 8 teams right now in the MAC that have 5 or 6 wins and bowl eligible or going to be bowl eligible with 1 more win. That is incredible that 8 teams are within that window. So Miami has 5, Ohio has 6, Bowling Green has 5, Western and Buffalo have 5.
Yeah, we're going to have 3 at least bowl eligible after tonight because we already have 2, and either Bowling Green or Western is going to get bowl eligible this evening.
Right.
And
Eastern and Northern are also potential as well because they play this week. So you have 8 teams with 5 or 6 wins in the MAC that could become bowl eligible this week or already are bowl eligible. That I know that there's always you got to have one team that can get you to the college football playoff, right, with that new 12-team format.
Yeah.
But at the same time, Chris, if you can send 8 teams, potentially 8 teams to bowl games, that's good revenue for the conference.
Oh, are you kidding me? And great exposure. Now everybody's getting better recruits and
right.
And then here's one of the best. And this is one of the untold secrets of bowl season. You're getting about 20 extra practices. So that means your younger kids are getting developed more and more. So that's a big deal to your program because now you're getting an extra 2 or 3 weeks of practice. The younger kids are going to get some more reps. They're going to develop more. So, yeah, it's a big deal.
It is a big deal. We could potentially see 8 or more teams that are 6 wins or higher in the Mid-American Conference by season's end.
Yep.
This is the Ball State Financial Halftime Show. Ball State leads Buffalo 28-24. And if the Cardinals win, you win. 50% off regular price, any size pizza, any toppings at Papa John's. Offer valid until end of business on the day of a win. Or in tonight's case, since it's a Tuesday and this one will get done pretty close to midnight or so, this offer also works for tomorrow at Papa John's. If Ball State wins, you get 50% off regular price, any size pizza, any toppings in Marion, Muncie, and Anderson locations only. Let's go ahead and pause. 10 seconds for station ID. This is the Ball State Cardinals Gamebridge Radio Network from Learfield. It's Ball State Financial Halftime Show. We'll come back with more. Ball State up 4 on the Gamebridge Radio Network from Learfield. Back inside the Ball State Financial halftime score, the scoreboard reads 28-24. Chris Raddick and Mick Tidrow, Matt Tuttle's in our network studios. We're breaking this halftime down. Chris, as we go into the second half here in a few minutes, what do you want to see from Ball State after that testy ending to the first half?
If you're the Ball State coaches right now, you're telling them, hey, look, guys, we've gotten stops when we needed them to. We were able to move the ball in when we want to. Mistakes aside, from that sack to that interception, whatever, all is not lost. The sky is not falling. So let's make sure we stay poised. We're going to get the ball. Let's take it down just like we did in the first half, just like we did every other drive but one. Let's take the ball right down the field, put it in the end zone, start lighting up that scoreboard, and let our defense do work. The one thing they need to be doing there, I know they're talking about right now, Coach Knowles and his staff is talking about, we've got to get better pressure on Agbana. They've got to get in his face even more, and they need to put hands and bodies on him quickly. Yeah. The Buffalo O-line has done a wonderful job protecting him, and more impressive than that is Agbana's pocket presence, his poise standing in there in the face of a bunch of guys coming at him. He does a great job of standing. He doesn't care what's going on around him, doesn't care about the chaos. He stands there and finds guys. So they're going to have to find a way to get some pressure on him. I don't know if that's mixing up coverages and then bringing pressure on the backside, twisting, whatever. They're going to have to find a way to get pressure on Agbana in order for the defense to be more successful in the second half.
Finding pressure, big plays are Ball State's keys the second half. We'll have the second half when we return. Ball State 28, Buffalo 24. This has been a presentation of the Ball State Financial Halftime Show. More coming up from Buffalo, New York on the other side of this one on the Cardinals Cambridge Radio Network from Learfield. Start of the second half brought to you in part by GameBridge. Visit GameBridge.io. That's GameBridge.io, sponsor of the start of the second half. You can grow your money like you've never grown it before with GameBridge. That's GameBridge.io. 28-24, Ball State in front of Buffalo as begin the second half. Chris Raddick and Mick Tidrow. Matt Tuttle's our producer tonight. Tuesday night action that went 2 hours in the first half on national TV on a Tuesday night. No big deal.
That's what we do.
That's what we do. The stadium's about 25 miles away from Niagara Falls. It's cool for you and I to go there and check it out, see what it's all about.
Check that off the list, right?
It's no joke, too. That is
Good
amazing.
The scale of it is what kind of
Yeah.
blew me away. It's how big it is and how deep that gorge is.
And then how calm it is at the bottom.
Yeah, I mean,
It's just like it's like there's no falls.
it's like a pool.
Yeah, you look down there. 28-24, Ball State's in front of Buffalo. Thanks for joining us here tonight. Ball State receives a second half kickoff, and Buffalo's booting it from left to right with Upton Bellenfant, redshirt sophomore kicker from Murfreesboro, Tennessee. Transfer from Alabama, didn't play there for 2 years, and then now this year has become the starting kicker for Buffalo, and he's been mostly consistent.
Ball State's shifting their front there.
So now Gilly goes from the right side to the left side of the end zone, nearest us right. Bellenfant looks left, looks right, runs up to the ball and sends it straight to Gilly at the 15-yard line, but it bounces past him. It bounces past Gilly, and he just dives on top of it. What a kick from Bellenfant, and Ball State has to go from its own 5-yard line to start off the second half.
And that's
Buffalo
why,
had the momentum at the end of the first half, and now they start with it here on the first play.
And that's why you kick it like that, because you're forcing a guy to either do one of two things, making a spectacular play or just call the fair catch at the 30, or the 20, which is what should have been done there. Again, a mishap by the special teams. Coach Connolly is probably pulling his hair out right now.
Ball State pinned back at its own 5-yard line to start off the third quarter, leading Buffalo 28-24. First down and 10 as Caden Samanza stands in shotgun for the left hash mark. 3 wide receivers right, and the running back Pemberton to his right. Samanza watches 4 down linemen race after him, takes the snap, throws it to Pemberton to the hash mark's right, and he is attacked at the line of scrimmage and brought down by Red Murdoch. Third in the nation in tackles. They move him back a yard to the 4. So second down and 11 for Ball State.
Christian Abney had a tough time on the blocking on the perimeter there.
Well, I don't blame anybody who has to try and stop Red Murdoch,
Yeah,
third
he
best
just
tackler
tossed
in the country.
Christian Abney's 250 pounds, and he just got tossed by Red Murdoch.
Murdoch is 6'3", 235, and has been a tackling machine. That's his 11th tackle for loss this year. So Ball State back at its own 4, second down and 11, 30 seconds into the third quarter, leading by 4. Samanza takes a snap for the right hash. It's a handoff to Pemberton, and the defense just throwing him backwards. And Dolick, the nation's leading tackler, pins him down at the line of scrimmage. It's third down and 11 for Ball State, and the 2 linebackers that are stars for Buffalo have made the first 2 plays defensively for the Bulls here in the third.
Here's the deal. They both have 1 million tackles on the year. I may have exaggerated, but close to 1 million.
Not really, yeah.
You may want to block those guys right now. You may want to put a body on them.
It's not a really suggestion from the coaches. It's a requirement to block those 2. Ball State stuck at third and 11 at its own 4-yard line, leading 28-24. 4 wide receivers. Sloan, the running back, left of Samanza, who's in the Bulls' end zone. Here comes the pressure. Samanza keeps it, runs up the middle, and he gets enough breathing room past the 10 down to the 11 at the right hash. It's a gain of 8, and it gives Brian Cooey some space to punt for the first time tonight.
Not ideal, Mick. A botched return, and then a great play by Murdoch on the outside on the perimeter that just kind of plagued that entire drive. Kudos to Buffalo. They came out to play in the second half.
Here's Cooey, first punt of the night, averaging 42 yards per punt, as long as 56, and he's hit as he releases the punt, and he sends it to the 50, and then it rolls down and out of bounds. So there's flags back there, and Ball State may get the football back.
So
this is going to change things.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's either running into or a personal foul.
Either way, they need 3 yards to get a first down.
Yep.
On the defense, number 41. 5-yard penalty results in a first down.
So that penalty is on Jenkins.
So 2 things. If you're going after that, you either get it or you pull up. You're taught that. And he needs to pull up. He wasn't going to get it. He's got to pull up. If you're Cooey, you got to fall down. You got to sell that, right? I mean, you go straight Premier League on that one, right?
I guess.
And so at least sell it a little bit. Either way, it's a penalty. I'm happy about it. Good call, by the way.
Ball State has new life breathed into the offense. After running into the kicker, Ball State has first down and 10 at its own 16-yard line, up 28-24 with 13 minutes to go third quarter. Samanza takes a shotgun snap, hands it off to Sloan, who runs toward the numbers right, and stopped at the 20-yard line by Dolick.
Yeah, good. Just a mid-zone right there. Ran right behind Taryn and Mooch, and it's a good job. Nice job up on the right side there.
Pick up of 4, second down and 6 for Ball State, back at its own 20-yard line. That is only the second rush for Sloan today. He's been battling a little bit of an injury. So on a snap count, and now TJ Horton checks in at running back with Kelly in at quarterback. Samanza flipped out wide left. Kelly takes a 2nd and 6 snap at the 20, runs it himself up the right hash mark, breaks one tackle, spins out of another, right toward the first down marker at the Ball State 27-yard line. They say he's just shy, and it'll be third down and 1 after a 5-yard pickup.
Boy, that is close. I maybe call for a measurement, just give your kids some time.
And Kelly checks off the field. Von Pemberton in for him.
There's a shocking development. Von Pemberton in when you need a foot.
He gained a foot on a touchdown in the first half for Ball State as the clock hits 11:45. Third quarter, Ball State 28, Buffalo 24.
Biggest priority here is getting this first down.
They're bunched up except for one wide receiver. Justin Bowick on the right side. One-on-one coverage. Samanza under center. 3rd down and inches in the right hash mark. Hand off to Pemberton. He's blitzed right at the line of scrimmage. Pile drives the legs, and this is close. He's right near the line to gain at the 27-yard line, and one official's putting up 4th down. Buffalo says it's 4th down. Ball State's motioning 1st down.
He's passed.
Everybody's right here, right?
Yeah.
And now the football is placed down at the 26-yard line, which is not a 1st down, Chris, because that marker is in between the 26 and 27, and that ball spotted exactly at the hash mark at the 26.
Well,
so it's 4th down and inches. And now, in Ball State's case, you need inches. Do you dare go for it on 4th and inches from your own 26 up 28 to 24 with 11:09 in the 3rd quarter?
What did Herm Edwards say?
I don't know, but you don't play to win. You don't play to lose. Yeah.
You play to win the game. You play to win the game. And while it might not be the most prudent thing right here to go for it, we didn't fly to Buffalo to get 2nd place.
You didn't fly to Buffalo to lose, and you're facing not being bowl eligible anymore if you lose.
Right.
3-6. And the momentum's been all on Buffalo's side. Ball State is keeping its offense on the field. 4th down and inches at its own 26-yard line, leading 28 to 24 with 11:09 to go.
They're going to punt.
And now the punting unit comes out.
Okay.
I mean, you can't go wrong if you punt it, for one, but I think at the same time it's a fair discussion to go for it on 4th and inches.
You're going to have some frustrated offensive players over there. They want to go for it. And what I would tell them, you should have got the 1st down on 3rd down then. That's what I would have said to them.
That's also a fair point. So 4th and inches, Cooey's back to punt, and Buffalo's probably not going to make that same mistake to try and knock Cooey down to the turf. He stands heels at the 11-yard line. Here's the snap. Cooey has plenty of room to kick this one away. End over end kick that bounces down at the 40, takes a Buffalo hop, and then a Ball State bounce to the 37, and Jack Beebe grabs it at the Buffalo 37-yard line. So with 10:37 to go in the 3rd quarter, Ball State leads 28 to 24. Buffalo has the football and a chance to take a lead here in the 3rd quarter. That is immediate timeout, so we will take it with the CBS Sports Network crew.
Again, should have. If you're mad about that, then you should have got the 1st down on the 3rd down or the 2nd down, 2nd or 3rd down.
Hey fans, be sure to stop by Ashley Home Furnishings, located at 3400 North Morrison Road in Muncie for all of your furniture needs. That's Ashley Home Furnishings. I see both sides. What I'll say here is I'll play middle ground, because I think at the end of the day, you punt it, you're forcing Buffalo to go from the 37 in.
Yeah.
You get the 1st down, awesome, right? If you pick up that 1st down on 4th and inches, you're a hero. If you don't get it, then you're playing with fire.
The metrics,
the Buffalo team that has all the momentum.
If you give them the ball right there, if you don't get it, you give them the ball right there. The metrics for them scoring skyrocket.
Right.
They're gonna
because they're almost in the red zone.
Yeah, the chances of them scoring are almost certain. So
Coach Dew decides to punt it, and Buffalo has the football. 3rd quarter continues when we return on the Cards Gamebridge Radio Network from Learfield. And make sure to visit Kohl's and Kohl's.com for all your holiday shopping. Kohl's, the place to shop before, Chris,
Yeah.
the holidays.
So sooner than
rather than later.
Yeah.
28-24, Ball State leads Buffalo. The Bulls have the football, 10.5 to go third quarter. 1st and 10 at their own 37. It's a handoff to Henderson, who sprints in between the hash marks and flops down at the 41 of Buffalo. It's a gain of 4 yards, 2nd down and 6.
Henderson does a great job because they're blocking almost an outside zone look up front, and he just cuts it back every time. He's really good at that.
He is, and he's nearing 600 rushing yards here in his junior campaign. Really wasn't the guy until the last few weeks.
Right.
2 times with 100 yards or more in a game. And he gets the handoff here on 2nd down and 6 to 41 and jumps over Will Yates down to Ball State's 49-yard line. So a gain of 10 yards, and Buffalo moves the sticks. Chris, Buffalo has the juice right now.
Yeah,
they had that interception with 20 seconds left in the first half. They scored a touchdown as time expired. They get the punt on the first drive from Ball State, and now they're moving the football.
They're playing like they want to win the game.
Ogbonna's in the pistol from the right hash mark. 1st and 10 at Ball State's 49-yard line. He takes the snap, hands it off. Henderson's playing bully ball and falls down at the Ball State 45-yard line. Pickup of 4. The Cardinals had arms at him at the 50, but Henderson, like you mentioned, just stays patient and moves the legs for 4 yards.
He hits the backside on that zone almost every single time. And even the run towards us just a minute ago, that was a backside zone run. Everybody else blocking left. He just ran to the right side.
Chris, his first 5 games, he had 135 rushing yards. His last 4 before today, 427 yards and 2 touchdowns. And this one has 71 yards and has not been stopped for a tackle for loss. 2nd and 6, Ogbonna twirls one. It's caught by Orlando. Hash marks right, jumps out to the numbers right, and is blasted down by D.D. Snyder at the Ball State 19-yard line. A pickup of 26 yards. Buffalo's in the red zone, trailing Ball State 28-24 with 9 minutes to go in the third quarter.
Buffalo's found a recipe for moving the ball now. They ran a backside drag with Orlando, and there was nobody to cover him. He was wide open.
Ogbonna's nearing 200 passing yards today, has a touchdown with no picks.
Again, no pressure. They have got no pressure on. He's doing whatever he wants standing back there.
He's not been sacked today. 1st and 10 from the Ball State 19-yard line. Buffalo trails by 4. Ogbonna from the right hash mark takes the snap, hands it off to Henderson, jumps in between the hash marks, and Keontae Newsom buries him at the 15. Gain of 4 yards, 2nd down and 6.
Again, the Buffalo O-line is selling run to the right, and Henderson is hitting that on the backside. And there's just one guy there to stop him. He runs too hard. He's going to get yards every time, and he gets 3 there.
So Henderson's at 80 yards today with a touchdown, averaging 4 yards per carry. That's what he got there. 2nd down and 6 at Ball State's 15-yard line. Bulls down by 4. 4 down linemen for Ball State. Johnson off the left edge as Ogbonna takes the snap. It's a quick pitch to the running back Sperling, and he falls forward to the Ball State 12-yard line. A gain of 3. 3rd down and 3 upcoming for Buffalo.
That was just split backs, and they just ran a lead. They were trying to run outside zone with a lead blocker, and he cut it back for 3 yards, 3.5 yards.
Do you think this is 4-down territory? Do you think Pete Limbo's going to kick a field goal?
I think he kicks field goal.
It's 3rd down and 3. Ball State's up 28-24 with 7.5 to go. Because if you kick the field goal, make him, Ball State scores, it's still one possession game.
Yeah, exactly.
And if you don't get the first down. Ogbonna takes the snap from the right hash mark. 3rd down and 3. It's a zone fake read, and he takes it himself to Ball State's 5. On a gain of 7, it's a first down. Buffalo, that conversation can be put to bed, and it's 1st down and goal for the Bulls.
Hard to account for a running quarterback out of that look. When they run outside zone, they ran the exact same play to the other side, except Ogbonna kept it that time, and there was nobody in the middle to stop him.
Ogbonna does have 1 rushing touchdown today. That was on the first drive, a 16-play drive, all the way back at the beginning of the game. 28-24, Ball State's lead is 4 with 6:40 to go third quarter. Ogbonna takes the 1st and goal snap at the 5, gives to Henderson, who is stopped at the line of scrimmage, but somehow finds a yard to the 4-yard line. 2nd and goal from there.
Yeah, and all they did was took Orlando in a little motion there and flipped him and inserted him right up to. It's just a lead play. It's what we called back in the old days. We called it an ISO play with your tight end. Right now, Buffalo has found the recipe to run the ball on Ball State. Ball State is going to have to make some changes up front in their reads and how they're going to stop the run. Otherwise, this is going to not end well for the Cardinals.
Second down and goal for Buffalo at the Ball State 4-yard line, down by 4. Ogbonna takes the snap, gives to Henderson. He curls off of a blocker, Orlando, and races into the end zone for a touchdown. Henderson is in for his second touchdown of the night and his 6th on the season. And Buffalo has a lead for the first time here in the second half, 30-28 with 5:56 to play.
So what Buffalo did there, they pulled their guard on a power look, and it brought every Ball State defender up into the middle of the scrum, and he just kicked it outside.
Did you see Ogbonna hit the deck?
He got hit really hard.
He got hit and he was holding his arm.
Yeah, they had to help him up.
Well, that's something to monitor for Buffalo as the quarterback took a nasty lick.
Yeah, that's a game changer if he goes out.
And the extra point is good from Bellenfant. So 31-28, Buffalo leads with 5:56. Yeah, we'll see. We'll check on him and see if we can get eyes on him. But
yeah, they're taking him to the tent. Nope.
No, I think he's refusing to go in the tent, Chris.
Yeah,
he's like you. He's a warrior.
Yeah.
He's not going in the medical tent.
They're over there talking to him. So
yeah, he's putting his right arm around one of the staff members and his left around the other. Somebody offered him a Coke, it looks like, and he didn't take it.
He's not ready for that, man. He's ready to play ball.
I would take the Coke in 35 degrees.
I take the Coke up here right now.
Yeah, you'd take the parka coat right now?
Every day, yeah. I mean, so just for the record, there's no heat in here.
Oh, here goes Chris.
And
here we go.
And you can't see your breath, but it's not warm in here.
I need to get you one of these bomber jackets that I have.
Any day.
You've got the vest, though. That looks good.
I'm a medium. Just know that.
I'll set it to break on that one. 31-28, Buffalo leads Ball State. 5:56 to go in the third quarter here from UB Stadium in Buffalo, New York. Thank you to Jeff Jackson at Awards Plus and Downtown Muncie, who makes the Blacks for Pride Mark Student Athlete of the Week. And for our Chirpy Student Athlete Awards, see Jeff for all of your award needs. Visit theawardsplus.com. Ball State gets the football back on the Cards Gamebridge Radio Network from Learfield. We're live from Buffalo, New York, as Ball State football's on the road against the Buffalo Bulls, trailing 31-28 with 5:56 remaining in the third quarter. Our Pride Mark Student Athlete Week is Justin Bowick. Excellence in the highest standard of quality, the focus of Pride Mark. Bowick had 170 receiving yards last week in his first career Ball State touchdown. And today he has 4 catches for 109 and 2 tutties against Buffalo. So congratulations, Justin Bowick. You might be the Pride Mark Student Athlete of the Week next week, too, if you keep playing like this. And here goes Bellenfant to kick it from left to right for Buffalo. Malcolm Gilley calls for a fair catch, and this one's also in the end zone for a touchback. So the first time that realistically this could have been a touchback in the game, Bellenfant puts one deep for Buffalo's special teams unit.
Yeah, he smashed that thing.
Chris, what do you want to see offensively here from the Cards?
Move the ball around and out in space. You know, it's going to open up the run. They've shown that they can run the ball in Buffalo. Maybe not in those short distances, those short yardage situations. Move the ball around. You've got number 88, one of the best players in the country. You've got us number 2, who's really coming into his own.
Ball State has 1st and 10 from its own 25, trailing 31-28 with 5:55 to go in the third quarter. Samanza takes a shotgun snap, throws it for Kozel outside the numbers right, jumps over a defender and catches it over Dolak's helmet and brings it home for a Ball State first down at the Ball State 44. What a play, Tanner Koziel. Dolak, you kind of just got mossed.
He got mossed. I was just, God, you stole my thunder, Mick. That's going to be on Sunday. He got mossed.
Tanner Koziel with his 7th reception of the night, and that was a dandy.
I may never forgive you for that. You stole that from me.
It's 1st and 10 at Ball State's 44-yard line. Samanza takes the shotgun snap for the right hash, throws it to Braden Sloan, who's pounded down. Dolak just got his revenge with Murdoch. And it's to the 45-yard line. 2nd down and 10 upcoming for Ball State as we approach 5 to go, 3rd quarter. Ball State down 31-28.
Buffalo knew that was coming. They read that all the way. That play had no chance of going anywhere.
You'll never forgive me?
I can't believe you did that.
Wow.
To me. Yeah. There's going to be a meeting later on.
I'm kind of hurt.
2nd
down and 10 at Ball State's 45-yard line. Kyle Kelly checks in at quarterback. Samanza split out wide left. It's man-to-man coverage. Here's Kelly. He takes a snap up the right hash mark, and he is plowed down at the line of scrimmage at the 45-yard line. So it's 3rd down and 10 for Ball State at its own 45.
So they're playing man coverage when Kyle's in there because they know he's probably not going to throw it, right?
He has not attempted a pass this year.
He had one.
Sorry.
Yeah,
he had one, yes.
Yeah.
So it's telegraphed, right? You put it man-to-man and make Kelly throw it.
Now they're gonna load up the box, play man on the back end because they know he's not. They know he's probably not going to throw it. So,
well, last time Ball State had a 3rd and long, they went to Justin Bowick for 53 yards. It's 3rd and 10 at their own 45-yard line. Buffalo fans making some noise.
This is straight
from
man.
New York. It's 5 men coming after Samanza, who takes the snap, heaves it for Bowick. He went left, Samanza threw it right, and it's incomplete. Ball State has to punt it again with 3:52, the 3rd, down 3.
So their answer was man coverage on the back end, thinking they could get to Samanza pretty quickly, which they did. Caden had to hurry it. I'm not sure Bowick ran the correct route. One of those two was wrong.
Well, yeah, because Bowick went in, Caden threw it out.
Yeah.
So here comes Brian Cooey on to punt it. 4th and 10 at Ball State's own 45-yard line. 31-28, Buffalo leads. This is a chance for Cooey to do what he's done all season long and pin Buffalo deep inside the 20 or further back. Cooey this year has 12 punts inside the 20.
They're coming.
And Buffalo's bringing the rush. Cooey gets it off, and this one's spiraling toward Victor Snow, who catches it at the 19-yard line. That is the 13th kick inside the 20 for Brian Cooey in his first season in the Cardinal and White. And Buffalo has a long field to go. 31-28, Buffalo's in front with 3 minutes and 46 seconds to go from Buffalo.
It is imperative that Ball State get a 3-and-out here, at least a quick drive. Just get them off the field and get your offense back to clicking.
Hey, if the game takes you on the road, we're there. Check into the Courtyard Muncie at Rising Convention Center. You'll find everything you need to transform your visit into a relaxing getaway. Go ahead and book online today at Marriott.com. That is Marriott.com. 3:46 to go in the 3rd. Ball State trails Buffalo 31-28 on the Cards Gamebridge Radio Network from Learfield. Welcome back to UB Stadium in Buffalo, New York. Thank you to Terry Schweer at Sam Pierce Chevrolet in Danville for your support of Ball State Athletics. Visit sampierchevy.com. That's sampierchevy.com. 3 minutes and 46 seconds to go in the 3rd quarter. Buffalo 31, Ball State's 28 here from New York. This is the last midweek action game Ball State plays. The Cardinals have an 11-day layoff between next games. They play Bowling Green at home on November 23rd to end the home slate, and then finish up the season at Ohio November 29th, the day after Thanksgiving. Season's gone by really fast, Chris. It's been fun to have you in the booth, and we're flying by here.
I'm having the time of my life. I've told you that a million times, and I mean, this is great. I love doing this, and they need to find a way to get their mojo back. The Cards do. They need to find a way to get a little bit of swag back. And
3 and out. They just played swag surfing, so there you go.
Yeah.
Either 3 and out, turnover, something like that. 1st and 10 for Ogbonna and Buffalo. It's a handoff to Henderson, who hits the right hash mark and then falls down at the 25-yard line. A gain of 6, and it is 2nd down and 4 for Buffalo, leading Ball State by 3 as we approach 3.5 to play in the third quarter.
I'm just going to say it. They can't play this O-line straight up. They're going to have to start playing some games with them.
What do you mean by that?
Start pre-snap and post-snap movement, twisting, stunting, things like that. They're going to have to start screwing with the rules for the Buffalo line.
2nd and 5. Here's Ogbonna throwing it deep down the right sideline. It's Jenkins who tries to catch it with one hand. It's incomplete as Miles Norwood on the coverage. The transfer from Iowa State holds Jenkins in check, who went for a one-handed grab with the left hand.
Norwood did a good job there.
That's one-on-one coverage with a really good wide receiver, J.J. Jenkins.
Hey, by the way, Ogbonna's arm is really good.
It is really good. It's okay after he took a big hit last drive.
Yeah.
So 3rd and 5 at the 25 for Buffalo. 3:11 to play third quarter. Bulls up by 3. Here's Ogbonna in the shotgun. 4 wide receivers on either side. Snow's in motion from right to left. Ogbonna takes the snap. Ball State brings 4. It's a quick throw to Orlando, the tight end. It's straight out of his hands. Udo in on the coverage. It's incomplete. And there's a 3 and out that Ball State's defense desperately needed. And it's an American Pest Pros defensive stand.
I can't stress how important that was. Get a 3 and out from these guys. Take away some of their juice and get some of ours back.
So back into punt, Ethan Duane, junior out of Melbourne, Australia. This will be his 53 punt of the season. He's had 8 punts of at least 50 yards. He averages 43 yards a pop. And it's 4th down and 6 from the 25 of Buffalo as he punts it from left to right. Nick Munson back to return the kick. And Duane's kick is a high end-over-end kick. And Nick Munson calls for a fair catch right at the 35 of Ball State. Hash marks left.
That was a really good kick. And great job by
Immediate
Nick
timeout.
Munson to get that. To fair catch it. And now here comes the offense. They're going to get the ball on the 35, right at the 35. Media timeout, maybe.
Numbers across 51378. Text CHIRP to 513. Numbers across 51378. Text CHIRP to 51378 for your spot for fall 2025 today. Go Cards from University Village. We'll come back. Ball State has the football on the Cards Game Bridge Radio Network from Learfield. And thank you to Spencer DeVoe and DeVoe Chevrolet in Alexandria for his support of Ball State Athletics. Visit DeVoeChevy.com. That is DeVoeChevy.com. 3 minutes and 2 seconds remain in the third quarter here from Buffalo, New York. Ball State trails Buffalo 31-28. He's a former Ball State offensive lineman. Chris Radican, Mick Tidrow with you. Special thank you to Matt Tuttle producing here tonight. Midweek action rolls on as we approach the end of the third quarter. Simmons in shotgun from the left hash mark for Ball State, down 3. Takes the snap. Here comes the rush. Screen set up. The ball's batted down at the line of scrimmage by Cornell Evans, the redshirt sophomore out of Seat Pleasant, Maryland, with his first knockdown of the season.
Yeah, great job by the Buffalo D-line. So they read out screen, got their hands up real quick, and batted that down.
This defense has had some tough times the last few
They
weeks.
have.
They gave up 30 points to a 2-win Akron team that's offenses look lifeless at times. And now today gave up 28 points to Ball State in the first 2 quarters, but now have a 31-28 lead. It's second down and 10 for Ball State at the 35-yard line. Samanza takes the snap, whips it to Cam Pickett, who breaks one tackle,
He's
turns
gone.
on the Jets, hits a second tackler, and races. Here goes Pickett down the right sideline. Cam Pickett has a touchdown. Ball State with a 65-yard play. Samanza to Cam Pickett, and Ball State's back in front, 34-31 with 2:46 in the third.
Great call, great play. Cam Pickett, get the ball to your playmaker in space and let him roll. And he did a great job breaking that tackle after the catch and just ran right across the grain, and nobody was able to touch him.
Second receiving touchdown of the season for Cam Pickett, and Ball State is back in front just like that.
He's got some wheels.
He is fast. And that has silenced the Buffalo Bulls crowd as Jackson Corville trying to make this a 4-point game. Tucker Dunn snaps it. Cooey holds, and Jackson Corville does exactly that. Ball State's back in front, 35-31. 2:46 to play in the third quarter, and Samanza with a 65-yard touchdown pass, but it was Cam Pickett doing it all as he caught that ball at the numbers right, broke a tackle, got through a hole, broke another tackle, Chris, and he was gone.
Yeah, he was like the flash there. He was just gone. Chris Hood, a little gimpy on that play, had trouble getting down for the PAT, and he was just kind of limping off the field. See if anything comes about that. Probably one of the most improved kids on the team this year.
Right.
Chris Hood is stepping in when they had an injury, and boy, he's done a great job.
So Ball State, a team that has to win today to continue talking about bowl eligibility, has gone toe-to-toe, back and forth with Buffalo, leads it by 4. That was a 2-play, 65-yard drive in 16 seconds for Ball State.
That was huge.
That was massive.
I mean, that was the answer you needed to get them, get a little bit of juice, a little bit of swag back.
Here's Carson Holmer to kick it from right to left for Ball State. In the all-white uniforms, Holmer spins one, and this one caught by Jenkins on a fair catch. So it's 1st and 10, Buffalo at its own 25-yard line.
You like that rule of the fair catch on the kick?
I'm here for it.
Yeah, I am too.
Good
I
with
am
it.
too. I think it just kind of simplifies the game a little bit. It's a good option for a return team. So
It's never a dull moment with Ball State football this year because every single MAC game has been decided by 6 points or less.
yes,
They're 2-3 in conference. A
Yep.
win by 2 against Kent State, a win by 1 against NIU, 2 losses to Western and Central Michigan, each by 3, and Miami a 6-point loss last week. They're up 35-31 against Buffalo with 2:46 in the third. This is just another Tuesday night action game as it's a handoff to Henderson straight up the middle for Buffalo, picks up 2. Second down and 8 at the 27.
so that's what I'm talking about. They did a double pinch. They pinched everybody inside there to stop the run. They got to play some games up front with those O linemen. Make those O linemen break out of their rules and not make it easy for them.
Agbana takes the snap, underthrows the tight end in Orlando, and it's incomplete at the hash marks left. So Buffalo has 3rd down and 8 from its own 27.
Agbana got a little antsy there. I think he just threw it too quickly. He didn't have an open defender, by the way, so it wasn't going to go anywhere.
Can Ball State get back-to-back 3-and-outs and get the football back with a 4-point lead nearing the end of the third quarter? Agbana in the shotgun, 3 wide receivers right, takes the knee-high
Pressure.
snap. Ball State brings pressure. Agbana sticks into it, throws it deep down
Pick.
the right sideline. It's intercepted. Here goes D.D. Snyder down the right sideline. He has a blocker tiptoeing the sidelines and is knocked down at the 12-yard line of Buffalo. D.D. Snyder with an interception, his first of his Ball State career.
So that started with pressure on Ogbonna. Somebody got their hand on him, and he tried to throw it from his back foot, so he didn't get a lot on it, so he had to sail it up in the air. D.D. Snyder was just there playing center field like Juan Soto, man.
And now Ball State has first down and 10 at the 19-yard line of Buffalo. They mark him back a few yards, but how about that?
Yeah, that big change right here.
In the biggest
exactly
of possible moments, Ball State has first and 10 at the 19 of Buffalo, leading 35-31. 2:09 to go in the third quarter, and Ball State's sideline is going absolutely berserk. Samanza takes the shotgun snap at the 19-yard line, hands it off to Sloan, who runs up the hash mark right and barrels down to the 15-yard line. A pickup of 4, second down and 6 for Ball State.
It's like Ball State's going to be content just kind of using up some clock, taking this thing, punching it in the end zone. They did have Justin Bowick on the outside in man coverage, so my guess is Coach Elliott will take a look at that and maybe try to dial one up. They've got him out here too at the bottom. That is straight man coverage.
Second down and 6 for
anymore.
Ball State at the 15-yard line of Buffalo. Samanza's in shotgun for the right hash mark. Ball State leads by 4. Samanza takes the snap, hands it off to Sloan, breaks one tackler at the line of scrimmage. The Eastern Kentucky FCS All-American transfer spins to the 10-yard line, and he's right at the line to gain. The officials say move the sticks. Brought to you in part by Reed's Plumbing.
Okay, so what's going on here, Mick?
They move him back half a yard. They move back Sloan half a yard, so they say third down in inches.
They are double covering Justin Bowick, so that takes a guy out of the box, which allows them to run the ball a little bit.
They had that ball spotted for a first down, and the official came in, moved it back, so it's third and inches with a minute to go here in the third quarter.
3's not what you want here. You want 7.
Ball State up 35-31. Samanza's in shotgun for the left hash mark. Pemberton to his right. 2 wide receivers and man coverage to the right side. Samanza takes the snap. It's a handoff to Pemberton. Dives forward outside the hash mark left and drives down to the 9-yard line for a Ball State first down.
John Mucciello and Chris Hood did a great job there of creating a surge. Ran right behind him. Chris Hood a little late to get up.
27 seconds to go in the third quarter. We'll see if Ball State runs another play here to end the frame, or if they're content to take a 35-31 advantage into the fourth quarter. This has been madness. 7-7 at the end of the first quarter. Ball State scored 21 points in the second frame to take a lead into the halftime break, 28-24.
Some action, man.
And each team scored 7 points in the third quarter. Tanner Koziel's jumping up and down as he goes to the far sideline for Ball State. He runs right at his head coach, Mike Newell, and that ends the third quarter.
Media timeout.
Ball State is going to have first and goal from the Buffalo 9-yard line to start off the fourth quarter, leading at 35-31. What a turn of events. When it felt like Ball State was hit in the mouth, they responded today, Chris.
Yeah, they sure have. They sure have. Not that they were dead in the water, but they just didn't have a lot going for them, and they found a way to fight through. And now look at them, getting poised to take a bigger lead in the fourth quarter. And this is exactly what you want when you're a football team. You want to be fighting at the end of the game to take the lead, to win the ball game, to win the game on national TV.
Hey, thank you, Jason Shively at Victory Honda of Muncie, for your support of Ball State Athletics. Visit victorymuncie.com. That's victorymuncie.com. Ball State 35, Buffalo 31. Fourth quarter coming up next on the Cardinals Gamebridge Radio Network from Learfield. Who turned up the temperature? Tuesday night action, not disappointing as 3 quarters are in the books here from Buffalo, New York. 35-31, Ball State has the lead and the football, first and goal at the Bulls' 9-yard line. Chris, this is a huge opportunity for Ball State. They pick up 7 points here. It's an 11-point game.
Yeah, this is huge. And three's good, 7's better. So they got a first and goal from the 8.5-ish. 9. It's a 9. It's the 9. So
yeah,
take your time. This is an opportunity to really tighten the screws on the Buffalo Bulls here.
What an effort for both of these teams. Buffalo trying to become bowl eligible for the second time in the last 3 years and do it with a first-year head coach, Pete Lembo, who of course was Ball State's coach from 2011 to 2015. Coach New in his 9th season trying to will Ball State to 3 straight wins at the end of the year to become bowl eligible.
I like what they're doing here with the huddle. They're not going to show too early. They're not going to show what they're doing. They're going to huddle up. That play clock hasn't even started yet. So
had all the time to talk things over the sideline. Now go huddle and take some time to reset this thing.
Yeah, even though you have momentum, that doesn't change. But you don't want to show your hand too early.
Ball State has first and goal from the Buffalo 9-yard line, working left to right with a 35-31 lead. The fourth quarter is now underway here from UB Stadium. Cam Pickett's in motion right to left. It's a handoff to Pickett.
Touchdown.
He scored last drive, and he's waltzing into the end zone for a touchdown. A receiving touchdown last drive, a rushing touchdown this one, and Cam Pickett has destroyed Buffalo here in the second half. It is 41-31 Ball State.
Ball State went with a 12 personnel, trips heavy look on the left side, and just ran jet sweep right into the boundary too, which I love that play.
4 seconds into the fourth quarter, Cam Pickett's having himself a night.
That is great. That boy can run. That dude can run.
Nobody was near
Good
him.
God.
Nobody was near
He
Cam
didn't get
Pickett.
touched.
This crowd is in disbelief as Cam Pickett has run all over this team here in the second half. Jackson Corville on for the extra point, and he puts it through. 42-31, 4 seconds into the fourth quarter. That is another Ball State scoring drive. And this drive summary was 4 plays, 19 yards, 2 minutes and 13 seconds taken off the clock after the D.D. Snyder interception set things up for Ball State to score with Cam Pickett again.
Just a thought. It's almost better that he didn't score. You know what I mean? Because they could take the offense, bleed a couple more minutes, and really kind of exert their dominance on the Buffalo defense there.
That Snyder didn't score?
Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean,
possibly.
I know you want him to score. Yeah, absolutely. But it's a blessing in disguise because you got the offense on the field and got to continue to get a little bit of their mojo back.
The speed from Cam Pickett, I can't stop thinking about that. He was just so fast on those last 2 plays he got the football.
Yes. Last 2 times he's touched it, he's almost gone untouched for 7 points each. 14 points unaccounted for, which that is great. Coaches are loving that, and what they're telling their kids right now, let's dial it in, let's play some great defense again.
And finish this job. 42-31, Ball State with 14:56 to play in the game. Carson Homer to kick it from left to right. And this kick is to the 15-yard line. It's returnable for Buffalo, and it's Tajay Johnson who spun down at the Buffalo 22-yard line.
I like those high kicks because it allows your guys in coverage to get down there and cover it more effectively.
So since Buffalo went up 31-28, CJ Ogbonna at quarterback is 0 for 4 with an interception. That includes a 3-and-out, and then that interception by Snyder last drive.
Game's up front.
And right, and Ogbonna went down on that last touchdown because he was blasted when they went up 31-28. He went down favoring that right arm, so maybe that's affected him since. He takes the snap, runs the first play of the drive, gets past the 25-yard line, and up to the Buffalo 27. It's a gain of 5, 2nd and 5.
That's a designed run. There was never going to give that ball. They're going to let him. They're trying to get him a little bit of rhythm too. Let him run the ball and start feeling it. It maybe from the hit. You know, you want him to take another hit so he knows he's okay.
Right. So 2nd and 5 at the 27 of Buffalo. Ogbonna takes the snap, fakes the handoff, throws it. It's nearly caught, but dropped by Chance Morrow, the 6'6" wide receiver out of Charlotte, North Carolina. has 4 catches on the season, would have had his 5th, but this one went right through his hands. Agbana put it on him.
It was a little high. It was a little high with good coverage.
3rd down and 5 for Buffalo at its own 27-yard line, and they have a massive 3rd down here.
Money down right here. This is the money down.
Ball State's up 11. Just 30 seconds gone by here in the 4th quarter. Agbana takes the snap. Quick slant route caught over top at the 35. Ty Baldwin makes the stop, and it's Jenkins with a 1st down to the 37 of Buffalo. Gain of 10.
Agbana needed that bad. He hadn't completed one in a long time.
Yeah, he was 13 of 23
Probably
before that pass.
50 minutes of real time. He hadn't completed a pass.
Agbana's back in shotgun, 1st and 10 at the 37 of Buffalo. It's a handoff to Henderson. He sifts through the defense and continues to just pile forward to the 42 of Buffalo, so it's a gain of 5.
Well, and again, Ball State played him straight up on the D line in the front, and it's not working. So the game, any kind of movement pre and post snap is going to help them defensively.
Agbana takes the snap, fakes the handoff, throw to Jenkins on the slant route, caught front of the 1st down for Buffalo. He points toward the 1st down marker. Miles Norwood knocks him down, but it's at Ball State's 46-yard line. That is a gain of 9. And Buffalo just methodically moving the football down the field with 13:20 to play. Ball State 42, Buffalo 31.
That was just an RPO. The O-line blocked a run, and Agbana just decided to throw the slant. He pulled it and threw it through the slant.
This Buffalo crowd is just quiet. Down 11, Agbana hands it off to Henderson. And down to the 45 of
Scott
Ball
Hudson.
State. There's
Dakari
Frazier.
Dakari Frazier, sorry, yeah.
Back from injury. So Frazier and then Conley came in and knocked him down 2. Gain of 2, 2nd and 8.
Chase it down from the backside. Take 2 yards. This is where Buffalo's kind of shown that they're going to get a little creative. They've got man coverage, and Norwood is way off down here.
Yeah, Jenkins one-on-one. Agbana takes the snap, fakes the handoff, runs himself to the seam right. Joey Stemler tracks him down, but it's to the 35 and a Buffalo 1st down and a gain of 10.
Okay, Buffalo has opened the playbook a little bit. They understand that they're down by 11 points. In the 4th quarter, they've opened up the playbook just a little bit here.
They're giving Agbana the keys to run now.
Yeah,
1st and 10 at Ball State's 35. Agbana fakes the handoff, 3-step drop, heaves one deep down the left seam. It's short. Dede Snyder has his 2nd interception in as many drives. Here goes Snyder down the right seam, and Ball State's transfer from Illinois making a massive impact here in Buffalo. Cardinals possession leading at 42-31, and Dede Snyder, have yourself a night.
So I know I'm supposed to know what happened on that. I don't know what happened. I don't know where he was throwing that, and I don't know what happened. He underthrew that by 7 or 8 feet, Nick.
And the crowd is starting to file out here from UB Stadium as Ball State has the football with a 42-31 lead. 12:08 to go. He had Victor Snow in the end zone if he would have lofted it up, but it was short. And Dede Snyder takes it himself. That is an American Pest Pros defensive stand. Ask for the Ball State discount at AmericanPestPros.com. AmericanPestPros.com. Ask for the Ball State discount. That's a Cardinals defensive stand with 12:08 to go in the game. Ball State's up 11 with the football, trying to make a deep run. These last 3 games, the Cardinals hanging on here in Buffalo. This is the Cardinals Gamebridge Radio Network from Learfield. We'll go back to UB Stadium. Ball State leads at 42-31 with 12 minutes and 8 seconds to go. D.D. Snyder just picked off his second interception in as many drives for Ball State's defense. Chris Raddick and Mick Chidro, Matt Tuttles in our network producing studios. Chris, these last two defensive drives have just completely changed this game.
100%. They've both been, what amounted to really bad throws by Agbana, which we hadn't seen up until the second half, and he just lost his accuracy. So, and that one was just underthrown. That was so far underthrown that, again, D.D. Snyder playing center field, and what you're telling your Ball State offense right now, hey, we can put the nail in the coffin right here, boys. Do it. It's on you.
Ball State has first down and 10 at its own 33-yard line, leading Buffalo 42-31. 12:08 to go in the game. Caden Samanza takes the snap, quickly throws it for Pickett. It's batted around and nearly intercepted. It's incomplete, and it's second down and 10.
Yeah, going to have to take care of the football, right?
Agbana only had 2 picks coming into this game, Chris. He's thrown 2 to D.D. Snyder today.
Yeah.
That ball should have been intercepted. That was right off of the defender's hands. Solomon Brown wishes he had that one back.
Yeah, he does.
Second and 10 for Ball State, back at its own 33.
I don't think he was ready for it.
Samanza takes the snap, hands it off for TJ Horton, peels off the left hash mark, springs forward, lowers the shoulder, hits the 50, and picks up a Ball State first down on a gain of 17.
The more they feature him, the better off they're going to be. They have a stable of running backs with the 3 of those guys, and this kid can absolutely fly when he gets the football, especially in open space.
And TJ Horton just showing why he's going to see more snaps as his career goes on. Ball State first and 10 at midfield, 11:40 and ticking fourth quarter clock. Ball State 42, Buffalo 31. A win for Ball State moves them to 4-6 and 3-3 in MAC play. Pistol formation. Samanza takes the snap, fakes the handoff, rolls off left, throws it quickly to Koziel, who catches it, runs up the hash marks left, and then dances down the Ball State sideline. He's close to a first down, but the official marks him at the 41 of Buffalo, which is a yard shy. 9-yard pickup, second down and 1.
Caden did a great job because that defensive end, the outside linebacker for Buffalo, did not bite on the fake, and he was chasing Caden. Caden was running for his life and threw it to one of his best buddies in the world, Tanner Koziel.
Samanza today 18 of 24, 253 yards, 4 touchdown passes, does have a pick. Koziel has 8 catches for 72 tonight.
God, that's all
second
he does
down and
balls.
1 at the 41-yard line of Buffalo. Samanza takes the snap, hands it off to Horton, who's hit near the line of scrimmage, and this one stays at the 41, so third down and 1 upcoming for Ball State.
The one thing Horton doesn't have, he doesn't have the physical presence that Vaughn has or even Braden has, where he can run up the middle and get extra yards after the contact. But the more he does it, the better off he's going to be. So as you see the Ball State offense featuring him more, you may see him gather some of that skill set.
There's been a lot of different runners today. Samanza 3 for 50, Pickett 3 for 37, Horton 4 for 23, Pemberton 10 for 22. Samanza's in shotgun from the left hash mark. Third down and 1 for Ball State at the Buffalo 41, leading by 11. 10 minutes to play. Samanza takes the snap. He's throwing it deep down the right seam. Bowick catches it over the shoulder and falls down inside the 15-yard line. Solomon Brown pulls him at the 11, but Justin Bowick is showing the nation who he is tonight.
You know what he is? He's a cheat code. He is a cheat code. I mean, you cannot cover that guy one-on-one.
30-yard pass from Samanza to Bowick, and Justin Bowick has 5 catches for $139 and 2 touchdowns tonight.
Hey, and by the way, great throw by Caden.
Into a bucket again.
So we have
Samanza's 8 yards away from his second 300-yard game of his career. Almost half those yards have been to Justin Bowick tonight. First down and 10 for Ball State at the Buffalo 11-yard line. 9:20 to go. Ball State's up 11. Samanza takes a shotgun snap, hands it off to the running back, and it's a 1-yard pickup for Von Madge, Charlie Spiegel. And second down and 9 for Ball State at the Buffalo 10.
Good to see Charlie getting a carry. He runs hard, by the way. Boy, they had Bowick in one-on-one. I know they don't want to get too greedy yet, right? But Buffalo continues to cover him in one-on-one man coverage, and there is not a guy on the field that can cover Justin Bowick, man.
Not a chance. Last 2 weeks have proven that. Second down and Second down and 9 from the 9-yard line. Kyle Kelly takes the snap. This play's blown up as Kelly has to just run around and try to hold on to the football. It's back down to the 13-yard line of Ball State, so a loss of 4.
Buffalo ran a double twist. They brought everybody inside.
And Kobe Stewart was right there.
Yeah, he almost got to the mesh point at the handoff. That would have been bad.
So Ball State's pinned back now, third down, and they call it 11 at the 13-yard line. Can pick up it's be third and 11 from the 12. Can pick up a first down at the 1-yard line. 8 minutes to play. Ball State's up 11 points. Samanza in shotgun formation in between the hash marks, takes the snap, looks right, throws it to Bowick on a crossing route, catches at the 9, but Murdoch yanks him down before he can do anything else. Back to the original line of scrimmage. It's 4th down and 10.
They're going to kick.
Here comes Ball State's field goal unit to try and make this a 14-point game, which right now is massive.
Yeah, huge. Especially the way the defense is playing and the way that Ogbonna's been throwing it around.
7 minutes and 30 seconds to play here in Buffalo. Ball State 42, Buffalo 31. Jackson Corville is on for a 27-yard field goal. From the right hash mark, Tucker Dunn to snap, Brian Cooey to hold, and Jackson Corville waits for his holder, sends it right on through on an end-over-end kick. Jackson Corville is money.
Yep.
His first field goal tonight makes him 10 of 12 on the season, and Ball State's up 45-31 with 7 minutes and 8 seconds to play in the game. So this drive for Ball State started with an interception from Dede Snyder at Ball State's own 33-yard line. They end up going 8 plays, 55 yards, and knocking down a field goal to make this a 14-point game on a Gamebridge scoring drive. 45-31, 7:08 to go. We'll take the timeout, come back. Fourth quarter continues when we come back on the Gamebridge Radio Network from Learfield. Back at UB Stadium, Ball State with a 45-31 lead, 7:08 to go in the game. And Ball State just put up a 27-yard field goal courtesy of Jackson Corville to take a 14-point advantage. Chris Raddick and Mick Titro with you. Matt Tittle's back in our network studios for this finish on Tuesday Night Action.
Well, here we go. What you're telling your defense right now is you're saying, hey, look, what you've been doing is working. Don't change anything. They're mixing up the front a little bit, making it more difficult for Buffalo to throw the ball. They're getting pressure on Ogbonna. They want to stop Buffalo from moving the ball down the field methodically and getting a big and stop any big plays, most importantly.
Here's Carson Holmer kicking it from left to right. This one's a spiral that is caught for a fair catch by Tad Barr, fifth-year senior from Pennsylvania. Calls for the fair catch. Buffalo has first and 10 from its own 25-yard line. 7:08 to go. 45-31. Ball State's in front of Buffalo.
And I like that Buffalo fair catches that, stops the clock. All right, so and they're going to get the ball on the 25, so probably wasn't going to return it to anywhere farther than there. So it's kind of an efficient move.
Can Ball State's defense come through in the clutch again? Dede Snyder's had interceptions on each of the last 2 drives for Ball State's defense. First and 10 for Buffalo at the 25, down 14. Ogbonna setting up the screen. It's caught by Henderson at the.
And also, that's a sideline call. I call that a sideline call.
After the play, personal foul.
Yeah, sideline call.
After the play, personal foul. Late hit out of number 57 of the defense. 15-yard penalty from the spot of the foul. Excuse me, the end of the
I don't.
automatic first down.
They're saying Nathan Reichert came in late to hit, but I thought that was all Keontae Newsom slinging Henderson down to the to hit, but I thought that was all Keontae Newsom slinging Henderson down to the really having Ogbonna 2 interceptions on the last 2 drives, and then a punt before that. So Buffalo, after taking a 31-28 lead, has given up 17 straight to Ball State, and Henderson breaks 1 tackle. He's scooting down past the 30 in Ball State territory, and Snyder just pushes him out.
It's the 50th time they've run that play. They ran zone right, and he hits it on the backside. He keeps hitting that on the backside. Ball State's got to fold their defenders back there. They flow with the read key, and there's nobody on the backside.
That's a 29-yard rush for Henderson, as long as before that was 10 yards. And another handoff for Henderson, first and 10 at the Ball State 26. This time he's wrapped up right at the line of scrimmage by Riley Tolsma.
Good job at the point of attack.
Second down and 10 for Buffalo at the Ball State 26. 45-31 Ball State lead. Buffalo has the football, inching closer to the red zone. Time is of the essence for both teams. Ogbonna races out of the pocket on 2nd and 10, sets his feet, throws it on the run. It's batted incomplete. And D.D. Snyder was there to whack it out of bounds. Intended for Victor Snow. 3rd down and 10 with 6 to play. Let's go ahead and pause 10 seconds for station ID on the Gamebridge Radio Network from Learfield. Ogbonna has his hands on his hips. 5 minutes and 45 seconds. So the clock never.
Down.
Also, the clock never stopped. Right, that clock should have stopped, right?
Yeah, it was
I saw the clock rolling, so they're probably going to have an adjustment there. Stemler's down. This is an IU Health Orthopedics and Sports Medicine injury timeout. And the clock was at, 6:08 at the end of that play, and it's now at 5:47.
They're going to add some time. And
it was a clear incompletion.
Yeah, I mean, it was 4 feet out of bounds. And
the clock never stopped on that incomplete pass. Please set the game clock to 6:02. 6:02.
Okay.
So 6:02.
Snap. Thank you.
Okay, you're talking about a situation here where this might be the play of the game.
Do you just pin your ears back and go try and sack him? Like, do you just let it loose?
I mean, they're going to throw the ball. I can't imagine that. Now, the only way they're going to run, I think the only way they run is if they run Ogbonna here. So I'm going to put a guy on number 7. I'm going to say, hey, you got him. Wherever he goes, you go with him, right? That way you've got him accounted for. It's really hard to account for a running quarterback, first of all.
So Stemler's out of the game right now.
Yep.
He's helped off of the IU Health Orthopedics and Sports Medicine injury timeout. Ogbonna has 3rd and 10 for the 26 of Ball State. Takes the shotgun snap. Ball State brings a rush. Ogbonna evades tacklers. Racing outside. Conley's chasing, and Ogbonna throws it out of bounds. Into Ball State's sideline. It's incomplete. 4th down and 10 with 5:54 to go. Cardinals up 14.
Well, there's no doubt what they're doing right now. So they have to go for it. They have to go for it. So, again, another play of the game, Nick, right here. 4th down. You get a stop here, you can end the game.
Yeah, you can put this one pretty close to bed.
Yeah, correct.
Ball State's bench jumping up and down on the far sideline on 4th and 10 for Buffalo at the Ball State 26. 45-31 Cardinals lead. Ogbonna looks back at his sideline to our left. Ogbonna from the shotgun right hash mark puts Henderson to his right. 2 wide receivers split out wide left. Ball State bringing 5 on the blitz. Ogbonna takes the snap. He rushes. He's tucking and going, and he breaks through for a 1st down. He hits the in between the hash marks, and Ogbonna scores a touchdown. A 26-yard scamper on 4th down and 10, and Ogbonna has his 2nd rushing touchdown of the night. It is now 45-37 with 5 minutes and 43 seconds to go in the game, and pending the extra point, this could be a 7-point game.
Same thing. You have to account for the running quarterback, even in a passing situation like that, especially a kid like that. He can run the ball just about anywhere he wants to, when he wants to. You have to account for him, especially when the pocket breaks down and he starts taking off. And then here's the other thing. When you recognize it, you have to have your eyes somewhere, right? You have to be able to know where the quarterback is. Go make a play. Go make a play at 9 yards and the game's over.
8-point game as it stands right now. 5:43 to play here in the fourth quarter.
Delay of game on the offense. 5-yard penalty. Trial lead from the 8.
Yeah, a lot of celebration leading to
Yeah.
late entry onto the field.
Well, in the way he kicks it, doesn't matter if they get 3 or 4 of these, he's still putting it through.
Yeah, he'll probably put it to the scoreboard again. That's 40 yards behind the uprights. Also, Buffalo's using Ball State's old logo on the video board. They've had the non-striped logo for almost a decade.
Probably not by accident.
It's a botched snap, and this one is recovered by Buffalo, but it is no extra point here for Buffalo. It's staying an 8-point game, and this is, once again, the ultimate Tuesday night action. It was a bad snap, couldn't get the hold down, and it is an 8-point Ball State lead, 45-37. Ethan Duane just could not grab it.
I don't know what happened there. It looked like a good snap to me.
You think it was a good snap?
I thought it was. It looked like. Oh, yeah, it just bounced right off his hands.
It was a great snap, yeah. My bad on the bad snap. It was a good one on the replay.
Hit him in the wrong spot, right in the hands.
So Ball State stands with an 8-point lead, which, I mean, that changes things.
It does change things, but ultimately, Buffalo's still going to have to score a touchdown, right? And then they got to get the 2 points. So all that doesn't matter if you put a drive together here. You put a drive together here, do what you have done the entire game.
Right.
Drive the ball down the field with your mix of run and pass. Put the ball in the end zone. That's it. Start the bus, baby.
Start the bus, he says. We'll take the break with them. 45-37. Ball State's in front with 5:43 to play on the Cards Gamebridge Radio Network from Learfield. The final 5 minutes and 43 seconds coming up here from UB Stadium in Buffalo, New York. Ball State 45, Buffalo 37. The Bulls just scored a touchdown on a 4th and 10 from the 26-yard line, rushing touchdown from C.J. Ogbonna. But then a botched hold on the extra point after a delay of game penalty keeps it an 8-point game in favor of Ball State as the Cardinals are about to get the football back. Upton Belenfant kicking it from right to left to Malcolm Gilley, who stands near his own end zone, far side left. If you haven't had enough of Tuesday Night Football, you've come to the right place. Chris Radican, Mick Tudrow, Matt Tuttle's our network producer, and Belenfant's kicking it high to Gilley, who calls for a fair catch, catches at the shoulders, and Ball State has 1st and 10 from its own 25.
Very smart by Malcolm there.
465 total yards today for Ball State, which is most in a single game. Coach Elliott, who's the offensive coordinator and play caller, is literally sitting about 3 feet away from you.
Yep.
And
there's a window.
There's a window.
I can't reach out and touch him right now.
There's a window, but he has called a masterful game today.
Great job. He's done a great job. 45
points for Ball State today. Can the Cardinals put this one away? Leading 45-37 with 5:43 to go. 1st and 10 for Ball State from its own 25. Samanza takes the snap, turns around, gives it to Sloan, who charges forward to the Ball State 27. It's a gain of 2, 2nd down and 8.
Yeah, Ball State, like the charge for Ball State right now is to move the chains, keep moving the chains, do what you do. You're not changing anything. You're not playing conservative here. You're not saying, well, we got to lead and we just need to hold on to the ball. No. You're going to do what you do.
You said it a couple minutes ago. You play to win the game, right, Herm Edwards?
Herm said it. Coach Edwards said it the best. You play to win the game.
2nd down and 8 for Ball State, back at its own 27-yard line. Clock hits 5 minutes. Simonza takes the snap, hands it off to T.J. Horton, who sifts through the defense, hits the numbers right, bounces off one tackler, and is close to a first down. They give him the first down
he got
to Ball State's 39-yard line. It's a gain of 11, and T.J. Horton moves the sticks, presented by Reed's Plumbing.
He's got that different gear. All 3 running backs do a great job. He's got a little bit of different gear. And you know what he did there? He stayed in bounds.
Keeps the clock moving. With 4.5 minutes to go, Ball State up 45-37. Simonza breaks the huddle, stands in shotgun for the right hash mark. Both teams have 3 timeouts left here tonight. The 2-minute timeout as well looming. Simonza takes a snap, jumps up to catch it, gives it to T.J. Horton, who breaks one tackle, hits off another at the 40-yard line, slung down, and it's Red Murdoch making the stop.
He's so physical on his tackles.
He does not hold back.
He did not have leverage. T.J. had leverage on him, and Murdoch got there.
3rd leading tackler in the country brings down Horton after a pickup of 1 to Ball State's 40, 2nd down and 9.
You know what's crazy? He's 3rd in the country. He's 2nd on his team.
Unbelievable. These 2 linebackers in Murdoch and Dolak are just something else. 2nd and 9 for Ball State at its own 40. Clock is under 4 minutes to go. Cardinals up by 8. Simonza claps the hands, takes the snap, rolls the pocket right, heaves it to Bowick across the field. It's incomplete. And into the lap of a backup punter. Good hands there by Dylan Drennan, the freshman from Dallas, Texas. He caught that ball off the Bowick tip. That stops the clock with 3:28. 3rd down and 9 for Ball State at its own 40. Leading 45-37.
Kyle Kelly coming in.
Please set the game clock to 3:33.
So that adds 5 extra seconds to the clock, which Buffalo will take every second it can get right now.
Yep.
Ball State needs a win to keep bowl eligibility on the table. Buffalo wins.
Thank you.
They are bowl eligible in the first season under Coach Pete Lembo. Kelly's in at quarterback. Now he steps away from quarterback. Simonza's in at quarterback. Kelly motions out from running back out wide right. Simonza heaves it deep left sideline for Bowick, and he almost had it. He caught it, and then it was knocked out by the defensive back. Marquise Cooper just saved the game for Buffalo because Justin Bowick would have mossed him and given Ball State 1st and 10 in the red zone. Instead, it's 4th and 8. Ball State has to punt from its own 40-yard line with 3:26 to play, clinging to a 45-37 lead.
All right. Well, for easy, everybody do it, right?
Right, this is where you earn your money.
They're going to come after this.
Yeah, Brian Cooey has his heels at the 25-yard line of Ball State. Cam Pickett motions out. Here goes Cooey on the punt. It's a line drive kick. And Victor Snow catches it back at his 19-yard line. Victor Snow breaks one tackle, full force ahead in between the hash marks. And he's down at the Buffalo 26-yard line. Make it the 27.
You wanted him action. You got it.
You got it. 3:16 to play. Ball State 45, Buffalo 37. It comes down to this defensive stand for Ball State. Each team has 3 timeouts plus the 2-minute timeout.
Yeah.
Every Ball State game has been a one-score game in MAC play. This is the 6th game, and something tells me that it's going to happen for a 6th straight.
And here we go.
And C.J. Ogbonna, who had that 26-yard rushing touchdown last drive on 4th down and 10 to keep the game alive, is back in shotgun, takes the snap, 3-step drop, heaves it deep, left sideline. Jenkins, one-on-one coverage. It bounces off his hands, incomplete, but there's a flag. Miles Norwood was in coverage. D.D. Snyder was coming up behind, and there is a pass interference by the near official making the signal.
And all Miles has to do is turn around there.
Pass interference. Defense, number 26. 15-yard penalty from the previous spot. First down.
That's only Ball State's 3rd penalty for 35 yards, but it's a big one to move the football
It's not a spot foul, so.
Right, that's the only saving grace with college game not having spot foul. So it's 1st and 10, Buffalo at its own 42-yard line with 3:08 to go. 45-37, Ball State holds on to a lead with Ogbonna at the hash mark, left in shotgun. 3 wide receivers right. Hands it off. It's Sperling.
Riley
He's
Tolsma.
knocked down at the 40 by Riley Tolsma. They say he got to the 41, so it's a loss of 1 yard. 2nd down and 11.
Yeah, Riley came through untouched from the backside. Like, nobody blocked him. They didn't think he'd get there or something. I don't know, but he just did a great job.
So Sperling's playing right now. The redshirt freshman instead of Henderson, the trusted veteran. Ogbonna takes a 2nd and 11 snap, throws it quickly, caught by Snow down to the 45-yard line, left hash mark. Hit down by George Udo. Gain of 4, 3rd down and 7. Clock hits 2.5 to play. Ball State's up 8. An anxious crowd here in Buffalo on a Tuesday night. Ball State 4-down lineman. Ogbonna 3rd and 7 takes the snap, steps into a throw. It is outside the hands of Victor Snow, and it falls harmlessly down to the turf on the left hash marks at the 20-yard line of Ball State. So 4th down and 7, 2:21 to play. 45-37, Ball State leads.
Again, what has been the answer? Run the quarterback. Ball State's going to drop everybody into their zones. They've got to account for a running quarterback. We've seen this show before.
Last drive, it hurt Ball State on 4th and 10 at the 26. This time it's 4th and 7 for Buffalo at its own 45-yard line, down 8. Ogbonna from the left hash mark. Ball State brings 5. He takes the snap. He rolls left. He throws across his body. Snow catches and drops. Baldwin in on coverage, and there comes a flag. A flag thrown in by the back official. It lands at midfield, and we'll see what it's against. And they make the signal against Ball State.
So as he came across, he grabbed him.
Number 12.
So they call it on Baldwin.
10-yard penalty from the previous spot. Automatic. First down.
I'm going to ask you this. Do they look for that more late game situations?
I mean,
or do we just notice it more late games?
No, it's just if it's a foul, it's a foul. You call it. So,
Okay.
I mean, if it's a foul, it's a foul. You're not looking for it. It's just,
But was that play happening earlier in the game is my point.
Well,
I'm
that's
giving
the
it to
thing.
you from a coach's perspective.
We've talked. If you're going to call it late, call it early.
Right.
So
Right. 1st and 10 for Ball State. Or rather for Buffalo at Ball State's 45-yard line. Ogbonna takes the snap, roll it out right. Tolsma nearly gets to him, but he gets out of the tackle, and Ogbonna just throws it into Ball State's sideline. Great catch by Coach Neal.
Yeah, he's got hands. He's still got it. He's still got it.
Might have played quarterback, but he's still got the hands.
Yeah, I mean, he's an athlete. Still an athlete.
I'm not trying to be controversial. It's just that those are 2 big penalties on this drive against Ball State, pass interference and holding.
It's a completely fair question, and it was a foul, and I don't have a problem with him calling it, but call it in the first quarter, call it in the second quarter, call it in the third quarter. It just, if you're going to call it late, call it early. That's all you ask for as a coach.
2nd down and 10 for Buffalo. Ball State's 45. 2:06 to play. Ogbonna just stands idle, then whips one to Jenkins, and Jenkins fell down, and Eric McLean throws his hands to the side. There's another flag.
I feel like that was. Now, and again, I will not criticize the officials. They're working their tails off.
It's a hard job. I totally understand.
He fell, though. That's the problem. He fell. He didn't get tripped. I don't
Pass
think he got
interference.
tripped.
Defense. Number 15.
That's 3 penalties on this drive.
Automatic first
2
down.
pass interference and 1 holding.
Yeah.
And it's an automatic first down for Buffalo.
All in the back end.
Let's watch this play. Jenkins running. Okay. He did wrap his left arm in there.
So that's fair.
1st and 10 at Ball State's 33 with 2:01. So Buffalo gets one more snap before the 2-minute timeout. Ogbonna throws it right sideline. It's hanging in the air, and it's a jump catch.
He's out of bounds.
It's a catch. Buffalo catches it by one official. The other says no.
He came down out of bounds.
Chance Morrow came down out of bounds, and it's incomplete.
Incomplete pass. 2-minute timeout.
One official was going to the spot to mark it. The other official in the far side right came in and said incomplete. So 2nd down and 10 for Buffalo at Ball State's 33. It's close.
No. They may look. Will they look at that?
No, they might. 45-37. 45-37. Ball State leads Buffalo with $1:56 to go. And as it stands, it's 2nd down and 10 for the Bulls at Ball State's 33. We'll come back and finish this one up here from New York. Buckle up, take a breath, do what you need to do. Here on a Tuesday night from action, this is Ball State football on the Cards Gamebridge Radio Network from Learfield. All right, the final 1 minute and 56 seconds here from Buffalo, New York. The Cardinals lead the Buffalo Bulls 45-37. Buffalo has the football, 2nd down and 10 at Ball State's 33-yard line. We are in the 2-minute timeout, and the officials, Chris, are huddling at the 35-yard line to talk potentially about that last play that was called incomplete.
Yeah, I wonder if they're talking about, will they go to the replay after the 2 minute, and he is.
And the officials are dispersing right now. There's still some discussion, and we haven't seen the official replace the ball. Yep, the ball's down now at the 33. So they will not give it a catch to Buffalo.
I'm surprised. I thought they would look at it.
I did too.
I'm glad they're not. Don't kid me. Don't get yourself. I'm not upset about it.
Right, either way, it's 1:56 to play in the game.
If ever you needed a sack, if ever needed pressure for him to make a mistake, right now's the time.
Ball State has no sacks on the night, but they've forced 3 turnovers, a fumble, and 2 picks. 45-37, Ball State leads. Buffalo has the football, 2nd and 10 at Ball State's 33. Ogbonna takes the snap, heaves one toward the end zone. Miles Norwood's there to bat it around, but it's caught. It's caught in the end zone for a touchdown by Jenkins. Norwood jumped just a second too early, and Jenkins picks the pocket for a Buffalo touchdown. It is now 45-43 with 1:49 after the corner left side touchdown by Jenkins. Buffalo has to go for 2. And Chris, they still have 3 timeouts.
Yeah.
Norwood jumped just like a half second too early for that ball,
Yeah.
and Jenkins somehow ends up catching it with the tips of his fingers.
I thought Norwood was
Brings it
going to
in.
pick it. I was pretty sold on that fact, and he just jumped too early, mistimed it.
What a ball game. There's still 1:49 to go. Buffalo needs this 2-point conversion to tie the game. It's 45-43. Both teams still have 3 timeouts as well.
Quarterback run.
So Ogbonna puts Snow in motion from left to right. Ogbonna takes the snap, flips it to the tight end, Orlando, who barrels forward. He's in for a 2-point conversion. They took a book out of Ball State's playbook, Chris. That's what Simmons and Cozy will do all day, every day. And it's a tie game at 45 with 1:49 to play.
Okay. Hey, you know what? Time to answer, baby. Let's go.
This is where Ball State has been really good.
So
2 minutes or less with Caden Simonza, the redshirt freshman at quarterback, and you have 3 timeouts.
And you got a pretty good kicker that is known for kicking and in clutch situations. So let's put yourself in a position to win by taking care of the football, moving the ball down the field. My guess is Buffalo's going to come out with guns a-blazing, and they're going to put pressure on Caden, hoping that he makes a mistake.
Can your heart take this?
Absolutely.
Mine can too.
Dude,
This is.
I mean,
what a game. Look at this, 45-45. There's been, I'm not good at math, but that's 90 points.
this is like a lousy Big Ten basketball game. That's what I think the score. You know what I mean?
But an epic action
This
football
is great.
game.
This is great. And
Ball State has a chance to win it. That's the best play out of all of it.
And you have two of the best weapons that Ball State's had in a long time. You have Justin Bowick and you have Tanner Kozel.
Well, 3 Cam Pickett tonight,
and you have,
too.
Well, yeah.
You got to add Pickett.
Way to discount him, Chris. Good job. And
Caden Simonza.
And you have Caden Simonza, and you have T.J. Horton who's coming on. You have Braden Sloan. You have Von Pemberton.
You've shown you can score. That has not been a problem tonight.
So move the ball down there, put the game away, start the plane. I'll fly it home. I know what I'm doing.
45-45. Here's the kick from Upton Bellenfant to Malcolm Gilley, who catches at his own 2 with $1:48 to go. He races forward, passes the 20-yard line, churns the legs, and buried down inside the 25. So it's at the 20. They'll call it the 25, it looks like.
Yeah.
Where they officially spot the ball. So just like he would have called fair catch, that's where Ball State has it.
What an opportunity that Ball State has.
To go be the man.
To be the man. Show the nation what you're all about right here.
45-45 with 1 minute and 43 seconds left to go. It's Ball State football, 1st and 10 from its own 25. Caden Simonza trying to engineer a game-winning drive. Simonza takes the snap, throws it to Koziel, catches outside the numbers left past the 30, and spins out of bounds into Ball State's bench far side at the 35-yard line. They say move the sticks on a Reed's Plumbing first down.
I thought he was short. I'm looking at it through like 3 windows, though. So
Koziel, 9 catches for 91 yards and a touchdown tonight. That ties his career record in receptions in a game.
They practice this every single day, Nick. 2-minute drill.
First down and 10 for Ball State at its own 35-yard line. $1:38 to play. Simonza takes the left hash mark snap, throws it quickly. Malcolm Gilly catches it,
Another
springs
first
forward down to the Ball State 47. It's a pickup of 12, another Reed's Plumbing first down. A chance to continue bowl eligibility on the table, hangs in the balance. The Cardinals got to win 3 straight to end the season, but it starts tonight. It's tied at 45. Samanza takes the 1st and 10 snap from the 47, throws it to Bowick on a slant route. He's past the 50 and up to the Buffalo 47-yard line. It's a gain of 6, 2nd down and 4. Clock hits 1:17 to go. Both teams have 3 timeouts and an anxious, quiet crowd here from Buffalo. Samanza takes the snap, 2nd down and 4, heaves it, left sideline for Gilly. It's off his chest, incomplete. In coverage was Marquise Cooper, and it's 3rd down and 4 for Ball State at the Buffalo 47 with 1:05 to go, tied at 45.
I like the call. I would have liked to see a little bit of a side adjustment. What I mean by that is for him to come back and high point that. Don't wait on it. Don't wait for it to drop into your breadbasket. Go high point that ball. What I mean is jump up and bring the ball to you.
From the Buffalo 47, 3rd down and 4 for Ball State, 1:05 to go. The Cowbells are out here in Buffalo. 45 to 45. Samanza empties the backfield. Vaughn Pemberton splits out wide left, and here's a timeout.
Yeah, you ain't taking them with you. Dial up the right play. Dial up the right play.
This will be a 30-second timeout.
On all they're doing here is they're just going to calm the troops a little bit and say, look, here's what we're going to run. It's going to work. And you say that about 9 times to them so that they believe, right? This is going to work. This is going to work. Go do your job. You're looking at every individual, all 11 guys saying, do your job.
So Jackson Corville's longest kick of his career was a game-winning 52-yarder against NIU a couple of weeks ago. That means Ball State's got to get to the 37-yard line. That's 10 more yards. With 1:05 to go in the game, it's tied 45 all. 3rd down and 4 from the Buffalo 47-yard line.
Right now, you just need 4.
You need 4
That's
right
all
now.
you need right now.
But get to the 37, you give Corville a chance.
But you're telling all your guys, do your job. Everybody's got one job to do. Do your job right here.
Samanza from the right hash mark, steps back into shotgun, 4 wide receivers, 3rd down and 4. Koziel splits out wide right. It's a throw to Koziel right at the sticks. It's a catch. He's about a half-inch short. He got 3 yards. He needed 4, and it's 4th down and 1 for Ball State. 53 seconds in ticking. Buffalo has 3 timeouts. Kane Samanza's pointing to Coach Dews, say, let's go for it.
Absolutely.
He's telling the team to huddle. Coach Dews on the sideline looking on to Samanza. Buffalo's not burning a timeout. Ball State's going quick. They get to the line of scrimmage. Samanza on 4th down and 1, takes the snap, hands it off to Pemberton. He bullies forward and has the Ball State first down. It's a timeout, and it's a first down for Ball State down to the 41 of Buffalo on a gain of 3. 31 seconds to go.
Okay, now you're cooking. So
Timeout. Ball State.
41, you need
Another
about.
second and a half. This will be a 30-second timeout.
You want to make sure you give yourself enough room, right? So now you want to get about 5 or 6. They have 1 timeout left, am I correct?
Ball State has 1 timeout with 31 seconds to go. Game is tied at 45.
What you want to do here, you're thinking a couple things. You can run it up the middle if you want. Spread formation, run it up the middle, okay? Maybe get 5 or 6. The other thing, you can throw a quick route, but it better be a really accurate, good, I like one of those, it's a sure thing, right? A sure thing. Like, we know we can get 5 if we throw this play. So here we go.
3 timeouts for Buffalo, 1 for Ball State, 45 to 45. With 31 seconds to go, Ball State has 1st down and 10 from the Buffalo 41-yard line. On a cold, crisp Tuesday night from Buffalo, Samanza takes the snap, throws it left. It's off Koziel's hands, incomplete.
Okay, not the end of the world.
In coverage was Sean Dolak. The nation's leading tackler was right all over Koziel. 2nd down and 10 from the Buffalo 41. 28 seconds to go. This would stand as a 58-yard attempt if Ball State can't pick up another yard.
Plenty of time. You got 2 downs, 2nd and 3rd down, to try to pick up 5 or 6 yards.
The anxiety is turned up. Buffalo with the win becomes bowl eligible. Ball State with the win stays in the hunt to become bowl eligible. 2nd down and 10 for the Cards at the Buffalo 41-yard line. Tied at 45, 28 seconds to go. Samanza takes the snap, heaves one down the left sideline. Gilly turns around and it's incomplete. Gilly was open but couldn't turn around fast enough at the Buffalo 15, numbers left, and it's 3rd down and 10 for Ball State at the Buffalo 41 with 23 seconds to go.
So Caden just kind of underthrew it and outside. I know what he was trying to do there. He's trying to make sure that only one guy could catch it, and Cam's got to kind of come back and get that ball.
So now do you try to get 5 yards and give Corville a chance?
Well, you want to put your kicker in a position to succeed. So, yes, you want to get some yards. But, again, I'm not sure that running the ball is the answer, but it better be a sure thing.
Tanner Cozio about as sure as you can get for 5 yards, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's generally speaking, yes.
3rd and 10 for Ball State at the Buffalo 41. Samanza takes the snap, throws it to Pickett down the left sideline, and it's incomplete. In coverage was Cooper again, and Ball State has 4th down and 10 from the 41 of Buffalo with 18 seconds to go, 45-45. It's decision time for head coach Mike New.
58-yarder might be out of reach.
And the offense is staying on the field for the moment. Coach New still has 1 timeout, could potentially burn it if he doesn't like what he hears for the play call. He could potentially burn it to think about this a little bit more. But right now, Coach New is not standing near a referee on the far sideline at the 45. He has his arms crossed, and Kane Samanza is going to take the snap and pooch punt this again for the 2nd time tonight. And Nick Munson catches it running at the 15-yard line left hash.
Playing for overtime.
So 13 seconds to go. Buffalo has 3 timeouts, and it's 45-45. And we'll see what Buffalo does. Presumably, I mean, we saw Ball State go 15 seconds and kick a game-winning field goal against NIU a couple weeks ago. But the way that this has gone here for Buffalo tonight with 3 turnovers, you may as well take a knee and send it to OT.
I'm not. I'm taking shots. I'm going to take 3 shots.
You think so?
Yeah, absolutely. If I'm Buffalo, I'm taking 3 shots right here. Oh, they are. Yeah, they're taking a knee. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I'll disagree with you there. I know you're the coach and player, but I like the overtime if I'm Buffalo.
Oh, absolutely. I know that, but who knows what would happen? I mean, take a couple shots here. See what happens. I don't get that. Okay.
And there's the knee from Ogbonna, and that sends us to overtime. 45-45. 60 minutes wasn't enough for this Maction game on a Tuesday night.
You know what we call this? Free football.
We call it free football.
You paid for 4 quarters, you're going to get an extra one.
And Maction Madness. That's all we call it, is Maction Madness. I love college football overtime rules.
We've talked about that at dinner.
We did. Yeah. We did. We'll take a timeout. Yeah. We'll come back. It is overtime. Ball State, Buffalo. We need more time. We need more plays. Can Ball State stay bowl eligible? We'll find out. Coming up in overtime on the Cards Gamebridge Radio Network from Learfield. If you didn't have enough football here on a Tuesday night at 10:39 Eastern Time, hang out with us for overtime. 45-45, Ball State and Buffalo on a cold Tuesday night in Buffalo, New York. Chris, you couldn't have drawn it up any better than this, right?
No, you couldn't. And here's the thing.
90 points total?
90 points total. We're going to go to overtime. We get free, what I call free football. My wife used to laugh at that joke. She doesn't laugh at it anymore. One of the things you can do right now, you're telling your kids, okay, here's what overtime is. Some of these kids have never played in a college overtime, right? So each team's going to get the ball at the 25. They're going to do a coin flip. They're going to decide one team will get to choose the ball, and one team's going to get to choose the end that they go on.
Right.
And then They're going to go out. They're going to play. You get the ball in the 25, and you get to score however you want to score. If it's a touchdown or if it's a field goal, you can get a first down. You can get another first down, and you can get it.
Chickens, guys.
We're going to send it down to
Great game
Dolak
thus
and
far.
Ethan Crow down there for the toss.
Just like the coin toss at the beginning, you're the visiting team, you'll call it. You'll have the option of offense, defense, or selecting which side of the field toss. Okay? Heads, tails, heads. What is your call? Heads is called. It is a tail. Buffalo has won the toss. They've elected to go on defense.
So that's usually the strategic move that teams take whenever they win the toss. Ball State's last overtime game came in a double OT thriller against Northern Illinois in Muncie on October 1st. 44-38 was the final. Ball State, it's been 2 years since they've played in an OT game. In this game, that's had everything, literally everything.
We're going to go to the
Sees more
far
time.
end down here to our left. And so, yeah, just like you said, Buffalo's chosen to take defense, hope they get a stop, and then they'll just kick a field goal. They'll run a couple plays and then kick a field goal and put this thing away. Ball State, the charge to them is now let's put the ball in the end zone and force Buffalo to score a touchdown as well. They'll match it up. I think it's after the third overtime, Mick, you have to go for two, right? At the third overtime, you have to go for two.
Yeah, and I love that rule. I think it's
a
good.
great rule. It's a great rule. So
all the fans that left early, I think that's you never do that.
they wanted to beat traffic.
Okay. 45-45, first overtime, Ball State and Buffalo on a Tuesday night from Buffalo, New York.
There is no clock, by the way.
There is no clock,
There's
so
play
it's
clock,
just
but
it's first and
no
10
game
at the
clock.
25-yard line. And Samanza has the football under center from the left hash mark. He puts a motion man from right to left with Tice Farrell. Samanza takes the snap, pitches to Sloan, runs right, fakes the throw, and then runs back left. Skips through a few tacklers, tries to find space, and he picks up a couple down to Buffalo's 23-yard line. So second down and 8.
Buffalo
I love the play call.
It was not fooled, but that's okay.
I think that was a good play call, though, because
Absolutely.
Sloan can throw it.
We've
But
seen
you're
him do
right,
it.
Buffalo wasn't tricked.
Yeah, they weren't tricked. The backside corner was not tricked at all.
So TJ Horton checks in at running back for Ball State. Second down and 8 from the Buffalo 23-yard line. Two wide receivers split out wide right for Ball State. Samanza takes the snap, fakes the handoff, throw to Koziel at the 20-yard line. He's blasted backwards. Red Murdoch needs to. That was crazy. He just blew up Tanner Koziel.
Yeah.
Even though it was Koziel's career-high 11th catch of the game, he didn't go anywhere. It's a 1-yard pickup, third down and 7 at the 22.
Well, they're keying on him. So, the answer is you find Gilly, you find Bowick if you're going to throw the ball.
Can Ball State pick up a first down, or will they have to settle for a field goal try here in Buffalo? 45-45. Third down and 7 at the Buffalo 22-yard line. Samanza's in shotgun for the right hash mark. Takes a 3-step drop, looks to the right. Here comes the pressure, gets out of it, runs toward the 20, and he's hit down hard after a 4-yard pickup. It's fourth down and 3 at the Buffalo 18.
Now you're going to kick the field goal and hope your defense can come through.
What a night.
Yep.
And now Jackson Corville has to put this one through for Ball State. It's from the right hash mark. It's a 35-yard kick from right to left, and the wind just now starts blowing for the first time tonight. Isn't that peak action? Fourth down and 4 at the 18. Dunn to snap. Cooey holds. Corville's kick swings, and this one goes end over end and splits the uprights. Ball State has points on the board here in the first overtime, 48-45 on Jackson Corville's field goal.
Now Buffalo's going to get the ball on the 25, try to do the exact same thing. Again, the challenge to the Ball State defense is now, can you get a stop? Can you get a turnover? Can you get them out of positions where you can get Buffalo off the field and get the win? Any turnover is an automatic game ender. So first things first, you got to account for this quarterback.
Right, because the Buffalo touchdown wins this game. Buffalo touchdown ends it here.
Yeah, a Buffalo touchdown win it. But Ball State's going to work to get a stop here. Again, do the same thing you've been doing. Try to get to Agbana.
Right.
Try to get to him, force him to throw it, an errant throw. and get the ball back.
It's 1st and 10 for Buffalo at the 25-yard line. It's a jet sweep to Victor Snow, who races toward the numbers right, picks up a first down. Ball's out, ball's out, but it runs out of bounds. Ball State couldn't get hands on it, but they punched it free. They punched it free behind from Victor Snow, but they pick up a first down, and Buffalo moves the sticks. And they officially mark this ball down at the Ball State 14-yard line. 1st and 10 for Buffalo. Agbana takes the snap. 3-step drop, evades one tackler, throws it to the end zone. It's caught on a dive, and it's a touchdown Buffalo. That's the ball game. Buffalo wins it on a touchdown in overtime. At the last second, Agbana hits his wide receiver.
I think there's some
and now there's some question of who has the football, because Ball State's trying to do a Fail Mary situation where did they come up with the football
Ruling the field
on the
is
interception.
a touchdown.
So Pete Lembo just took off the headset, and
Keontae's got the ball, but that doesn't mean he got it.
Right. Keontae Newsom has the ball in his hand. Agbana threw it up into the right corner toward his intended wide receiver, the backup running back Lamar Sperling, and that replay shows
the
as
previous
clear as day
play is a touchdown. That play is under review.
that's probably a touchdown for Buffalo.
The replay right here on the monitor in the booth shows that he had it.
Yeah. And this is soul crushing, Chris. This is just soul crushing. The score is 51-48 Buffalo as it stands. Ball State's defense is walking back onto the field because what else happens? Is it an incompletion, or would it be an interception, or is it a touchdown? If it's not a touchdown, what could this feasibly be?
Well, and then it's a turnover and the ball game's over. Either way, we're not going to see any more football tonight.
I just don't know if you can overturn this, right? It's almost like a Fail Mary, Chris.
Yeah.
But Sperling caught it, rolled over, and Keontae Newsom tried to take it out. And there's not an angle that can overturn what this is.
Keontae stole it from him after they were on the ground.
But you can see it on this first angle down the sideline. Sperling catches it. He's got it in his breadbasket, and then his backside hits the turf. But did he have possession is the question.
Correct.
Did he have possession before that happens?
Well, the key is there enough? The ruling on the field is a touchdown.
It's a touchdown.
Is there enough to overturn it? In my opinion, as your color analyst for football, no, there's not. It's
I don't
a
think so
touchdown,
either.
Buffalo.
51-48. Buffalo has the lead for the moment and in line for the victory here in overtime because of the touchdown from Agbana to Sperling, which would be his second touchdown of his career. It's a Buffalo touchdown on the field. Here we go. This is the game.
After review, the ruling in the field stands. Touchdown. Game is over.
So Buffalo is now bowl eligible, and this place is going berserk.
Yeah.
Ball State loses 51-48 here in Buffalo and is all but assured to not become bowl eligible this year. Heartbreaking fashion, another one-score game. Ball State's run into the locker rooms while Buffalo celebrates here from UB Stadium. All right, we'll take a break, come back. Pepsi postgame show's next on the Cards Gamebridge Radio Network from Learfield. This is the Pepsi postgame show, and it's a tough one for Ball State. The Cardinals dropped to 3 and 7 on the season. They lose it 51-48 here from Buffalo in overtime. It was an Ogbonna throw to Sperling, the running back, for a touchdown in the corner right side. The touchdown was upheld after Keontae Newson ended up with the football. They thought maybe they could have a Hail Mary situation like Packers-Seahawks during the mid-2010s. Newson didn't get the call. And Chris, there wasn't enough evidence to overturn it. I think you can make a case if there were more angles, or if it was called an interception on the field. Maybe it was upheld as an interception, but that looked like Sperling caught it. Backside touchdown, and he had just enough possession before Keontae took it.
Yeah, and I'm getting texts from guys all over the country watching right now, and they're saying he was bobbling it when he went down, so he didn't have control over it. But bottom line is that play didn't lose them the game, right? It was a tale of missed opportunities. When they had chances to put the ball game away, they didn't do it. When they had chances to put the nail in the coffin, they just couldn't close the deal. And so that's ultimately that's you can say, well, that lost them the game. Well, that didn't lose them the game. They had chances to win this game, and they didn't capitalize on those opportunities. And that's the unfortunate thing, because this team just fights tooth and nail all year.
Chris has scored a season high 48 points.
And
scored 48.
And that's a really and you got to come away with a win. If you're going to score 48, you got to come up with over 500 yards or close to it. So
there's a season high in total yards today. We'll get
520.
520.
I got 520. So, I mean, right there. I mean, again, just a case of missed opportunities all night. And when I say opportunities to put the ball game away when you had control of the ball game, and that's what's going to be the most disappointing theme on the flight home, is the fact that coulda, shoulda, woulda. And they weren't able to. And so that's disappointing. As a coach, as a player, as a parent, as a fan, as an alum, whatever, as a supporter of this program, that's the one thing that's disappointing about it, is that you're not able to capitalize on those opportunities.
It's the Pepsi post-game show. Let's go through the drive chart. The game started all the way back at 7:07, almost 4 hours ago here in Buffalo. First drive of the game was a 16-play, 75-yard drive for Buffalo that took 7 minutes off. They scored a touchdown. Ball State marched down the field, tied the game on 7 plays, 81, forced a 3-and-out, then took it down 7 plays, 73 yards for a touchdown. Buffalo got a field goal to make it 14-10, and then the Cardinals went down again, 7 plays, 77 yards, and 3:45 to put up another touchdown. They were up 21-10, and then forced a fumble but couldn't do anything with it. Buffalo then took the next drive for a touchdown. Ball State responded with a touchdown, and then a punt from Buffalo. Ball State threw an interception right at the end of the first half. They cut it to 28-24 after Buffalo scored a couple plays after that touchdown. So this was 28-24 at halftime. Ball State came out in the third quarter and had to punt. Buffalo went down, scored a touchdown, a Cardinals punt, a Buffalo punt, touchdown Ball State. And then that started the string of back-to-back drives. D.D. Snyder picked off Ogbonna. Cardinals got a field goal out of that and a touchdown out of it. So they got 10 points off those D.D. Snyder picks. And then Buffalo went on a rampage. A touchdown in 125 on 75 yards in the fourth quarter. Ball State had to punt. 73 plays for Buffalo. They ran 10 plays and did it in a minute and a half and scored a touchdown.
Mm-hmm.
Ball State punted, sent it to overtime. Jackson Corville hits the field goal for Ball State. And then, of course, the touchdown at the end of that game from Ogbonna to Sperling to end the game in overtime for Buffalo to win it 51-48. That's our drive summary. We'll step aside on the Pepsi post-game show, come back and look at our final stats presented by Mitts on the Cambridge Radio Network from Learfield. Heartbreaker today from Buffalo. Buffalo 51, Ball State 48. Overtime finish. The Bulls win it here to become bowl eligible in Pete Lembo's first season as the head coach of the Buffalo Bulls. This is the first time Ball State's lost up here in Buffalo. This was the sixth game that they've played up here, so small sample size, but Buffalo wins at 51-48. Check of stats presented by MITS, Muncie Indiana Transit System. No car, no problem. MITS is reliable, safe, and free for students and veterans. Download the MITS Bus app and ride with MITS today. Both teams 26-24 first downs in favor of Buffalo there. Bulls had 206 rushing yards, 5 yards per carry. Ball State with 193, 5 yards per carry. Passing yards, 327 for Ball State. That was Caden Simmons' new career best. 264 for Agbana and Buffalo. Plays, both teams ran over 70 plays. Total yardage, Ball State had 520, 470 for Buffalo. Both teams had over 6 yards per play. 2 interceptions thrown by Buffalo, 1 by Ball State. Buffalo lost a fumble. The Cardinals, 5 penalties on them, 57 yards, 4 for 35 against Buffalo. There were 3 pass interference / holding calls on the drive that ultimately tied the game for Buffalo, charged on Ball State. 33-24. Possession in favor of Ball State, 26-36 for Buffalo. Cards were 6 of 14 on third down, 4 of 12 for Buffalo. Both teams were 2 of 2. They're on fourth down today. Let's go ahead and pause 10 seconds for station ID. We'll continue the MITS check of stats when we come back on the Gamebridge Radio Network from Learfield. Those were the team stats. Let's go ahead and take a look at some individual numbers. Simmons at 25 of 37, 4 touchdown passes, had 1 interception, 67% completion percentage on those 25 of 37. Receiving, Justin Bowick has put himself on the national stage after back-to-back impressive weeks on national TV. Today he had 7 receptions, 148 through the air with 2 receiving touchdowns. Kozio career high, 11 catches for 95. He had a touchdown. Cam Pickett was electric. He had a 65-yard touchdown reception, 3 catches for 74. Those 3 had all but 10 of the 327 yards thrown by Caden Simmons. So that was pure domination by those 3.
Those guys were all over the place, making plays left and right all over the field tonight. Very impressive. But Justin Bowick has continued to show the world what he can do. And
and you just hate that Ball State couldn't have him all season with Ty Robinson. If you had a healthy Ty and Justin with Tanner,
that's different.
You put up 48 today. Just imagine if you had them all year long and all healthy. I mean, you can't play what if, but that's just a thought.
Right.
Rushing, Ball State was led by Simonza today. He had a 53-yard rush. He had 53 yards rushing today. Pickett, 3 carries for 37. TJ Horton, 6 carries for 36. TJ's coming on here at the end of the season. Pemberton, 11 carries, 25 yards and a touchdown. Sloan, 7 touches, 21 yards. Gilly and Kozel each had rushes. Kyle Kelly, 3 for 5, and Spiegel, 1 for 1. Buffalo, Agbana was 19 of 37, 3 touchdown passes, 2 picks, 264 through the air. Was not sacked today. Simonza took 1 sack today. Henderson, third time over 100 yards for him as the Buffalo running back, 126 on 27 attempts, 2 touchdowns. Agbana, 7 carries, 55 yards, 8 yards per carry. He also had 2 touchdowns. Jenkins led the way receiving, 8 catches, 131 and a touchdown. Snow had 6 for 74 for a touchdown, and then Sperling had that 14-yard touchdown catch for Buffalo in overtime to end it. That's a check of stats presented by MITS. Ball State falls 51-48. We'll continue the Pepsi postgame show when we come back on the Gamebridge Radio Network from Learfield. It's the Pepsi postgame show. Ball State falls today to Buffalo 51-48. Chris Raddick and Mick Tidrow with you. And Matt Settles back at our network studios wrapping this one up. Let's go ahead and take a look at our out-of-town scoreboard here today, Chris. Some other midweek action games taking place across the league. Toledo was hosting Central Michigan. Ended up defeating the Chippewas 37-10. Toledo's 4-2 in the conference, 7-3 overall this season. Central Michigan falls to 1-5, 3-7. They've lost bowl eligibility opportunities as well. Bowling Green beats Western Michigan 31-13. Bowling Green's 5-1 in the conference. Western Michigan started off 4-0. They're now 4-2, so they're in a late season slide. Western Michigan's 5-5, so they still got to win one of their last two to even be bowl eligible. Right. In addition to the 51-48 game here, Buffalo defeats Ball State. Kent State's at Miami tomorrow. Akron at Northern Illinois, and then Eastern Michigan at Ohio. Ohio's already clinched bowl eligibility. Eastern needs a win to do that, as does Northern Illinois and Miami. So Akron and Kent State eliminated from bowl contention, but with the updated results from today in Mid-American Conference play, the standings favor Bowling Green at the top at 5-1. Of course, Miami and Ohio have yet to play. They play tomorrow, so we'll see what they do. Right. But there were 4 4-1 teams entering the night. Western falls, so now there's 3 teams with only 1 loss. Bowling Green 5-1, then Miami and Ohio 4-1. Western, Toledo, and Buffalo are all 4-2, while Eastern, Northern, and Ball State have 2 wins. Ball State has 4 losses in the conference. Eastern and NIU with 3, then Akron 1-4, Central Michigan 1-5, and Kent State 0-5. So at the end of the day, Buffalo's now bowl eligible. They join. It's Buffalo, Bowling Green, Ohio, Toledo that are all bowl eligible right now. So those are 4 teams with 6 or more wins, and then Miami, Western, Eastern, and Northern, 4 more teams with a win become bowl eligible in the final 3 weeks of the season. So we kind of talked about it earlier, but
either Miami or Ohio are going to become bowl eligible tomorrow.
Right. So you're going to have at least 5 teams position themselves bowl eligible out of Mid-American Conference teams. Well, we'll take one more break and then wrap up the Pepsi postgame show. Another tough one, 51-48. Buffalo defeats Ball State here from UB Stadium in Buffalo, New York on the Pepsi postgame show on the Cards Gamebridge Radio Network from Learfield. Wrapping up the Pepsi postgame show, Ball State falls 51-48 at the hands of the Buffalo Bulls. The Cardinals now 3-7 this year, 2-4 in the Mid-American Conference. They are no longer bowl eligible and have lost back-to-back games. All 6 conference games have been one-score games, Chris.
Yep, and that's, this team never stops fighting, but the bottom line is, I said it earlier and I'll say it again. All 4 of those we've been talking. 4 of those have been legit. Coulda, shoulda won them.
Mm-hmm.
And you hate it. If it's
you had a chance to win all 4.
If it's and buts were candy and nuts, right? And they should have. They got to find a way to close those games out. And until they start doing that, they're going to continue to have these problems at the end of games. And tonight was no different. They had a chance. They had several opportunities. 4 or 5 different opportunities to really kind of put this game away and guarantee a win and a happy flight home. And now here we are. It's gonna be pretty quiet on that plane tonight.
Yeah, man.
It's unfortunate because it's right there. It's right there for the taking. And
It truly is. Yeah.
Part of that is they got some kids that just haven't done it, and haven't been in these situations before, and at some point these kids are going to have to grow up a little bit and finish these games off. And I know they want to. And I'm not saying
right.
that as a slight to them. It's just they haven't done it yet, and they've got to figure out a way to do it. And I know they want to because they're trying. They're playing their tails off every time, and it's just not. They're not seeing the fruits of the labor, and I feel bad for them. I really do. I know who doesn't feel bad, and that's Buffalo, because I saw them celebrating, and they deserve to because they got it done when it counted. So very sad. As an alum, as a former player here, as an ardent supporter of this program, it's very frustrating to see it happen week in and week out. But you know what? I'm still coming every week, and I'm still going to do this. And if I get fired tomorrow, I'm still coming every game next year. So
you won't get fired tomorrow, Chris,
okay.
unless
maybe
there's
Thursday.
choice words that you say.
I will not
the
do
airwaves.
that.
So
I don't have it in me right now.
Well, hopefully never. 51-48 is the final score. Buffalo defeats Ball State here on the Pepsi postgame show from UB Stadium in Buffalo, New York. Join us tomorrow for Ball State men's basketball. David Eha and I will be in Dayton, where the Flyers and Cardinals link up. Should be a really good one. Ball State's first trip back there about 7 years. So great matchup there for basketball. It's a 7 o'clock tip. You can join us across the Gamebridge Radio Network. But finishing up the conversation here, Chris, there's Ball State's last home game coming up on November 23rd. There's an 11-day layoff. They do take on Bowling Green, who's now at the top position in the Mid-American Conference. I really, truly don't think it matters where teams are at in the MAC. It's going to be close week in, week out.
Close.
So you can sit here and say 5-1, 5-1. Yes, they're 6-4 overall, though.
Yep.
They have peeled off 4 straight wins. They are the hottest team in the MAC. There is that. Beat Western Michigan, beat Central Michigan, took down Toledo on the road, and Kent State. They lost to NIU as their only conference loss, and then beat Akron in their first conference game. So it's a really good Bowling Green team. They showed it again
Penn State
today.
Close.
Yeah, they're 2 non-conference games. Penn State, they only lost by 7. Texas A&M, number 25 in the country, only lost by 6.
Yep. So that's a good team.
I really
guarantee the game will be close. You come out to that game on the 23rd, Schumann Stadium, you know it's going to be nice. It's going to be beautiful, probably 72 and sunny. And
for November 23rd, it's crazy.
Can't guarantee that. But and you know it'll be a close game. This team's going to fight. This team's going to scratch and claw and compete in that game. And Mike and Coach New will have them ready for that game.
Indeed. Connor Bazelak, still quarterback.
He's really good.
He is really good at Bowling Green. 11 touchdowns, 4 picks. Just went over 2,000 yards as well. Terrion Stewart, the running back. We all know who Terrion Stewart is. Really good running back, averaging 5.5 yards per carry. Almost 700 yards this year with 5 touchdowns rushing. They also have Jason Patterson over 300 rushing yards. So it's not just one running back on this team. And they also have Harold Fannin Jr., the tight end, who's over 1,000 yards. Fannin has half of Bazelak's receiving yards this year.
You think he likes throwing to him?
Yeah, I would say so.
Yeah,
6 touchdowns. Fannin and Koziel have been ranked consistently number 2 and 3 in the country as tight ends in the nation.
Yep. If you're watching that game, you're going to see 2 of the better tight ends in the country at one spot.
Harold Fannin, Tanner Koziel will meet in Muncie on the 23rd. All right, Chris, we'll get out of here from Buffalo. Final is 51-48. Join us tomorrow for Ball State men's basketball. Eha and I will be there, ready to go. Dayton and Ball State. Until then, and until the 23rd for more Ball State football, the Cardinals fall at the hands of the Buffalo Bulls 51-48. For Chris Radican and our producer back in Indiana, Matt Tuttle, special thank you to him for sticking around and staying up with us as we're past 11 o'clock here on a Tuesday night. I'm Mick Tidrow saying so long here from UB Stadium. This has been a presentation of Learfield and the Cardinals Gamebridge Radio Network from Learfield. Thank you for joining us here tonight.